Hello and welcome to the Athletic and FloHockey NHL Draft Live. We will be with you throughout the first round of the 2026 NHL Draft tonight. I'm Max Bultman, host of the Athletic Hockey Show Prospect Series. And with me tonight are three of the most trusted prospect analysts in the sport, the Athletic's Scott Wheeler and Corey Pronman, and FloHockey's Chris Peters. These guys are in the rinks all year, watching and evaluating these players, talking to scouts and executives. Tonight it all comes together with the 2026 NHL Draft. And guys, flurry of action this week that before the draft is even underway, high picks changing hands. First, we had the 9th overall pick going from Florida to Ottawa in the Brady Tkachuk trade. Ottawa trades that pick to San Jose for William Eklund. We had the 16th pick going from Washington to St. Louis for Jordan Kyrou. And then, Corey, we had the 4th pick, the highest pick we've seen traded this close to the draft in over a decade, going from Chicago, where we're broadcasting from tonight, to Buffalo, where the actual draft is being held in the Bowen Byram trade. A lot of chaos going on this week. Where does it leave the draft, and what are the big kind of pivot points you're watching for how this draft takes shape?
I think we presume that Toronto's going to take Penn State's Gavin McKenna with the first pick. So I think the first interesting decision comes with San Jose at 2. It feels like an evolving presumption that it's going to be Frölunda's Ivar Stenberg, the two dynamic wingers going 1-2 to start the draft. But I know there's a lot of passion in that San Jose organization for Chase Reid, who's the projected top defenseman in this draft coming out of the OHL and Sault Ste. Marie. So which way they go with that pick, I think, would be very fascinating. But probably the most interesting pick in this draft is going to be what Vancouver does at 3. The Vancouver Canucks could go between someone like a Chase Reid or Caleb Malhotra, who's the top center prospect in this year's draft. But the wrinkle, obviously, is that their new head coach is Manny Malhotra, who just happens to be Caleb's son. We believe that the Canucks think very highly of both of those players, and what direction they decide to go will be very fascinating. And then finally, I think it's not a guarantee, but I kind of feel like there's a good chance that the first 4 picks in some order will be McKenna, Reid, Malhotra, and Stenberg. When we get to pick 5, the New York Rangers is where the draft really can open up a little bit, and where the rest of the top 10, top 12, and the flow of how all those top prospects are going to go is going to be defined. What do the Rangers do? Do they take one of the top defense prospects? There's a lot of those guys that are close. Albert Smiths, Carson Carls, Katon Verhoff. Which one do they take? They really, really need some center talent in that organization. Do they opt for the 5'9", but yet dynamic and super competitive Vgo Bork? I think those are the main things that we're looking to watch in the opening hour of this year's draft.
And that's if there's no more trades. I mean, I don't know that we can rule it out. There's some really big names thought to be available right now on the market. Yeah. We could see some fireworks tonight. But let's go to the draft first, Scott. And the top name in this class is Gavin McKenna. He's been the top name in this class for years, a very famous prospect, a lot of track record. And yet it has not really been a straight line to go from the player we first saw come onto the scene a couple years ago to now being the favorite to go number 1 tonight.
No, it hasn't. Gavin has faced some adversity over the course of his draft year in college hockey. He faced it early on the ice. He struggled in the fall. Coming out of the fall, the conversation had kind of shifted around Gavin. He was viewed coming out of junior hockey as a player who had scored comparably to players like Connor Bedard, players like Connor McDavid. This is a kid who was the reigning CHL Player of the Year, still to this day the record holder for U17 scoring at the U18 World Championships. He's a decorated player coming out of junior hockey. And then it's hard. He's a 5'11", skinnier kid. He dealt with some issues on the ice in terms of the competitiveness, the physicality at the college level. He joined a program in Penn State that was not a historic program relative to the Boston colleges, the Boston universities, the Minnesota schools, the big Michigan schools. And he tried to sort of stake his claim as the guy at a program that hadn't been there. They had just been to the Frozen Four for the very first time. And there were some ups and downs, and then into the second half, it's okay. I'm still Gavin McKenna. He was tremendous in the second half, sort of propelled by a historic 8-point game against Ohio State. And he was, in the second half, one of the most productive players in college hockey. He finishes 4th in college hockey scoring this season, and he has, at year's end, the 50-point season that you maybe expected he would have when he entered college hockey as a freshman. But the draft's on ESPN tonight. This is a kid who made his announcement on SportsCenter. Like, there has been a huge swell of attention around Gavin McKenna his whole life. He's from the Yukon, and there are all sorts of sort of historic firsts around him. And now I think we're going to see him be the next first overall pick of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And there's some history in that, too. It's a pretty short list. It's Austin Matthews, it's Wendell Clark, and it's now likely Gavin McKenna.
Chris, how's he stack up to some of the recent first overall picks we've seen?
Yeah, I think he's probably behind the guys like a Macklin Celebrini, let's say, and a Matthew Schaefer, which were franchise-defining picks. And I think that's the thing. You have to manage expectations a little bit. The good news for Gavin McKenna here is that he doesn't have to go into Toronto and be the guy. They have the guy. And now he's got to be a complementary piece, which I think is a good situation for him. I've said it a lot this year, and you guys have heard me. If you guys watch the Athletic Hockey Show, there aren't a lot of number ones in this class. There's a lot of guys that I think would be more comfortably suited in 2s and 3s. Gavin McKenna, however, does have that potential to be a 100-point winger, which is hard to find. Not a lot of teams build through the wing. Toronto doesn't have to build through the wing. They already have their core in place.
Do you project him as a 100-point winger?
That's basically that's the top of the projection. I see him as an all-star player, as a potential 90 to 100-point winger. Yes.
And I think at 5-on-5, there's going to be a huge adjustment period for him. I think we've talked about it a little bit on the show, but I think a little bit back to Jack Hughes and some of the struggles that Jack Hughes had at 5-on-5. On the power play, Gavin's going to run the half wall from day one. If he's with the Toronto Maple Leafs, which we all expect he will be, he's likely going to flank opposite William Nylander on their power play. That's going to be a dynamic element of his game early. I'm not sure that the 5-on-5 play isn't going to come with a lot of learning.
All right, so what you just said, though, is he's going to run the half wall for the Toronto Maple Leafs. There's a pretty good half wall player on the Toronto Maple Leafs right now, perhaps the best goal scorer in the National Hockey League right now. Are you pushing Matthews to the bumper on day one?
I think Matthews probably plays the bumper, and you probably have Willie and Gavin on the half wall.
I can see the logic to it, and obviously being able to score from the bumper is a huge asset. You want McKenna's playmaking on the outside. It's just one of those interesting things that they're going to have to manage right away in year one. Corey, it comes down to you make this pick. That's one thing. You get the player in your system. Then how you maximize that player is a whole other question for an organization.
I almost wonder if you do the 5-forward setup, you put McKenna at the point. That'd be something I would think about, because you see that at the lower levels, not much in the NHL. The lower levels, when you don't have that number one elite skill defenseman, which is an element underlying this decision for the Toronto Maple Leafs. That is potentially a direction they could go.
Yeah. Chris, it's not usual to have two wingers, especially two smaller wingers at the very top of a draft class. We're used to talking premium positions, centers and defensemen. What else stands out to you about the shape of this draft class?
Yeah, the shape is, when you do have two wingers like that, you're hoping that the next phase is going to have those centers and defensemen, and that absolutely is the case, and it's particularly in defensemen. I think that's where we've seen a lot of those players are right now, and I'll tell you, the biggest thing that this class has is, when I said they don't necessarily have that number one, that number 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s, that group is big. So that's a lot of defense. We're talking Chase Reid, but then we're also talking about guys like Carson Carls. We're talking about Daxon Rudolph further down, Albert Smits. So there's a pretty big clump of players the team should be very excited about, including those guys, and then centers like Caleb Malhotra, Vgo Bork, and the list goes on and on. I think that the top 13, 14 of this draft is really enticing.
Before the picks start flying tonight, I want to ask you guys a couple questions about the trades that we saw this week, and there's two in particular that I think are fascinating. Let's start with the one that involved the number 4 overall pick. Because the Chicago Blackhawks they make a play and they go get Bowen Byram. They could have used that 4th overall pick on a defenseman who projects to become as good, maybe even better, than Bowen Byram, but they want to win right away. My question is, or get better at least right away. My question is are the Chicago Blackhawks in a position to be making this kind of move with that level of asset right away, Scott?
They almost don't have a choice. They cannot dwindle at the bottom of the standings forever. It's already been a long time. I know Connor Bedard was only 23, but that's 3 years ago, and they could be right back there this year. And I think there's a lot of pressure there for them to accelerate, for them to find a player who can run the point on the power play. If they're not confident that Artie Levshunov or Sam Renzel, who they toyed with last year on the power play, can be that guy, then you have to find that guy, and he is that guy. Ironically, he's a former 4th overall pick.
That's right.
So you're trading a 4th overall pick for a 4th overall pick. But there's some risk. He's dealt with concussions. He has not been a number 1. He played behind Cale Makar. He played behind Rasmus Dahlin. He played alongside Owen Power. This is a huge test now for Bo, who has wanted to be that. Well, now you're that, and you're that on a team that has to get better.
Hey, Corey, on the Buffalo side of this, this was a playoff team this year. They finally take the step. They finally break their drought. And now they're trading away a now player for an asset, right, for a draft pick. Now, they could use it in a trade. But let's say they make this pick. What is the timeline of a 4th overall pick to help a team like the Buffalo Sabres?
I think you're probably looking at least, if it is Reid, if it is Malhotra, you're probably looking at least 1 to 2 years in college, I would imagine. So you're probably hoping that they're going to materially help your team by year 3. I understand the hesitancy in that regard, but for the Buffalo Sabres, I think you look at this team, it's still a really young team, and despite the playoff success and the really strong season, I could still see there being some growing pains there. Will the goaltending repeat what it did last year? So I think you look at this team now that doesn't really have a premium center prospect. If they end up with Caleb Malhotra in this draft, I think you could really see a really good fit, both in the way he plays, more of a two-way guy, really high IQ, and as well being able to play the middle and project as a top two-line center for the Buffalo Sabres in a couple of years, when I really think that's when the core will get to the contending status.
And the Sabres have centers, but they probably don't have, I mean, when you talk about, Konsta Helenius, Noah Olsen, these are good young centers, probably don't have quite the same high lineup impact upside as Malhotra.
Yeah, they play a lot of the same ways, but those guys are 5'11". Malhotra's closer to 6'2". There's a little bit more projection upside there, I think, in his game.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on the Sharks trade, Chris, I mean, the San Jose Sharks already win the lottery and get the number 2 overall pick. Then they make the trade for sending William Eklund to Ottawa. They get the 9th. What's the significance of that move?
Well, I think it kind of telegraphed at least a little bit what we think we're going to see them do here tonight in the draft, which is Ivar Stenberg potentially being the number 2 pick, and now still getting a pick later that they can use on a defenseman that we've said they so sorely need.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really like that trade because I think when you looked at this draft class, as Chris said before, I think the top end, there's some really good players, but it's not the 1-2 at the top that you're used to seeing. But I think this draft from 5 to 10, from 6 to 10, it's actually, I would say, slightly, if not notably above average in terms of the caliber of player you can get from 6 to 10. So I think the Sharks really navigate this well. They get a guy who they're going to have top 2 on their list in Stenberg, and then they get a defenseman later on who's a very strong prospect for the range that they're in.
Yeah. And Scott, I mean, San Jose, as they make that pick on a defenseman, we assume it'll be a defenseman at 9, or at least that seems like where it would be headed. There's kind of a thought that, okay, it's going to be the last of a group of defensemen here. You've done some reporting, though, talking to NHL scouts and NHL execs. You can get very different orders on that group. It's very possible that they could end up with a defenseman who was maybe their 2nd or 3rd defenseman in this class still.
Yes, this group of 5 is close. I did an NHL scouts and executives poll in advance of the draft this year, and I asked them a simple question. Who's first in that group of 5 for you? Who's last in that group of 5 for you? All 5 guys got a last place vote. 3 of the guys got a first place vote. And the guy who got the most last place votes, Daxon Rudolph, who is probably the consensus guy that you'd expect to be there for the Sharks at 9, was also one of the 3 players who got a first place vote and nearly got 2 first place votes. There was one scout who said that he was neck and neck with a couple of other players there. So that group is strong, and all 5 of those guys have been top end players domestically. They've had international moments where they've shined. It's a very good group. They've all got good size. They can all skate. They can all make plays. I think it's conceivable that all of them run an NHL power play. That's a rare find in the draft.
And I did hear that when they made that trade, I think one of their dream targets was getting Rudolph at the 9th pick. Well, I think there's a lot of passion for Daxon Rudolph in the league as we get closer. I feel like he's going to be gone by 9, but he could still be there at the 9th pick.
Well, and
I
the
think
right shot makes a lot of sense for San Jose, right? I mean, their big defenseman right now is Sam Dickinson. He's a lefty, and he's also he's got offense. I don't know that he's necessarily going to run their top power play. Rudolph at least has the potential to run that top power play on the right side.
I think he's one of the 2 defensemen in this draft. Him and Chase Reid have a chance to run. I don't think they're guarantees, but they have a chance to run top power play in the National Hockey League.
And I think Rudolph's playoffs, he took a team that had no business, frankly, going to the WHL final and playing as well as they did against Everett. He took that Prince Albert team there. He was their leading scorer as a defenseman. He was their best player. I think that helped solidify him, because there had been moments internationally, there had been moments where some of these guys had outplayed him. I think that put him in this conversation.
Yeah. All right. And as you say that, the first pick is up. Gary Bettman at the podium right now, and the Toronto Maple Leafs about to make their selection. He's gonna vamp a little bit here, so let me just keep this
We did
going.
see a phone call to Gavin McKenna right beforehand.
What do you think
that
meant?
was about? That's a weird time to take a phone call. Yeah, but no, this is right now we're seeing Gary get booed, which we all enjoy. We love this being in Buffalo. The fact that Toronto has the first pick,
too.
He loves it. He loves it, and we love it too. But I mean, now what a moment! What a great moment for Toronto. And here comes the guy, Justin Bieber, to announce the pick.
Who else could you have introduce the Toronto Maple Leafs? I mean, you could actually have a lot of people. Will Arnett, but Justin Bieber. I mean, that's
Yeah, I think a little
Most
higher
famous
on the Q
Leaf
rating.
fan probably
Yeah.
has to be
Yeah, and you're not bringing out the Beebs just to make like
a pick.
a pick.
No,
this is
it's got to be one.
This has got to be one. I'm
And
kind
I
of
presume he doesn't want to get booed. So I feel like we kind of have an idea where this is going right now.
Sabres fans have to be getting tired of the Leafs picking first overall when they hold the draft. You know? To remind people, 2016 was the Austin Matthews draft, and this draft was held in
Buffalo, New York.
Easy for Leaf fans to get to Buffalo if they want to
Yes.
watch their future star get picked.
Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic here. We've talked about the centralization of the draft and how we'd love to see that happen again, but you can make it a little bit nicer with these little
Hey, I
celebrity
recall
interviews.
several celebrities at the Vegas draft, and that was a fully centralized, fully
Yeah,
in-person draft.
Celine Dion.
I was on my way running to the elevator to get better internet in the Sphere when Celine Dion made the pick, and I missed it. So I was in the elevator.
Who were you most starstruck by at that draft?
Ivan Demidov, for
Marshawn
sure.
Lynch.
And there it is.
Yeah, it's Gavin McKenna going to the Toronto Maple Leafs scoring. We talked about the level of prospect he is, and we kind of hinted at as we talked about past top overall picks. How quick can his impact be on the Toronto Maple Leafs? It's a team that's, whether it's adding Darren Radish, like they've positioned themselves to try and get better next year. How much can he help them in that?
He should be one of their offensive leaders next year. That Gavin McKenna is the most talented player in this year's draft. He is the most skilled player. He is the smartest player. He is the one with considerably the best scoring track record over the course of his amateur career. He is a dynamic offensive player. The issues, as Scott alluded to earlier, are going to come down to the compete level. I personally don't view his compete level as a major issue. I think, does he get to push the perimeter a little bit? Yes. Is he going to be the most physical? Probably not. But this is a guy who, over the course of years, has shown up in big moments, who has been a leader on his team, who game in and game out gets onto the score sheet. I do think is the compete one of the top 2 or 3 things that get you excited about McKenna? Probably not. But I look at guys in the league like Mitch Marner, like Artemi Panarin, on the high end, like Nikita Kucherov. I don't think he's Kucherov. I think he's closer to Panarin. But these are very reasonable comps that NHL scouts do not push aside when you bring their names up in regards to McKenna. And I expect he will be a top line forward and a top power play flank option for a long time for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
And if you
Some people go as far as to throw around Nikita Kucherov and Patrick Kane, and those are the players he uses for himself. Those are Hall of Famer, some of the greatest wingers in the history of the game. But that's what he brings out, that kind of skill level, that kind of playmaking, the hockey IQ, the ability to pick you apart from the perimeter, to slow it down. He's not a super high-paced player. Like, he plays it at his speed, and everybody has to kind of work around his speed. But there are very, very few players that bring about those names.
Yep. And just a reminder, we're doing analysis for every pick throughout the night. We're not going to be showing the draft itself. That's a separate thing. But we got a lot of analysis to come, starting with this Gavin McKenna pick, Chris.
I mean, this is an incredible opportunity for McKenna, but it's, an incredible opportunity for the Leafs to really kind of start this new administration off with a bang. The thing that I will say is I think fans are going to have to be patient. Scott talked about it earlier. This could be a very much like a Jack Hughes-esque entry into the NHL, just because Jack Hughes had a more difficult transition, but nobody's complaining about that now.
No.
Like that's one of the things. And I think that when you have the IQ, when you have the skill level that Gavin McKenna does, you find a way. What I loved earlier this week, he was asked about, playing with Austin Matthews and how many players are going to say, I can't wait to play with a great player like that. He was talking about how he can help Austin Matthews, the way that he can complement Austin Matthews. That takes a really mature and confident player. No one has ever doubted that he's lacked confidence. That's for sure.
And Jack Hughes didn't have that. So
right.
when Jack came in and had some of the troubles and the scoring maybe wasn't where it needed to be, same thing with Nathan McKinnon in his early years in Colorado. They were not entering into a franchise that had Austin Matthews and William Nylander and John Tavares and potentially Matthew Nyes, and the star power up front in Toronto, even without Mitch Marner, is still very real, and I think that's a separator for what the point totals at least might look like in these first couple of years.
Just saw a note from Elliot Freeman that it would be Boston's first-round pick this year going to Utah in the J.J. Peterka deal. So it looks like 23 just got moved.
Wow. Okay. So we will definitely get to that one as the show progresses. Another trade coming in what has been a super lively one. I just want to go back, as you talked about kind of McKenna playing with Matthews. I mean, much in the same way that we talked about with Chicago trading that pick because they need to succeed soon, you know, for the sake of Connor Bedard. A lot of urgency in Toronto. I mean, Austin Matthews' contract ticks away. I mean, this is a situation where they have to get better quickly to show Austin Matthews that there's a path to winning.
I think that's a huge underlying layer to this conversation. Chase Reid, a couple of these defensemen, Katon Verhoff earlier in the year, were talked about at least peripherally in the first overall conversation. Corey touched on it earlier. It can take a year or two of college to get those players ready, and look around the league. Artie Levshunov, Simon Nemec, Zane Parekh, Sam Dickinson, Zeev Boyum. Even once they spend their 2 years in college, some of those kids get to the NHL level, especially the young defensemen, and it can take 2, 3, 4 years. Some of them get traded. Nemec already traded. David Jiricek already traded. These are top 10 picks as defensemen. That isn't always that transition isn't as difficult for some of the forwards coming into the league. He's going to get to make plays. He's going to have more of an immediate impact in those 2, 3, 4 years that it can take defensemen to get there.
The concern is, and it's the name that Chase Reid has often been compared to, does he do his 2 years in college and then he comes out and he's Zach Werenski? That is obviously the major fear for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But I think the point you guys made is valid, and it seems to be what their general manager John Chayka echoed in his press conference a couple of days ago, is that this, you know, there is this opportunity here with Matthews, and they've got it, and they have to maximize it.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that Ivar Stenberg could be as projectable as NHL ready right now, even though, you know, McKenna makes the move to the NCAA, we presume in part to prepare himself for the NHL, probably in large part. But Ivar Stenberg in Frölunda has been playing against men and had excellent, near historic results in the SHL, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, and he's also, we've seen him at the World Championships playing with and against NHL players. You know, I think that there's a lot of evidence there that he is potentially going to be the more NHL ready player. But, you know, that's the thing that you have to really focus in on and be patient about, is that that's not the point. Yeah. What you do in your rookie season is great for that short-term thing, but it's all about what you're going to do later. I mean, if you look back at Nathan McKinnon's, I mean, like we were just talking about, his rookie, they were very concerning kind of signs. And it wasn't like he was bad. He was good, but it was like, is he elite? Yeah, he won the Calder, but he was like 50, but it was like 50-some points. And everybody's like, oh, you know, and then the following year was even a little bit more like still growing pains. And so, you know, that's the thing, is like, if Gavin McKenna doesn't win the Calder Trophy, or, you know, doesn't have all this, you know, success immediately the way that some of these other guys have, it's not a death knell. He's a really good player. You're going to have to be more patient. But yeah, I mean, now this is part of the vision you're selling Austin Matthews. This is the part of the vision that you're saying, okay, we're taking steps. We're not stepping back. This was a setback of a season. This is a one-off. You can't, and that's the thing that I think really is important, is that he is a kind of a dawn of a new beginning in some ways. But in a lot of ways, it's still kind of a continuation of the trajectory that they were hoping they were on before last season.
You also don't commit 8x8 to Darren Radish.
Correct.
Who's 30 years old, coming off of a career year, if you think.
Scott, question for you, because I know among us, you probably follow the Maple Leafs the closest. There is going to be an analogy maybe between McKenna and Mitch Marner. They're not exactly the same players. Marner's a better two-way player, and despite how dynamic an offensive player Marner is, at the same age, you'd argue McKenna's ahead, if not notably ahead offensively. They tried that core for a long time. They struggled to have playoff success. Do you think with McKenna they can get over the hump?
I don't know that they're prepared to get over the hump as the roster is currently constructed. They have a lot of work to do, and I think the biggest hurdle that they face is the Atlantic Division. The Montreal Canadiens are better. The Buffalo Sabres are better. The Florida Panthers are going to be back next year. That is inevitable. That part of it, I think, challenges the Leafs in a unique way, is that they are in the toughest division in hockey. And frankly, they've been in the toughest division in hockey. But you still have to put your best foot forward as an organization, and you have to try to win around Austin Matthews. Austin Matthews is 29 years old. William Nylander is going to be turning 30.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking on this core a little bit here. Whether they win with this current era, though, you still have Gavin McKenna now as a bridge that you weren't expecting to have to whatever comes next. And whatever comes next could be a full-on rebuild, potentially, if Austin decides, and we've seen a lot of players just make the decision to leave their markets this week. But That's a tricky path for them to navigate. It gets less tricky with Gavin McKenna in the fold.
They also don't own their next 2 first-round picks, so what other option do they have?
Right.
I mean, Philly and Boston, if they are bad, Philly and Boston are the ones who reap the benefit of that. You might as well push in. I think that's part of the logic with the Darren Radish deal as well, right? I mean, you mentioned it. You don't sign a guy to that kind of contract if you think you're just kind of murky, right? You're doing it for a purpose, and I think a big part of that is Toronto really can't do a traditional rebuild right now regardless.
I do think the Leafs benefit from the cap scaling up like it's going to over the next few years too. Teams are going to have a tougher time spending to the cap. The Leafs will not be one of those teams.
I think the question is just the blue line still. And I mean, goaltending is going to be a question there too. But really on the blue line, I like Darren Radish. I like the brain, the shot, the compete. The athleticism isn't great. He's not a premium defender. There's a lot more work to do there to add on that part of their roster before they can really be, I think, a high-end team again.
Well, and what's fascinating, they might not be done with the movement there either. Morgan Riley, Brandon Carlo, names that have kind of been out there in the rumbling mill already.
And Tanev has to stay healthy. Like, they cannot win without Tanev staying healthy next year.
Yeah, absolutely. San Jose Sharks are on the clock. We talked about, Chris potentially telegraphing this pick when they made that trade earlier in this year. If it is indeed Ivar Stenberg, the Frölunda winger, how do you put into context kind of what he was able to do?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers historically, he is, one of the elite scorers of the SHL in his draft year. And that is, the only 2 guys that had more points than him were Daniel and Henrik Sedin. So that's one element of it. I think the other element is that, you go back to the playoffs last season, you see he was a guy that was a driver for them. And then they still would rely on him in a lot of key situations. And then he goes to the Worlds and he goes to all those things. He has done it already for a lot of teams, and he does have that NHL readiness to him.
The celebrity run continuing here, by the way. Layla Edwards going to be announcing this.
Yeah, the newest San Jose PWHL player. I mean, elite herself right there.
Does it a defenseman? Does that tip a hand toward for a defenseman?
Well, see, she also plays forward.
She plays both.
Oh,
so
it really doesn't. It's the opposite.
There's
of a hand
literally nothing we can glean from this at this point. Anything more than we saw from the trade. So, yeah, here we go. I mean, I'm glad we're getting to this now because it felt like that was a long time, and there he is.
It is Ivar Stenberg to the San Jose Sharks, Scott. This is a player who, had such a likable game. This is a very pro-translatable player that San Jose is getting. How soon can he make an impact for them?
Immediately. He expects to play in the league next year. He has informed Frölunda that he's going to be playing in the league next year. And I think we talked about the NHL readiness. I think he's the most NHL-ready player in the draft. I know Albert Smits has played a ton of pro hockey, played at the Olympics, played at Men's Worlds. Ivar is going to join that team in its top 6. He's going to be on their top power play. And I think about pairs with the Sharks now and what could be.
Yeah.
Coaches love pairs. They now have, and we'll see what those pairs look like. Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith have developed clear chemistry. They're clearly close off the ice. They clearly click on the ice. You've got Michael Misa as your second-line center of the future, 2nd overall pick a year ago. Now you have a second overall pick to potentially pair with Michael Misa. You fast forward 3, 4, 5 years, and you start to wonder what that looks like and what those players in the prime of their careers. Now they're going to have to pay them, and there will be a time when they become a very expensive group, similar to what happened in Toronto. But Stenberg, I think, steps into the league next year. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a 50, 55-point year next year and is on Calder ballots and in that kind of a conversation.
Who do you think is more skilled, him or Will Smith?
Pure puck skill, one-on-one game, I think Will probably edges Ivar.
Yeah.
But he's way harder on pucks. He's a way more complete player at the same age.
We talk about how San Jose needs defensemen, and they do. They still need a lot of defensemen. But you looked on that team, and the gap between Celebrini and the next best forward on that team had to have been near historic for the modern era. He was so leaps and bounds better than another player. So you get not only an elite skill player in Stenberg, but also a guy who's going to win those battles like Mac does at even strength, who's going to be a factor in all 3 zones. And I think if you're the Sharks, you say, yes, we do need a defenseman, but we also needed a player like this. Michael Misa is very skilled. He's not an elite player in terms of offense. Will Smith could be that, but he lacks the competitive elements. Stenberg brings all of those elements to the Sharks.
And that's a point you make about Will Smith, very similar game to Gavin McKenna, right? And so if it had gone in reverse, we might be having a different conversation here in terms of the duplication, but instead you start to see kind of a real identity forming. You talk about the Rhyme and Celebrini and Stenberg, guys who you trust below the offensive goal line to go win you a puck, kick it to the middle to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, this to me is a real hand to glove fit in terms of the forward group, and I know a lot of Sharks fans wanted to see this because a lot of people believe that Ivar Stenberg is an exceptional talent. He was, we did our TSN scout poll that I did with Craig Button this year. Ivar was on number one on a number of ballots, and so it is, and that has been the case throughout the year. And I think it's that completeness to his game. The fact that you have Celebrini, who's an absolute dog. Stenberg doesn't have that same level of compete, but it's not a huge drop off.
He's strong.
He's a strong kid. He has a willingness to get to the middle. I mean, that was the thing that when people were talking about Stenberg as a rival to McKenna in the draft order, it was because of that willingness and ability to get to the interior and to play in these tough areas. And I think he's that's going to be something that the Sharks need. And now they still have that pick later. There's going to be a defenseman there. We don't know which one, but now they still have that opportunity to get some defensive help.
Chris, how would you construct their top power play unit next season?
Oh man, what a good question. I mean, I think at this point, that's the thing. Like you got obviously Celebrini. I think you've got such an elite distributor in Will Smith. You want to make sure he's got the puck on his stick a lot. Ivar was working the half wall for Sweden. He was more of a downhill player, and I think that's a good spot for him to be as a more of a downhill shooter. Then you kind of go, I'd have to think about it a little bit more in terms of the net front and the bumper. But I mean, there's
Foley maybe.
Yeah, to Foley. Like they have good options, but I think I absolutely have Stenberg with that unit. I think you have Celebrini, and then the defense group. You got a couple of options there too.
So your two flanks are Celebrini and Smith, or Celebrini and Stenberg?
Well, I mean, Max got to be on the one-timer spot, but I think you can look at Will as a distributor, maybe a guy that's at the bumper even too.
I ask because there's the luxuries they have, because you also have Igor Chernyshев, who has the size, has the skating, has the ability to win battles. So I do wonder if Stenberg is in that initial prime position right away. What does Michael Misa's offense look like long-term on this team, despite the fact that he does have a lot of skill? I'll be really interested to see how they use all these options. And given that they don't really have any elite offensive defensemen back there, that could change. They have a lot of cap space. Maybe they do try that 5-forward setup at some point.
I wonder if the men's world sealed this for the Sharks too. Like it felt like that was a bit of a turning. We talk all the time about these kids, the decisions they make or don't make on going to men's worlds. I think it made a difference for him. Seeing him play with Lucas Raymond on a top line for Team Sweden against NHL players and have the kind of success that he had, even after everybody says we've done the work, we've seen these players play, we know what they look like, we don't need these final viewings, that kind of a thing. Sometimes those final viewings can really push a guy over the edge.
Yeah, and one quick point, he continues the streak. Every guy that scored 8 or more points in the last 10 years has gone no lower than second in the NHL draft.
All right, let's go to the team that's on the clock right now, Corey. You talked about how this was the Vancouver Canucks, that this is a pivot point in this draft class. For a team that is as early in a rebuild as the Vancouver Canucks are, how do you approach a situation like this for them? And obviously, they have premium positions to choose from, but how do you ballpark how you would approach something like this?
Well, for me, the best player available is the one who would create the least controversy, and that is defenseman Chase Reid from the Sioux. I think he is the best prospect on the board. I think really highly of Caleb Malhotra, who ends up being the pick here.
Yep.
He is a potential top 2-line center at the next level. He is very smart. He can skate. He's very competitive. My thought process would have been, if it's close, and I think it's close, and I think the Canucks had some passion for some other players, what do you really kind of put yourself into this awkward position? Now, the one argument against that, with his dad being the coach, is I think Caleb's going to need at least 1, if not 2 full years of college.
I think this makes 2 more likely.
Yeah, so I think you're probably waiting until year 3 where this becomes more of an issue. And if Manny Malhotra is still the coach by year 3, that means things are probably going good in Vancouver. So from that perspective, I struggled with this. I probably wouldn't have done this if I was in their position, but I think he's a great player and a very reasonable pick at 3rd overall.
And I will say, too, I think they always knew that Manny was in their back pocket as a potential coaching option, but I think they knew that Caleb was their guy before they hired Manny. So Caleb, the interest and the excitement about Caleb, if from the Vancouver Canucks, was all year long. I've reported on it over the course of the last several months here. They were there in Brantford constantly. And there was a management change, and Patrick Alvin exits, and then Ryan Johnson's there, and they're just there watching Caleb all year long. He was outstanding in the playoffs for the Brantford Bulldogs. The Brantford Bulldogs, frankly, fell short of expectations. The one guy on that team who didn't fall short of expectations at any point this year, he started on the third line, was the best player on their third line. They realized this kid's not a third line player. They started him on PP1. Even after they trade for Jet Luchenko, he's still on PP1. And then into the playoffs, better than Jake O'Brien, a top 10 pick a year ago. Like, Caleb was CHL USA Prospects Challenge in November. We were all there in Calgary and Lethbridge. Who was the best player on the ice? It was Caleb.
Typically,
so this isn't a kid who was necessarily viewed as this coming in. Frankly, he was viewed as a second, third round pick coming out of the BCHL last year. And he just played his way into this mix, and I think he belongs in this range.
Well, Chris, here's what's interesting, too, is that Malhotra coming as that late riser. I mean, shades of kind of Beckett-Seneca here, where you just keep rising and rising. I think maybe we knew by, I don't know, mid-season that Malhotra was going to be talked about in this range, but it's still like, where did you have him coming into the season?
Yeah, coming into the season, I didn't have him in the first round. Right. I mean, if you look back at the BCHL season that he had, it was not impressive. I mean, and the BCHL is where points are plentiful.
Though.
Good playoff. That's right. That's
which is normally the signal.
Yeah, which I know that there were teams that absolutely were like looking at that as like, we have one good year, of elite level production that we can go off of, which I think was a thing that was absolutely part of the discussion. So that was one element of it. But really, he started moving up really in that November range. We were talking about like, oh, this is a good player. And then mid-season, you're like, he's a really good player. And then the playoffs, it was like, this guy could go one. Like, there were definitely teams that were starting to have that kind of feeling that this is a player. And I mean, you look at the size, you look at the compete, you look at the hockey sense, the background. The NHL bloodlines do play a role because these guys absolutely have lived it. They've been through it. There's a lot to it. Caleb Malhotra, to me, is a culture-building player for the Vancouver Canucks, a team without an identity, a team that probably will not have one for a while, and he's going to need some time. It's going to be kind of Manny Malhotra setting the identity now, but it's going to be Caleb Malhotra potentially being the flag bearer for the organization for a period of time here.
I embedded with the Brantford Bulldogs in the fall and spent a lot of time around that team. The very first day as part of that embed for that feature, I sat down in the office with Jay McKee and Spencer Hyman, and I was asking them about O'Brien and Adam Banach, and they steered me the other way and said, Caleb has been through 7 or 8 games at that point. Our very best player. He blew us away in training camp. He's they were throwing around future NHL captain, and that was early. Future NHL captain. We think he's going to be a top 5 pick. Like, there was a period there early in the season where he just made a statement, and then it never really let up. He didn't have the lull that frankly, Ivar Stenberg had a lull late in the year in the SHL. Gavin McKenna had lulls. He was good all year long.
You mentioned the captaincy. You mentioned the culture. I know the new general manager in Vancouver, Ryan Johnson, said that was a key criteria for him. He said when he won in the American League, I think he said a large percentage of his players had either been a captain at some point in their careers. You could tell that's something that's important to him: character, leadership, maturity. And Caleb has that on top of being a really good hockey player who does have a lot of offensive traits, the skating, the skill, the hockey sense. He is the complete package. I think you worry a little bit, is the offense going to be special? But everything else about his game is pointing in the positive direction.
And I think we often miscast guys who have those intangibles. The two-way center moniker sort of comes with that default notion of maybe he's not a premium offense guy. He made some highlight reel plays this year. The hockey IQ, the skating, he's still got room to fill out his frame, which is, I think, very, very important. He's going to have time at BU, whether it's a year or 2 years, to add 5, 8, 10 pounds. That'll make a big difference.
Couple things before we get to the Buffalo Sabres, who are now on the clock at number 4. First of all, Corey, this is the scenario that you talked about on the hockey show earlier this week, where forwards go 1, 2, 3. We think that was kind of the scenario that Chicago worried about, and maybe why they're willing to trade the 4th overall pick. Another one, there is another trade here. Molly Walker reporting that the Rangers have traded for Pavel Dorofeyev from the Vegas Golden Knights. It's not the number 5 pick. She reports it's the number 26 pick, 92, and a conditional 2028 first-round pick. So another big name changing hands, and Dorofeyev had a really nice playoffs, Chris.
Yeah, really good playoffs, and I think he's a guy that has risen each year that he's been in the league, and I think that's the kind of player that New York really needs. They need somebody that can score some goals for him, and I think he's going to add a lot to that. But yeah, I mean, you just look at the way that draft picks are moving right now. I mean, it is pretty impressive. And I think teams are feeling that pressure. They're feeling the way that they can utilize the cap to their advantage, and getting competitive is more important at this point than building up these futures. And the Rangers still have a great pick, but now that's a real piece that will help them right now.
I think this should be Reid for Buffalo, but I know that those guys had a lot of passion for Daxon Rudolph. If Rudolph's the 4th pick, that could be like the one big splashy moment of this draft. I would not rule that out as a possibility, though.
Well, it's interesting, and you mentioned earlier that a former Buffalo Sabre, JJ Peterka, gets traded from Utah, where Buffalo traded him just a year ago to Boston. So wingers changing hands tonight. I don't know that either of those prices is all that splashy. I think pick in the 20s is the headliner. And it's 2 first-round picks, but Dom had a great article today, I thought, about what the value of a first-round pick really is. Dom Luszczyszyn on The Athletic. It really falls off in a hurry. It's the top of the draft. You pick one, far and away what you want. And then you got, 2 through 7, 8, 9, really strong value. Once you get past 15 or 16, it really drops off.
Once we talked about the top 13 or 14 players in this draft off the top, once we get past those 14 names, we could probably all give 10 different names that could go with the next pick.
And I think the draft will open up around 14. I think it will be a draft order that not everyone's going to recognize.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why this 4th overall pick for Buffalo is such a big deal, because this is a team that was in the playoffs. You're not supposed to get picks this high once you make that leap. And Buffalo, look, they took their lumps. They spent plenty of time making high picks, but they wanted to take that leap, and they did. And now you kind of have this rare opportunity to get something really special at the top of the draft, and they are going to get something really special with the 4th overall pick. It's coming up any second here now.
Yeah.
Is that Josh Doan on stage there?
It is.
Look at that. The advantages you get as a hometown team. It is Daxon.
Wow. It is Daxon Rudolph. Corey
Great
with
call.
the shout.
Corey.
Chris, Daxon Rudolph, you mentioned, I mean, the playoff run for Daxon Rudolph is it's one of those kind of last statements in a draft season.
It was. And I mean, you look at what he does and the offense that he brings to the table. There have been questions about, Chase Reid versus Daxon Rudolph and who's going to have the higher offensive ceiling. Rudolph is a good shooter. He's got a lot of ability to move pucks. The skating and the mobility is there. I don't think any of us had Daxon in our mock drafts going here.
Corey mentioned this possibility. Corey
did, and he said it
but
just now,
I
too.
had him at 7, though.
Yeah, exactly. And so the questions about the defending are going to be there. I don't think it's a huge issue. I think he's going to round out. He's got good enough size. But what I think is going to be interesting here is just considering the way that we've had these conversations all year and the different players, how, these guys are always going to be compared and contrasted with each other. So the fact that Bowen Byram was traded, you kind of get a found money situation, because there was a lot of talk about, San Jose potentially getting into a trade scenario with Buffalo, and then seeing where that 9th pick could potentially be. So there's a lot of different scenarios at play here. And so I'm fascinated by this one for sure, and caught a little bit off guard.
I will say that there was 2 players in this draft, and I didn't have Rudolph rated at this range where he went. So I'm not going to say that I agree with this or that I would have done this if I was Buffalo. But there were 2 players this year who I watched, and they gave you the most oh my god moments, or what the heck was that in terms of the skill. Gavin McKenna, and for me, Rudolph did the second most plays of that. You watch him in the Western League, and when he was having his best games, he was dynamic. He was a game breaker with the 6'2.5" frame, the skating, the skill, the hockey sense.
The shot.
Yes, there's a lot there. I think you're worried if the defense is really going to be premium at the next level. I don't think his compete level is a major asset, although this is a guy who now 2 years in a row has been a premium player in the playoffs, both as a 16 and a 17-year-old. So he has stepped up in the big games and the hard games. So I see the argument. I couldn't get there, but there were times I watched Rudolph where I thought, man, he could be the best defenseman in this draft.
Offensively in particular.
Yeah, offensively. And the one thing I will say is that when we have seen him side by side, and you've said this before too, when we've seen him side by side with other top defensemen, he has not looked as good as those players.
WHL showcase game, the Holinka, the CHL and TDP series,
USA.
the U18s as an underage. He's never been a top player there. So this all comes down to how he looked in Prince Albert, which was unbelievable. But yes, when he has played with his peers, he has been a good, not great player. He'll be at the World Junior Camp this summer for Team Canada. We'll see how he looks there.
There are scouts who think that the numbers on Carl's and on Rudolph were inflated in a weaker WHL this
Yes,
year, too.
I agree with that too.
What's interesting, though, is, I mean,
Still a leading scorer on one of the best
Yep.
teams.
Yeah.
on paper, I mean, the profile between Chase Reid and Daxon Rudolph has a lot of overlap. You would give Reid the better skating grade,
Maybe.
so maybe not necessarily. So maybe it's only a
I
slightly
think Reid's
higher grade.
I think the skating is average for Rudolph. Like, I think the skating is a higher grade for Reid for me.
I think Reid's competes a little bit better for me, but otherwise, I think they're nearly identical players. That's why I could see Buffalo struggled here, and I think they probably looked at that and said, Rudolph's nearly a full year younger, probably his 2-year track record in the CHL for his 16 and 17-year-old season. This is Chase Reid's 18-year-old season. They probably thought, this is more impressive. We like the projection a little bit more, but I think Reid, especially what he showed you at the World Juniors, I thought he showed you a higher level of defense and compete and will be able to shut down good players.
But you could use a lot of the same comparables, right? Like I thought of John Carlson for Daxon Rudolph when I watched him. I think that's one at one point you even used on Chase Reid. So there's a lot of rhyme in these two games, and obviously this is going to be a conversation that continues, right? These guys now get
These
compared to each
5D
other.
are going to be measured against each other for the next 10 years.
What does this mean for the New York Rangers, who go on the clock now, Corey? Because I don't know that they would have been expecting to have Chase Reid available to them. They also have some good right shot defensemen in their system.
Well, when they were, seemed to have good odds to pick at the very top of the draft, the two names we had heard the most with them was Malhotra, who goes at 3, and Chase Reid, who seems to be a name we keep linking to teams, but it doesn't go to any teams, and he seems to be available right now. I think there's a lot of D they like. We've been projecting Albert Smith to them throughout the process, Carson Carl to them throughout the process, but I do believe there was a lot of passion in that organization for Chase Reid. We'll see if he is the pick here, but I think that's who they are between. I would be surprised to see Vgo Bork, not shocked, but surprised to see Vgo Bork's name called here at 5th overall.
In my scout poll, 8 of 13 had Chase Reid as their top guy, and yet we've now seen the San Jose Sharks pass on Chase Reid.
When they needed a defenseman.
The Chicago Blackhawks implicitly passing on Chase Reid because they knew that it was going to be a defenseman there and they wanted one of the forwards. And we've now seen the Buffalo Sabres, who acquired that pick from the Chicago Blackhawks, pass on Chase Reid. So it speaks to there's not a uniformity on these 5D.
No, there's not. And I think there's also concern about the risk profile of a Chase Reid, because we've talked about this all throughout the year, is that while the offense is higher end, the numbers weren't necessarily the highest end numbers that you would see. And you like the skating, you like the skill, you like a lot of the things that he does, but it's still, you're talking about a player that doesn't have a super long track record. And so that's another thing. But we've seen him at things like the World Juniors and others. I just feel like he's going to get there.
He was one of the very best players in the OHL this year.
No
I say
question.
as someone who loves Chase Reid, I would not describe him as an offensive dynamo.
Right.
I don't think he's going to have 70, 80-point seasons in the NHL. That's not really what the projection. I just think he's a guy with no notable flaw, who checks every box, who you could just see having a very long and productive career playing high in an NHL lineup.
Were you surprised at all that Buffalo made that pick, Chris? I mean, there was a lot of talk of could they flip this pick for now help, whether that be Connor Hellebuck, whether it be Jason Robertson, Dylan Larkin. I mean, are you surprised they make the 4th pick?
I mean, a little bit, because it would have been really funny to see what they got out of it, considering the vitriol that it seemed like the Blackhawks were receiving for getting Bowen Byram. But and certainly, I was critical of that as well. But I'd say that, for the Sabres at this point, you're just like, hey, we didn't expect to pick 4th. We're going to take our guy, and that's exactly what they did right there. And I think that's a lot of conviction in your draft room on a player, and that says a lot.
We've also already heard Reid Murtka, the 9th overall pick that they took a year ago. That's a defenseman 2 years in a row now. We've heard his name peddled about in trade rumors. I wonder if Reid Murtka gets moved here now.
Well, you have a Murtka. He had 1 or 2 goals in the Western League last year. You have Daxon Rudolph. He's got 30 goals in the Western Hockey League while being a full year younger. So it would make sense that one's replaceable. You can guess which one.
Notable difference. I mean, I do think it's interesting that like a win now team like Buffalo goes that route though, and takes a defenseman who's going to take a year or two just to arrive.
I think he'll be at Denver for 2 years.
Yeah, so 2 years to just arrive, and I mean, you can justify it.
Yeah.
I mean, you keep the window open perhaps a little bit longer that way as your stars, your Rasmus Dahlins maybe start to get toward 30, maybe over 30 to have someone like that. All right. The New York Rangers pick is in, and it is Albert Smits, Corey. So Chase Reid, not the pick for the Rangers. Instead, it's Albert Smits, the Latvian. He spent the year playing in both the Finnish Liga and the German DEL, and he also played in the Olympics. I mean, this is a guy who's played a lot of hockey against men. What did you see from him?
Every time I watched this player, he was just good or really good. This is a guy who in Finland, he was really impressive against men in Liga, goes in the DEL playoffs and helps his team win games while just transitioning to a new league, new team. Very impressive overall there. He goes to the Olympics, plays against NHL players, and has a lot of success. He goes to the World Championships for Latvia. He's one of their best players. He's 6'3". He can really skate. He has skill. He has a great shot. He competes. He is one of the more complete players in this year's draft. It's a very easy projection into a top four. It reminds me of Jacob Chychrun, just the profile, the skating, the size, the shot, the maybe not elite hockey sense, but it's good enough, I think. And I could see him having a very long career. Now, I would have taken Reid there. As you guys can see, that I would have taken Reid at several other spots. But for me, it was a dead tie from between Reid and Smits. So I think this is a very reasonable pick. I think he's a great prospect. And I think the New York Rangers got a lot better by making this pick.
And I think there's more offense there than he's been given credit. When we've talked about, and people in the public sphere have talked about Alberts all year, he's the safe pick. He's the guy with pro experience. He's got the physical traits. There is real offense there, and we don't always get to see it when you're playing against men. Early on this season, when he was playing junior hockey in Finland, now a weaker level, but early on, there were some highlights, like him beating 4 or 5 guys on a shift, circling the offensive zone, scoring some of the nicer goals that we saw a defenseman score this year. He looked like a man amongst boys there. I think if he were playing in the CHL this year, in the USHL this year, in college hockey this year, we would have seen a lot of offense out of Alberts.
Chris, when Chris Drury talks about this pick, I promise he's going to say that handedness played no factor. But having Adam Fox in the system for the New York Rangers as a prime age defenseman, having Braden Schneider, I mean, I don't know that you can let handedness dictate your draft picks, but do you think it played at all a role that Albert Smits is a pro-ready lefty as opposed to maybe Chase Reid the righty?
I'm sure to a certain extent, but I think it's more the profile of the player, and I think the chance for him to be like, they just made that trade for Pavel Dorofiev that we talked about. This is a team that is starting to make a little bit more noise in terms of like, hey, we got to move right now and we got to do something. Albert Smits definitely feels like the more pro-ready player at this stage. So that to me
he
was
could play games for them.
At
MSG this year.
And I think at worst he's playing in Hartford for a portion of the season, and he's a call-up away. Yeah. And that gives you a lot of optionality as a team as well. And I think that was enticing to teams, is that he's not only a guy that we're getting now, he's a guy that we can kind of control in terms of development and figure out where we're going to put him long-term.
The one hiccup, if you will, that I've had with Alberts over the course of watching him both internationally and professionally this season is it is instinctual. It's he can chase it, he can scramble, he can run around a little bit too much. That, if anything, I think is where we need to see him improve. I'm not sure he thinks it at the level that a Daxon Rudolph or a Ryan Lynn or some of these other top defensemen do. But the instincts, he relies heavily on his instincts.
The name Rangers fans are going to want to hear, Corey, is Moritz Seider. I mean, another guy who was kind of off radars a little bit, and then, through the DEL becomes a top NHL defenseman.
He was bigger, though, more physical. I think the profile, I'm not offended by the comp. I think at the same age, they're probably close in what they are as prospects, but the player style is definitely notably different. Going to Calgary here for a second, we've mentioned Reid a lot in terms of where he might end up. I know, Chris, when you did your scout poll, there was at least 1 or 2 scouts that had Reid at first overall. Mm-hmm. Same thing when I talked to scouts. But another defenseman who had at number 1 is Carson Carl. And then Carl has been a name we've heard linked a lot to the Calgary Flames. I do wonder if Reid's slide ends here or if they, in fact, do opt for Carl's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting thing. And we've talked a lot about the USA versus Canada thing, too, playing a factor into some of these trades, or these picks, rather. I don't know that it would for a lot of teams, but I do think it would for Calgary a little bit. Even though they did take Cullen Potter last year in the first round, the opportunity to take a Western Canadian farm boy at 6th overall.
And the lefty-righty, not that you're making decisions based off of Zane Parekh or Brustevich. I think having him as a lefty who could play opposite of Zane Parekh, I do think is a part of the calculus here.
Yeah,
You know
absolutely.
how much I like Carson Carl, Scott, though? I mean, the concussions, do they scare you at all for a player who likes to play as physical as Carson Carl's does?
No, my understanding is that the concussion that he suffered in that with that knock in the last game of the year was a bit of a one-off. It's not like he has a history of concussions in the way that a Maddox Desjardins, who we're going to see drafted here, does have a history of 3 or 4 concussions. So it wouldn't be a major red flag for me or anything.
So I have heard there has been a concussion or 2 in the past, but you look at the games played log, he doesn't seem to miss games. So I have a hard time seeing that was a serious concern, but I do know it's things the team talked a lot about, especially after he missed testing at the NHL Combine.
Well, this high in the draft, like the margin's small enough that everything comes up.
Yeah, and I know for some teams, for some teams it was a tiebreaker. There were teams that had him rated super, super high, including at least one team that's already made a pick. But the tiebreaker, the concussion, the why go down that route did come into it.
Yeah. All right, the Calgary Flames making their selection as we speak.
And is there anybody better than Lanny McDonald? He made the picks for him last year. Just Lanny should do everything ever.
Make every pick for
Just
the entire
make every
league.
pick. Every team. That's what I would do. But I met Lanny last year at the draft. That was the highlight of the whole thing for me. The whole thing. I was like, best mustache in the game, elite human being. Now I feel better for having met him.
That's really the biggest flaw of the
And
show.
it is
that we
Carl's.
can't
And
throw
it is
the-
Carl's.
That's right. It is Carson Carl.
Carson Carl's.
All right. I mean, this is a unique profile of defenseman. I mean, this is a really highly coveted profile when you blend the physicality. He had a lot of offense. You mentioned there's some questions on the Western League offense this year, but he really produced well.
He produced in line with Daxon Rudolph, who we're lauding as a future PP1 QB here. He made some plays. He's a tremendous skater. He's hard on pucks. Chris alluded to it, the farm boy roots. He's got 500 head of cattle on the farm back in Manitoba. Like he lives it. I do think that he made comments recently about not being a city guy and not agreeing with what goes on in cities. I wonder if that was a factor for the New York Rangers, who made the selection directly in front of him.
Is that a big city?
But I think Calgary's a great fit, and Carson's a tremendous player. He's the meanest of these 5D. Like he is physical. He hits you to hurt you. He'll put you down in front of the net. He'll put you down in the corner, and he's a tremendous skater. Like Carson can fly, and that's a combination that, whether his offense is truly high end, the skating, the physicality, that is hard to find.
And that's the part that reminds me of Jake Sanderson in his draft year, because Jake Sanderson took a lot of guff about, is the offense going to be high enough here? But when you saw Jake Sanderson skate, jump into a play, you saw the how the offense could come at the NHL level.
I will say, when I was at the WHL showcase game, Rudolph and Carl's both played well. I thought Carl's made way more plays. And I think Rudolph's got a ton of skill in hockey sense, like I said before. But yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the main thing about Carl's get you excited. I think the defending is more exciting than the offense, but there is significant offense in his game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the player, also the fact he's going to the University of North Dakota next year, which is where did Jake Sanderson go? University of North Dakota.
The scouts that had Carl's over Reid always asked me this question: why is Reid consistently rated ahead of Carl's, given that Reid is both older and scored less than Carl's did this year? And you could argue Carl's is just as good, if not a better defender. So I thought, it was great questions. Obviously, we've seen those concerns play out here. I think Reid's slide ends here at Seattle, but it's obviously been something that's on their minds. That there was an elite offense, that the defense wasn't elite, that all these things are very good, but a late 07, there was just nothing to hang your hat on. And that's why this guy is special, like some of these other players were.
What is interesting as Seattle goes on the clock here at 7, I mean, this is a team that has literally never drafted a defenseman in the first round. Now, there is a forward on the clock here who fits their type. I think Vgo Bork, you can make some comparisons to Berkeley Katon. He seems like a Seattle Kraken kind of player, but they almost have to take a defenseman here.
And I think they will.
If they don't, I would be absolutely stunned. I might walk off the set. I might walk off the set.
I would not be stunned if it's still not Chase Reid. I have heard Katon Verhoff connected to Seattle.
It's certainly possible. I mean, there's a lot there. Really intriguing though, but like a right shot guy that can move pucks, and Verhoff, if there's any questions on the hockey sense factor, it's gonna be really interesting. And then if he doesn't go there, then you've got what happened? Like we're getting into a territory where San Jose could conceivably still get Chase Reid. Like do you think Winnipeg's gonna pick him if
Winnipeg needs the center. I think they'll take Vgo.
So it's really interesting. So now that you've got Seattle here, I mean, like to me, it feels like a no-brainer to be Reid. But at the same time, if it was anybody else, it just goes to show how jumbled these D were in terms of how people looked at them. We did that TSN poll. It was all over the map. They were all over the place. Scott did his poll as well. I mean, there's a lot there that's happening. So now we're just counting down the minutes here. Carson Carl's great fit for Calgary. Now Seattle has a big decision to make.
I don't think I'm like breaking any news here when you look at how Seattle has drafted since their inception. That I believe they are major supporters of Vgo Bork, and I think they highly value the player. But at some point, you do need to draft a defenseman. They have drafted plenty of guys who could be top six forwards. Manny Beniers, Berkeley Katon, Jake O'Brien, Shane Wright. This seems like the prime opportunity to get your defenseman of the future, to get your power play quarterback of the future. We'll see whether that's the direction they go.
They drafted Katon in a class that was a lot like this one too,
Yes,
with five
that
or
was
six,
shocking.
with five
Yeah.
or six defensemen
Yeah.
that they could have taken, and they still took Berkeley.
Who didn't have a great year last year.
No,
Court,
No.
Reid's your number one overall player. I know who you would take. I know it would be Reid. Make the case for Verhoff here if you're Seattle.
I think more of a playoff style player, 6'4", competitive, good enough skater. I think you can, if you're really ambitious, connect the dot to him and a guy like Slavin looked like in the playoffs. I don't think he's Slavin, but that would be the argument, I think. But it is Reid.
It is Chase Reid going to the Seattle Kraken. All right, Corey, it's your number one player. Chase Reid probably should not have fallen to 7 here. What do you like about him?
And I think when Seattle gets to the podium after, they're going to say they got their best defense prospect in this year's draft. 6'2.5", right shot, who's highly mobile, highly intelligent. He can break pucks out he can make plays from the offensive blue line. He's got skill. He's got good hockey sense. But it's not just the offense. This is a competitive player. You saw when he played against good players at the CHL and TDP series. He was killing penalties, making stops. Goes to the World Juniors, arguably USA's best defenseman at the World Juniors. Got a lot of production despite not really getting the power play time. Mashed up good players. Just checks every single box for me. I know there's no special traits like there would be with a Carson Carl's physicality, or maybe Daxon Rudolph's skill would be maybe a slight notch higher. But I think this guy's got plenty of skill. Point per game in the OHL the last 2 years. The trajectory too. A lot of these guys have been top prospects for years. Rudolph, Carls, they've been top prospects in their age groups for years. Chase Reid a year and a half ago was playing the North American Hockey League. So I don't look at the late birth date as maybe as much of an issue as some others do. I think this is an elite prospect, and I think the Seattle Kraken just got a heck of a player.
Yeah, I mean, I love this pick, and I love the way that this fell for Seattle, because after the situation with Jason Robertson, that
They needed a break.
They needed a win.
did.
This is a win. I see this as a win. Chase Reid was my number one defenseman as well.
All
I had him
three of
third.
us.
Yeah, we all had him high on our list. I think that the offense is going to be there. I think my comp for him is, Zach Werenski. If that's the top of his ceiling, that's an incredible player. That's, Werenski just won the Norris Trophy. He's a guy that I think the defending is coming along. And I think he's going to a place where it's only going to come along further. He's going to have to defend to get the minutes to make an impact at Michigan State. They're not going to give him anything. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for him developmentally. He played so many minutes in the Sioux this year. One of the most utilized defensemen in the OHL this season, and an absolute warrior too. On top of it, is he gonna slam you through the boards? No, but he is gonna give you quality minutes. He's gonna compete. And really, to me, one of the real defining moments of this season was at the World Juniors. Cole Hudson goes down with an injury. They go to the guy who couldn't even make a USHL team the year before to be their number one defenseman on the biggest stage on home ice. And I thought he was, at that point, their best player.
I've heard Werenski a lot with Reid, and Werenski just won the Norris Trophy. He's got an elite offense. That one's I thought of more Seth Jones. I know you know Seth really well, covering him for years when you were with the program. Do you think that's closer? Why Werenski?
Yeah, for me, Werenski, there's a bit more fluidity to his game. I feel like I see similar size profile. I also see just kind of the trajectory of Werenski's numbers grew and grew and grew. And I think that that's really going to be something. He had a really great season in Michigan when he was drafted, and but it wasn't monumental, right? And so
17-year-old though.
Yeah, he was a 17-year-old. There's a lot of important factors there, but Noah Hannafin went ahead of him in the draft. And so, that was I've kind of seen this. And now you look at, where is he? He's picked number 7. Where was Zach Werenski picked?
7 or 8.
7 or
I think
8.
he was
Yeah,
8, yeah.
8. Yeah. So like I just feel like he has that kind of profile. Now he's got a long way to go to get to that level. Like I'm saying style of player more than I'm saying the top of his projection. But I am thinking like if he's on this trajectory now and he does 2 years at Michigan State, he's going straight into the NHL and he's making an impact. Now this is the hard part for Seattle. They have not been very patient with their guys, and they need to be with him.
I thought the OHL coaches poll was telling this year as well. The OHL polls all of their coaches
Yep.
across several categories over the course of the season. We expected to see him as the top skater and the top offensive defenseman and rank highly in those categories. He was also named the second best defender in the OHL this year.
Yeah.
In the OHL
Yeah,
coaches poll.
that was
and
revealing.
You speak to John Dean, you speak to Kyle Raftis, John Dean, the head coach in the Sioux, Kyle Raftis, their general manager. They said if they put him forward for those a year prior, even though he was excellent in his first half season in the OHL, he would have been nowhere to be seen in the defending categories, right? So it has come along very, very, very quickly. This was not a sheltered offensive defenseman. This kid played 25, 30 minutes a night for a year and a half.
I want to go back to the very first thing Chris said about this pick, right? Which is that Seattle needed a win, right? And so what you're referencing there is that reporting came out last night that Jason Robertson had an opportunity to be traded to Seattle and sign a monster contract, $15 million a year. Didn't want to do it. That's a huge number, and it really can't be read as anything other than a little bit of an indictment of the Kraken and what they haven't yet done as a franchise, which is really make that meaningful progress in the way that, I mean, Vegas set a pretty unattainable bar, I think, but Seattle hasn't really come close to it. And they've made good picks. I think they've kind of, in a lot of ways, done it how you draw it up. They've drafted the premium centers with the high picks. Did they wait a little too long to take their first defenseman in franchise history? It's possible. But they need a star to break through. Matty Beniers hasn't become a star who they pick a second overall. Chase Reid has a chance to become that.
I think so. And I mean, I think that you needed that for Seattle. Like, they still don't have an identity as an organization within the NHL. Players they don't know what they are. But now we got another pick in.
That's right. The Winnipeg Jets take Vgo Bork, Scott. And Vgo Bork, another one. Great player all year, played at big events, played well at the World Juniors, played well at the World Championships, just kind of kept rising up until he was right there in the conversation as the top center in the class.
And became a kind of a favorite for everybody. We had a conversation on the podcast earlier in the year where we doubted whether he would maybe be a first-round pick.
I know.
There were questions about the size.
He was being rated by NHL Central Scouting coming into the season.
And he was phenomenal in all of the big moments over the course of the year. He started out on the wing in the SHL. By year's end, he's the first-line center for Djurgården. And not just the first-line center for Djurgården, their matchup center. He was checking opposing first lines.
He was the top center for the Sweden national team.
Yeah. Was he maybe better than Gavin McKenna and Ivar Stenberg at the World Juniors?
Oh, yeah.
It's a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, the way he was utilized, that was the thing that always struck me was like every team he's on, they give him everything. They're like, no, you want a tough matchup? Okay, Vgo. You want to get a goal? Okay, Vgo. You know, like he's the guy they constantly go to.
And we never see that with a 5'9" center, right? There's always the hesitance of like, can he take the tough defensive matchups? Vgo at 5'9" didn't seem to be any question about whether he could take that.
At the senior world championship level too, like that.
Yeah.
He centered their top line at Worlds with Lucas Raymond and Ivar Stenberg.
He's heavy over pucks too. You talk to the 08s in this Swedish age group about him. They say in practice, like this kid, you cannot take the puck off of him. He's got that low center of gravity. And he's going to be able to hold over pucks even against heavier competition. He's competitive. He's smart. He's in all the right spots. He's skilled. Outside of the 5'9" on his height by NHL Central Scouting, there's not a lot in his game that gives you any concern about what the translatability of his game looks like. And then you watch the NHL playoffs this year. Jackson Blake, Zach Benson. You go down the list. Logan Stankoven. I think there's belief now that with the right style of play that 5'9" player can be an impact guy for you.
I think there is some concerns the feet aren't elite. I think they're good feet. I don't think his skating's elite for his size. But you mentioned Stenberg. I've seen him play now 3 times with Stenberg this season. At the World Juniors, I thought he was better than Stenberg. World Championships, I thought he was just as good, if not better than Stenberg. Stenberg had more production, but I thought the even strength, impact, Bjork was better. And then I went over to go watch those two play in Sweden. I watched an SHL game between Djurgården and Frölunda. Bjork was better in that game as well. I think now Stenberg is 5'11". There's a little bit more pro projection there, a little bit more certainty there. But I don't think it would surprise anybody on this panel if in 3 years from now we're talking about Bjork as one of, if not the best forward in the draft.
Can he impact the Jets this year? I mean, they could use an upgraded second line center.
He's signed in Djurgården. I think his plan as things stand is to return to Djurgården and hopefully have the one thing he didn't have in the SHL this year was the point totals that Ivar had. So I think the goal is return to Djurgården, put up that 30, 35 point season, and then you make the jump a year from now. He'll play a central role for them again at the World Juniors. The Swedes will have a very strong team again at the World Juniors. I think that's his path.
I mean, Winnipeg Jets here, like, you know, this is a team that they have to build through the draft. They have to build through the draft. Now, in the scout poll that we did with the TSN guys, that Vgo was the number one center, one spot ahead of Caleb Malhotra. And I think that growing belief in this player made it so Winnipeg had to get a center, right?
Yep.
And they a lot of us thought maybe it could be Tynan Lawrence, maybe it would be one of the more traditional guys, maybe it would be a Canadian, quite frankly. There weren't a lot of Canadian centers available outside of Malhotra and Lawrence. Getting Vgo Bork, high character player, high hockey sense, high compete. A lot of things that the Jets have built in their drafts year over year. There have been some times they've deviated and maybe it didn't work out as well. This to me is an opportunity to hit a home run in this range. It's a risk because of the feet and the other things like that, but I think the hockey sense and the compete level are two things that nobody really beats him on. So there's maybe you could ask a couple guys maybe, but I don't think on hockey sense there's anybody.
Scott just alluded to it, right? And I know you've talked about it with Cam Robinson on your podcast Called Up, right? Everybody loves Vgo. In a place where Winnipeg wants to, create a culture where everyone wants to stay. What a great personality to add to your room.
Everybody
awesome.
gravitates to him. Everybody gravitates to him. And now, so a win for the Jets as well, as we talked about Seattle needing one. And now, how about this? The San Jose Sharks are on the clock. And
we know what they're doing.
Is there. He's there. And this is what you hope for when you made that trade.
They're for sure taking him.
Gotta have to. You have to.
I'm one pick away from being outraged that Verhoff is still on the board. And I knew he was going to slot. I projected him, I think, at 8 in my final mock. So I kind of knew this is the range he was going. I think people are overthinking this one. Like the 17-year-old in college, like if he was playing Western League, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. Now, sometimes I hate people do that because you get out with McKenna, you could do, if this guy was in college, how would he have done? But the body work with Verhoff is too good. The tools are too good. He's a great prospect. He better go here at 9 to San Jose.
Well, aren't we always one pick from being outraged at the NHL draft? There's always, and any one pick. I mean, it could turn the whole night around.
I do think there were maybe not red flags, but yellow flags late in the season in the biggest games at North Dakota into the Frozen Four. And we only have his college
How was
hockey
McKenna's
games.
Playoff games?
We're not talking about Gavin McKenna.
He went first overall.
I do get his point.
He was worse.
Full year younger, but I get what you're, listen, and I get it, but that's just like, I just feel like there's been some, let's just say, like I said, overthinking going on here with what I think is otherwise a very complete prospect and a guy who has shown over a long period of time that he's a high-level prospect.
Do you know how badly I want to see you lose it right now if they don't pick him?
Okay, I'm not going to get outraged. I would feign outrage.
I haven't viewed him as a complete prospect. Like, I think you mentioned the decision-making, the reads. I think that's a bit of a concern.
Yeah.
And I know I've banged this drum all year, dating back to his U17s in Sarnia a year and a half ago. I don't love the boots. When he has to pivot back to get pucks, when he gets caught flat-footed, when he has to change directions, it can look a little clumsy.
Yeah.
None of these other four defensemen have that sort of look to them at times.
Right. I think I'm intrigued here, but I think for me the thing that sticks out in terms of what didn't quite work for him, and he is the pick here for the San Jose Sharks, is that he's raw. He's raw, and that can be scary at times. It increases the level of risk, but I think it also increases the level of excitement and opportunity to develop this player.
Corey, a year ago, I remember at the World Under-18 Championship, Katon Verhoff being one of the most impressive players. Even with maybe with the trajectory, the slide this year, what has San Jose just done to their future by adding Stenberg and now Verhoff in one draft?
I think they have not only the best pipeline in the NHL, but the best pipeline by a massive margin. They are built now to be a contender down the line. Like, this is an extremely, extremely impressive group of young players at the moment. I don't agree with Scott. I think his skating is an asset. I don't think he's like an elite skating 6'4" guy, but I've seen him pull. He doesn't get caught from behind. He pulls away from guys. The pivots could use a little bit of work, but the natural athleticism is there. The power is there. I think he'll be fine in time when it comes to the skating. I mean, you could say decision making. Yeah, it's not, like I said, is he going to be this power play one elite cerebral guy? Not for me, but he's shown offense everywhere he's gone. His offense this year in North Dakota is comparable to what Zach Rowinski and Noah Hannafin did when they were 17-year-olds. In college. He scored, 20, 25 goals in the Western League the year before. He's competitive. He's been Captain Canada at multiple events. I get there's some minor flaws. I don't think the flaws deserved him to go number 9. I think San Jose just got a heck of a prospect.
They should be the envy of the league in terms of what's coming. You hit that fast forward button 3-4 years from now. It's scary. If things break right for some of these guys, we already know they're going to break right for Celebrini. We know it's going to break right for Ivar. Like, if Misa becomes a real player and Verhoff becomes a real player, there's a lot there.
I love Igor Chernyshев too. Like,
Chernyshyev's awesome.
He's a top 6 forward, I think, in the NHL. Like, that was a heck of a second round pick by the Sharks.
Yeah, and Corey is not overstating it. Just this is the best system in the league, and they're not close. And really, there's balance. They even have the goaltender in Ravensburgen who is going to Michigan State as well. So there's a lot of different factors at play.
This year.
And he was great. He had a great season, and he took a step. And so I think that there is a lot of intrigue about what the Sharks are doing. There's got to be a lot of confidence now in Mike Greer and the scouting staff and everybody. And you need luck too. You have to be bad at the right times. You have to be in the right spots. And Macklin Celebrini was just kind of like nuclear firepower that you get. And now all of a sudden you're going to have all of these pieces around him. It broke just right for them. It's amazing to see that it did.
That's what it is for me, right? Is it you can look at the number of top 5 picks they've had. There's been teams that have had a lot of top 5 picks. You just look at the profiles of the players that are now in the San Jose system. It is what teams dream about. You have one of the 5 best players in the world as your top line center in Macklin Celebrini, and he's going to be number 1, I think, within 5 years. You have a really talented number 2 center in Michael Misa, who might be a luxury number 2 center with the skating and the assets there. You have a power play playmaker in Will Smith. You have a kind of more playoff style, scoring winger in Ivar Stenberg. You've got the big body defenseman in Sam Dickinson and Katon Verhoff. Maybe you don't have a true PP1 quarterback. You even got a great young goalie in Yaroslav Askarov.
And Ravensburg.
And
2
Josh
young
Raven,
goalies.
2 great goalies, right? They have everything you could want, possibly except a number 1 power play quarterback.
Now, the question is, do they get aggressive? Their possession numbers weren't great last year. Celebrini kind of willed them into that playoff race. Do they kind of try and accelerate it, or do they wait 1 or 2 more years before they try to really turn the corner and start adding pieces by free agency, by trade, trading future assets?
If you're a veteran free agent, why would they not be near the top of your list in terms of destinations?
I know, and now
Taxes.
I guess there it is. And there it is. Yes, but I mean, I'm amazed, at what they have done in this amount of time, and we've seen plenty of teams that had those top. Sorry, New York Rangers fans, but like the 1 and 2s that didn't work out. As I that was actually directly to our producer Chris Flannery as well, by the way, just in case anybody's wondering. But it's pretty crazy, and to have the board break the way that it did. We talked, we had talked about how difficult it is to acquire a top 4 defenseman, and that William Eklund isn't going to get you a current top 4 defenseman. He didn't. However, he probably got you one for the future, which is pretty incredible.
Interesting one for Nashville now. They're on the clock, Corey. It's a first-year GM in Nashville, at least. He comes over from the Colorado Avalanche, where he was tremendously successful. But there's a lot of work to do in Nashville. It'd be interesting which direction this is.
Yeah. Heard them linked to Malte Gustafsson. Not sure what direction they're going to go. It's because of the new management group. Hard to get complete information with them. I think Gustafsson, though, is the best player available here. He's really talented, 2-way defenseman, 6'4.5" mobile. Like I said, We'll see, but I think that would make the most sense here. Maybe even Belchez as well.
This is the range for Belchez as well here. These next 2 or 3 picks, I think we're going to see Gustafsson, Belchez, Wyatt Cullen. Those are the names coming here.
By the way, what position does Luke Bryan play? Because that guy looks like he's ready to hop on a top 4
He
position
could be
right
your
here.
second pair right shot defenseman, I think. Profile.
Oh man, well this is a big pick, and that's Chris McFarland's first, one of his first major decisions. Obviously has a few
made a
more.
couple
ahead.
trades
He's made
with
a couple
his old
trades,
team.
but there's some big times ahead here.
All right. Luke Bryan making the pick as we speak for the Nashville Predators. And that pick it's Wyatt Cullen.
It's gonna be Wyatt Cullen, yeah. Wow.
How about that? All right. Wyatt Cullen, Chris. What are they getting in Wyatt Cullen?
I love Wyatt Cullen. I think that of the forwards remaining on the board, he is the most dynamic one left. And I think they're getting a playmaking winger, a guy that has grown a lot in the last couple of years, a guy that may not be done growing. He's the son of Matt Cullen, and Matt was more of a role player. I think you're looking at a guy that we could be talking about as a top 6 forward in their system. I think there's a dynamic element to him. He was a point per game player. Didn't have amazing numbers on a pretty weak national team development program team this year. I think the numbers were certainly muted by that. Also injury that he dealt with throughout the year. But the fact that he is now a 6'1" winger when he was 5'5" just 2 years ago, never lost the skill and dexterity that he had as a little guy. And now he's got that potential. To me, this is a home run swing in this range. Yes, you're going above Malte Gustafsson. Yes, you're going ahead of Ethan Belchez that might have some of the measurables that you're looking for. This is a player that I think has tremendous upside. He was actually the guy that some scouts had been saying, hey, you know how everybody was talking about Beckett Seneca, that late heat that he got? They felt like this was the guy that could potentially disrupt that range. He didn't quite go that high, but he did make a pretty significant impact here as a top 10 pick.
The conversation around Cullen for me was always, one, the production, and then context with the growth spurt. But whenever you watch the program, and mind you, it wasn't a great U.S. under-18 team this year, he didn't just stand out. He stood out like a sore thumb from that group in terms of the skill and the level of plays he made. He was extremely dynamic to watch this year. And you can see the top 6, the tantalizing upside. And this is a guy who, what is he, a week away from being eligible for the 2027 draft?
Yeah, that's huge.
So you could see the argument being made for why he deserved to go in this range. And after taking, Nashville has drafted a lot of two-way guys. They've drafted Matthew Wood, and there's been some skill shots they've taken, but a lot of their guys you could describe as two-way, competitive, physical.
Certainly Martin.
Yes, but even some of their past picks, you can go to the Felix Nielsen's, you can go to Tanner Molenbeek, Cameron Reid. Riker Lee was a shot for skill, but this high in the draft, this is a really big shot by the new management group to try and get a legit top 6 forward.
In Cullen and Riker Lee, they might have 2 of the most purely skilled on the puck, one-on-one handles players now. And to Corey's point, they needed that. They did. And frankly, in the history of the Nashville Predators organization, they haven't really had premium skill guys.
No one's
front.
really,
it's
Philip
been about Shea Weber and Roman Yost. It's been the D.
And you have Philip Forsberg, but he's only going to score you a few highlight reel goals a year. I think Wyatt Cullen's the kind of guy that's going to add to your highlight reels and to your point, Scott, that dynamic skill element. It feels like you need more of that in today's NHL. You need guys that are going to distribute pucks, that are going to make plays, be elusive, all these different things. And I think Wyatt Cullen is really, to me, only scratching the surface of what he's going to be.
Now, what's going to be interesting with Cullen next year, and with the context that Matt Cullen is working at the University of Minnesota, where he's going, he has been telling teams the plan is for the Gophers to use him at center. He's been a winger his entire time at the program. The Gophers apparently intend to use him down the middle. We'll see how that goes, but for an organization that lacks top 6 high-end center talent, something to keep in the back of your minds.
Yeah, that makes things very interesting.
2 years from now, too, we're going to see Joey Cullen, who might be the best 2010 in the world, up on stage with his dad as well.
Matt Cullen's a very popular guy, and
I don't know the 2010's good enough yet to say he's the best. He's the best.
It's what the people who know the 2010s tell me.
I've only seen Matthias Mahalik, and he's pretty good.
Chris Cullen's a guy, when you have one of these players who pops at all the big events, the tentpole events, the CHL and TDP game, the All-American Prospects game, Sometimes people look at that and they kind of look at it askance because they go, well, did he just play well at a couple specific games? Why are those games good measuring sticks, though?
Because everybody else is there. Because you're seeing one-to-one comparables. You're seeing him with the Caleb Malhotras and the Daxon Rudolphs and all the players that he's gone behind. But you're also seeing him in that environment. How does he elevate his team in those situations? And I think that was the thing that Corey talks about with why he was so much, he stood out so much. He was a guy, and you can make the argument that he maybe didn't elevate the team enough, but I think that was going to be a very hard task this year. I really like that he always showed up when the lights were brightest, because when you the NTDP, like their home games, there's not a lot of people there. They're kind of out of the way, like there's not a lot of energy. He goes into these environments, the lights turn on, and he plays his best. But he also plays really well in those other environments too. So it's not just a one-off thing. We see those events more easily because we're all there and everybody else is there. But I think this has been a trend that has been going really half the season.
When he got back and he was healthy towards the second half of the USHL season, he was excellent too. I mean, I kept getting messages from scouts who were going to those program games telling me how he was, just incredible, dynamic. Like that's the way I was hearing him described in the second half of the season.
When I did my scout poll, multiple scouts said they had him top 6, top 7. So, and I'm sure that the Nashville Predators were amongst that group. Not just a dynamic one-on-one guy, and there is a little bit too much one-on-one with him too. Tremendous skater. So he does it at pace. He does it with his feet moving. He's not slowing it down in the way that a Gavin McKenna does. He can ramp it up as well.
Well, and the size, right? I mean, the growth spurt's a huge part of the story here with that too, and that's why it matters, is because it's one thing to be a good skater and really skilled, but when you get over that 6-foot barometer, it just matters to teams. It just does.
Big time.
Yeah. St. Louis Blues on the clock next, Corey, for their first of 4 picks. How do you think they approach this when you have 4 picks and really 3 and a 5-pick span here?
I mean, with all the wingers in their system, you got to imagine D and center are going to come to mind. Their general manager, Doug Armstrong, seemed to indicate they'll lean towards forwards with these picks, even with a guy like Malte Gustafsson on the board. We've heard them linked to Alex Command. Tynan Lawrence is still here. We'll see what direction they go on the forward front. But that would be my lean, and it is Tynan Lawrence at the 11th slot.
All right, Tynan Lawrence. This is an interesting one because this is a player who at various points was among the very top players in the class. When he was in the USHL with Muskegon, he looked like one of the top players in the class, maybe the top center in the class. He makes the midseason jump to Boston University. It doesn't go so well. Now, he still gets a pretty good landing spot. 11's is still a very good spot. What did you learn about Tynan Lawrence when he went to the NCAA? How much did it concern you?
I think you learned that it was just that there's a physical leap that still has to happen there. He's an excellent skater. He works very hard. Those things drove him in the USHL to a ton of success. Clark Cup MVP as a 16-year-old, the second player to do that other than Adam Fantilli. Just a tremendous USHL player as a 16-year-old. He was good, not great at the Hlinka, better at the Hlinka than he was at U18 Worlds for me. But then he just got pushed off of pucks a little bit early on. He was tremendous in his last couple of games there. You talk to Jay Pandolfo, talk to the staff at BU. They will tell you that at that last weekend that he played for BU, that's the Tynan Lawrence that they think they're getting next year. They still think he can come and have a 40-point full season in college hockey next year and be a top-end player there. Ironically, he's going to be playing with Caleb Malhotra, so they have a 1-2 center punch that they're going to have to figure out there. I think Caleb will get the leg up at BU like he did in the draft tonight. But just a very hardworking, decently skilled, fast player. And it's just the decision-making a little bit at times. He can tunnel vision. We saw it a lot, maybe too much at U18 Worlds where he was forcing it. And I think he felt he had to force it there, but he was really forcing it, skating into bad spots, turning over pucks. But then he works to go get it. And so scouts and coaches along the way have always been able to kind of live with that because he's just such an active, hardworking player.
Corey,
I think most scouts I talked to in December had him in their top 5.
Yeah.
I think him going to school, without a question, tanked his draft stock. If he would have gotten injured in November or December, he was going in the top 5 of this year's draft. But I think the college level did expose some minor hockey sense and offense questions that were lingering in his game that you kind of identified at times at the junior level, but I think were definitely exposed more at the collegiate level.
His backers, though, I read one of your scout surveys, and the name Dylan Larkin gets thrown around, and that's a reasonable. Those are the same flaws that you would say about Dylan Larkin. Is the sense elite? Is the playmaking elite? Maybe not. But when you have speed, when you have some size, and when you have the compete level, that it makes up for a lot, Chris.
Yeah, it really does. And I think the other thing is that the total body of work for him, he was the MVP of the Clark Cup playoffs in the USHL. He led at 16 years old, which, you know,
Another summer birthday.
Yeah, another summer birthday. Another guy that, but like, yeah, Adam Fantilli was a 16-year-old MVP in his year as well. So he was a little bit older at that point. But yeah, but you're also saying, like, this is a guy that has track record. There's something that we can point to. There's something we can kind of hang our hat on. And I think the thing about Tynan Lawrence that strikes me, you know, about is that I think next year at BU, I think we're going to see a big point boost. I think even though that they have some things to work out because they've lost some offense from their team last year. They've gained some guys. I think he's going to have a chance to be a big driver. And while Caleb Malhotra may end up getting the leg up, Tynan Lawrence has the head start. Yeah. And has shown it at the college level. So let's see how the transition goes for Caleb, because I think Tynan's going to be a little bit stronger and a little bit different with that experience.
I've talked about this before. I feel like every time he's been on a team, USHL, college, international, every head coach pigeonholes him into being the flank guy on the power play.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he has the vision to be that guy. He's shown it at times. He hasn't shown it at other times. I feel like with Xavier Villeneuve, with Malhotra, I wonder if you just make him the net front or the bumper guy, that you use his speed to go in and get the puck. I feel like he could have a lot more success in that kind of role as opposed to being the guy who has to touch the puck all the time and make all the plays.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break right there. We'll come back with the Devils pick at number 12. Stay with us. All right, we are back, and the New Jersey Devils, Chris, take Alexander Command. We talked about late risers earlier. Alexander Command, as much of a late riser as anybody, especially what he did at the World Under-18 Championship.
Big fans. We were talking about guys like Oliver Savanto and that next tier center, and then all of a sudden Alexander Command comes out of the Under-18 Worlds, and everybody's on him. I mean, this was a guy that was considering to go the college route. He ends up signing in Sweden to play pro next year. So he didn't have a lot of pro games. That was probably, one of the things where it's like, kind of wondering what he's going to be. This is a high compete player. This is a guy that's a two-way guy. He's physical. He can shoot the puck really well. He has a lot of things that he does at a high level. And I think that the thing is that motor, that compete, all those different things, he's not a number one center, but could potentially be a number two guy or a matchups guy or somebody that is going to play in a variety of roles for your team. I think if you're the New Jersey Devils, you've got some high-octane offensive performers. You need some guys that are going to be diggers and gophers and other things. And what's Nico Heischer's long-term future in the organization, other things like that. A lot of questions. Alexander Command is one of those guys. It feels like the floor is very high, but I still think that he's reaching ceiling here. And I like the player a lot.
Max, we talked off camera. You compared him to Marco Kasper, which I could really see that the dots being connected there.
Oh, yeah.
Kasper played SHL his draft year, played it very well, played men's world championships. I think there's a little bit higher level there, but they're close. And the play styles are very similar, and they don't go that far apart in their actual drafts.
And what the thing, I mean, I've covered Marco Kasper, right, his entire career. What coaches love about him is you can really put him in any situation. Yes, ideally, he's probably going to be some kind of matchup center here. But when you need a guy who, like Chris said, to kind of do the work, do some digging for your skill players, you can throw him up onto Jack Hughes' wing and ask him to go forecheck, dig below the goal line, be around the net to clean up some rebounds. These are all things that I think will suit Alexander Command.
Nobody in this draft class that I watched up front shed checks like he did. Like guys, he goes right through sticks. He stays over pucks. He's strong. The skill level, the playmaking isn't high end in the way that it is for the other forwards that we've already seen taken. But his ability to just hold on pucks, extend sequences, play off the cycle, that's a huge pro attribute.
He was excellent at the men's U18, centering the line with Elton Hermanson and Marcus Nordmark, both extremely skilled wingers who have chances to go tonight. But he was the center. He was doing all the dirty work, all the two-way play. Well, those guys, let's just say, are not known for that. And I had one scout make a remark that he was like a daycare teacher at times, but while still having to provide the offense, which he did. And I think the way he ended his season on such a high note was a selling point here for the New Jersey Devils, who now get a really great two-way player to add to their system.
Yep, and it's the versatility. I mean, you've seen it with the Devils and Dawson Mercer even too. Like, it's just good to have these players who you trust, who you think can do some of the harder elements of the game. New York Islanders are on the clock now here. This is an interesting one. The Islanders stole the show of last year's draft, right? They come out of it with Matthew Schaefer, who ends up being the Calder Trophy winner. They also come out of it with Victor Eklund. They also come out of it with Katon Verhoff. And yet, they're not a team that has really leaned full on into the rebuild here. So as they make this pick, it's going to be interesting. And it's going to be Matthew Schaefer actually announcing this pick, which is pretty fun. They're a team that we thought might be steering into a full rebuild. Now they look like a team that might be able to kind of rebuild on the fly, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a Matthew Schaefer fall into your lap, that's a big thing. And he obviously exceeded our expectations. So that's a pretty incredible thing, too. And now he's going to be the face of the franchise. Here's the guy that's going to help him out.
They don't have anything like Ethan Belchez. They have a ton of lefties in Romanov, Schaefer. They took Katon Verhoff last year. They've got a ton of left shot defensemen. That's what Malte Gustafsson represents. They don't have anything like Ethan Belchez. I wonder if he's the pick here.
Matthew Schaefer announcing it as we speak. It's Malte Gustafsson is the pick for the New York Islanders. So it's another left shot defenseman. This is fascinating. Now you have Matthew Schaefer, you have Katon Verhoff, you have Malte Gustafsson. Corey, how does Gustafsson slot in here?
Well, one of them's playing the right side, but I think you can do that. I think the left shots play the right side all the time in the NHL, and I just think maybe on a depth chart you didn't love it, but to me he was clearly the best player available right here. The big mobile defenseman. He's physical. He can make plays. He can, he has a really good defensive traits. I think people are going to look at his stat line and are not going to be impressed. Not huge points at the J20 level or in the SHL. Keep in mind, both his HV71 senior team and junior team were playing in the relegation round this year. So not a lot of help around him when he's playing in this club team. When he played with the national team, I thought he was the best defenseman at the U18 World Championships, outshining names like a Katon Verhoff, who goes ahead of him in this year's draft. Really impressive two-way player. I think he projects as a top four defenseman in the NHL. And while he doesn't quite have the nastiness and the offensive Katon Aitchison, I would argue he even defends better than Katon Aitchison.
Oh yeah,
And
no
more
And
question.
I think he's got every bit that, maybe not the true meanness, like Katon Aitchison is an enemy.
Katon actually does not like you
Yes.
at all. Yeah,
But
yeah.
he's an extremely physical, competitive, shot blocking size.
Yeah.
That's his identity.
If and when this core reaches the playoffs with Gustafsson 6'4.5", Katon Aitchison 6'1.5", but he plays like he's 6'4", Matthew Schaefer at 6'2" with the absolute dynamic traits, that's going to be one heck of a blue line
Yeah.
to contend against in the postseason.
Yeah, and I think you have to feel, if you're the Islanders, I think you have to feel fortunate that there was a player of that caliber in this range, because I view Gustafsson firmly in that group of 14 players, which basically, outside of Alexander Command, who really started to disrupt and become into that group late, the only one left that I haven't seen called yet is Ethan Belchetz, as a guy that I felt like was kind of firmly in the vast majority of top 14, top 15s. That's, we're seeing it. So now you get this premium defenseman who really wasn't that far off from the guys that went several picks ahead of him now. Gustafsson is another huge building block for this team.
I had multiple teams tell me in advance of the draft when I did my poll that they had Malte Gustafsson ahead of one of those 5D, whether it was Daxon Rudolph, whether it was Katon Verhoff. There were teams that felt that he belonged in that group.
As we turn to Columbus here, they have been a team I have heard linked to Ethan Belchetz throughout this process. That doesn't mean they're going to pick him. And I think that Belchetz, who we once thought of as a potential top 5 pick, is here still at pick 14. Speaks to some of maybe the hockey sense, the skating concerns. He didn't have a tremendous offensive season. He had a good offensive season. But if I was to bet, I would say that this might be where his slide stops.
And Belchetz is exactly what they need. They need that big sort of power winger. Belchetz didn't have the draft year that many imagined he would. He frankly ran a little hot and cold over both of his 2 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
This is a kid who had a 6-point game in his second ever game as a 16-year-old, first overall pick in the OHL. And I think it was a 6-point game in his second ever game with the Windsor Spitfires. Got off to hot starts this year. He had 10 goals in his first 13 games this year, and then just hit a bit of a lull. He was brutal at the CHL USA series,
And the Hlinka.
Benched, yeah.
and
I think he was brutal, but he wasn't good.
yeah, he wasn't a standout. I thought he tied for the scoring lead on that Team Canada, but that Team Canada was brutal.
Not great.
But just very, very skilled. Then he broke his collarbone, and everything kind of got sidetracked in the second half. We'll see whether he's fully healthy, sort of coming into development camp and then beyond at Michigan State, where he's committed. But just a very, very skilled, big, strong kid.
I have one question for you guys, Chris Scott. When I saw Ethan when he was a 16-year-old, talk to him, you saw just how much of a mammoth of a man he already was. Like, he looked like he was, 220, 230 of pure muscle. We're going to have this conversation with Nazar Privilov next year, who has the kind of same build. You guys view that as a positive or a negative when a guy is that physically developed already at 16 years of age?
I definitely take note of it, and I think that there's a huge opportunity for the player to continue to grow, but you have to see evidence of that. I do think we saw some of that this year. But the thing about Ethan, and it's a good point, because when a player develops early, they are naturally, he was a number 1 pick in the OHL draft. He's naturally more physically advanced than his peers. You have to develop more of your game around that, which I think he did. And actually this year, I felt sometimes he didn't play big enough in games, where last year I never really got that feeling from him.
I saw him play in Saginaw and Brantford early on this season in back-to-back weekends. Coming out of both of those weekends, speaking with scouts at the arena, speaking with NCAA coaches who were there to watch him play, there was talk at that point when he got off to that 10 goals in 13 game stretch. There was talk about, and they don't even take him. They take Oscar Hemming here. But there was talk about Belchetz as a top 5
who
pick.
Who argues a better skating version of Belchetz.
I was just going to say, a lot of the things you guys are talking about with Belchetz apply to Oscar Hemming here, who, to Corey's point, maybe a better skater. He's another guy who joins college mid-season, Corey, and he has a really positive, I think, trend from going to Boston College.
6'4", like I said, the feet are a positive. The offense is, started. He got a couple of points there early in the year, then he kind of faded into the conference games as the season went on, but came in in hot in the middle of the year. Really strange season where he tried to leave Finland to go play Major Junior. A contract dispute with his Finnish team held him up. So because the federations wouldn't allow the transfer, he ends up playing college hockey, which isn't governed by any federations. A lot of legal mumbo jumbo just to say he had a strange season, didn't play a lot of hockey. But he is very talented. He has shown offense at the Holinka Gretzky when he played Finland Junior the year prior to go with a really high level of physicality. I can see the path for him to become a top 6 power winger in the National Hockey League.
Him and Lawrence kind of went in opposite directions a little bit in terms of their college seasons. His first few weekends, he was outstanding. Hemming on those first 3 or 4 weekends in college was an immediate impact player. Then he had some learning to do. It kind of went the opposite direction with Lawrence, where Lawrence struggled early and then figured it out late. A lot to like about the skating, the power, the presence. I did hear that teams were looking into an injury concern about him over the last few days. That was one thing that came across my desk, if you will. I don't know how serious it is, but there was at least an injury question with him. But that you're betting on the profile and the speed and the skating and the size.
The other interesting thing about Oscar Hemming is he is a symbol of kind of our new era in hockey, where he was under contract and decided to leave home. And the IIHF has transfer rules that don't allow you to play. So he didn't play at the under-18 Worlds because he was suspended. He could not play due to this dispute that is ongoing. That is why we keep hearing the different kind of things about, the NCAA is not beholden to that transfer agreement, which has become a competitive advantage at this point for them. So that's one other thing about Oscar Hemming, why he's such an intriguing player, because his is a path that is something that other European players are going to look at as opportunities. Now, it may end up sacrificing your international duty, which is a bridge that a lot of them won't cross, but it is something to watch out for. But Hemming now, he was one of those guys, like outside of Belchet's, that was the next guy who was in that 15 group, even ahead of command. And so it's not really surprising to see him here. And, Columbus certainly needs the size. They need the skating. They need the skill. They've gotten it now. So intriguing player on so many levels.
He was excellent in the Holinka last summer, too. That
Huge,
top line.
And that was all we had for several months. And that was a good, at that point, we were like, if he doesn't play a second, he's still going in the first round.
Columbus, by the way, I mean, we talk about the power profile here. They just traded for a guy who is a kind of ready-made addition of the same thing into their lineup in Valeri Nichushkin. That's one of the more underrated trades of the last week. I mean, Nichushkin goes from Colorado. And look, there's been ups and downs on and off the ice for Nichushkin the last few years. But for a Columbus team that I think that there's a lot of urgency to win there, getting Nichushkin into their lineup is a pretty big move this week.
Huge. And I mean, like the kind of player that can make a real difference for you down and also change the way you play. You think about having Fantilli and other guys that are going to be, that's going to be a really hard team to play against. Hemming fits into that too. That's the other thing, is now you're seeing a little bit more of the structure of what Columbus is going to look like. Now, the whole Zach Werenski thing hanging over the organization right now, that's not a small thing. That's a seismic thing. The fact that there was talk that might not get done until after the draft, and now we're here, they're making picks. That's seismic, and that hangs over the organization at this point. So a lot left to be determined there.
St. Louis back on the clock now with the second of their picks, Corey. I mean, we've talked a lot about Belches. I have to imagine he very much has St. Louis Blues type of traits.
Yeah, so you got to imagine, and especially with these 2 picks here, you got to imagine he being in their wheelhouse. And like we said, the 11th pick, it seems like their strategy going into this draft, according to their general manager Doug Armstrong, if it's close, take the forward. And you got to imagine that I don't even know what defenseman would be close to him at this point, quite frankly.
And we talked a lot about them having a plethora of wingers there. They're all right shots. Like Jimmy Snuggerud, right shot. Him being a lefty, I think, factors in.
And it sounds like Robert Thomas is here to stay now. So now you have Dvorsky, you have Tynan Lawrence. All of a sudden, an organization where you said, I don't know about the center depth, doesn't look like it has that much of an issue. I'm not saying it's amazing center depth, but I wouldn't call it an issue right now.
St. Louis is actually the next 2 teams on the clock here because they have both 15 and 16. Again, 16 in that Kyrou trade. I just want from each of you, do they make both picks here in short succession? Scott first?
Looks like it.
Corey?
I always say you have the picks till you don't. I hate trade rumors. They're making the picks.
Chris?
Yeah, they're going to pick. I mean, unless we're not hearing something, which is possible.
We're
not hearing anything at this point. We're talking to you guys here, and thanks to everybody that's been watching. But really, I think if you're the Blues and you see a Belchetz at this range, I mean, how excited are you? I feel like he just fits into that whole dynamic. And the one thing that I will say about that player, and we'll talk about it more once we see if they actually pick him, he needs to find his identity soon, because I think there were times where this year where he was the skill scorer and times where he was the bully. He needs to find a way to combine both. And he will be a great player with that.
We did a mock draft on the Athletic Hockey Show a couple weeks ago, and I had both Blues picks at the time, the 2, 11 and 15, and I thought maybe you could float Malti Gustafsson, not take him at 11, and because there was the left shot D with the Islanders, the New Jersey Devils, a lot of defensemen, although they just traded away Simon Nemeth earlier this week, and even the Columbus Blue Jackets have some young left side defensemen behind Zach Werenski. I think that calculus certainly changes with all the Werenski stuff, but I did wonder if that was a way St. Louis might try to approach this and get Gustafsson here. Now that Gustafsson's off the board, Corey, I mean, the board would heavily favor going forward.
Yeah, I guess like the next defenseman would be Ryan Lynn, be Tommy Blale, but I don't think they fit in this range. I would guess they're more 20s guys. So there's going to be forwards here. Which forwards? I don't know. It could be, Belchez. It could be Elton Hermanson. It could be Gleb Pugachev. I think that's Savanto still on the board. He's a really
Another
good center.
Yep.
We'll see what direction they go here. I'm not sure if a trade's going on or not, because the clock's been at 0 here for quite some time, and maybe they aren't making both picks.
Here it is. Elliot Friedman reporting that Mason McTavish is being traded to St. Louis here. So
how about that?
Yeah, and 15 is one of the picks going. So we were all wrong. And also, to everybody saying, look at the chat. I am looking at the chat, and they were trying to help us.
So that's bad hosting by me, putting you all in a position to be wrong consecutively in a row when the information was out there.
I see you. Yes, chat. I see you.
I said you don't make picks until you. I said you have picks until you don't have them, and now
we
don't
have
them.
Mason McTavish in St. Louis. I mean, that's a huge development here for the St. Louis Blues.
So let me correct my statement. They have good center depth now.
Lawrence and McTavish changes the look of that team down the middle, big time moving forward.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. And now if you're Anaheim, does this make that decision easy for you here? At 15.
You got to imagine that's what they're trading in for, right? Like, I'm looking at the premium guys left. Belchez I don't want to say seems to be obvious. Maybe it is Savanto. There's a lot of scouts who love Savanto.
Yeah, but man, that's
a center goes out. You might need a center going back in.
I don't think you can take Savanto over Ethan.
I could see it.
The Ducks, I'll say this, like the Ducks forward prospects, I think we talked about how good San Jose's young players are. The Ducks forward prospects are competitive with it. When you talk about, and I'll include young players when I say prospects, but you talk about Leo Carlson, Beckett Seneca, Cutter Gauthier. These are some really, really talented players who also have size. Ethan Belchez fits that like a glove, and he has the meanness factor at a level. Seneca at times, I think, plays with a little edge, but Belchez different
But we
level.
keep mentioning his name. The issue is his skating. Everyone's really worried about a 6'5" guy with really heavy boots.
Yeah.
It's hard to get, he's still a really good player, but I think it's not just, it's the offense had not been elite in junior, and the skating is a significant issue. Those are two red flags that despite all the positives in the body and the physicality and that there is some secondary skill there, I think coming into this year, we thought there would be legit skill. Like you heard the names Rick Nash being thrown around with him. He doesn't have that. I think he's shown he does not have that level of instincts, the level of skill. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone says he's like a middle 6 wing. I don't think that. I think he could be a top 6 wing. He reminds me a lot of Alexei Protas, but I can see how teams would arrive at that conclusion.
The challenge for me is that if you're passing on him and you're taking in Oliver Savanto, you're also not taking a player with top 6 skill. There aren't many players with top 6 skill left.
Yeah, well, maybe not worse, but it's not much better.
And the guys who do have top 6 skill have, whether you're a Klepov or a Hermanson, there are questions with those. We're just at that point in the draft now.
Herbert too. Oh yeah, actually that is a name I think could go here.
Oh wow.
So we'll see.
Corey, to your point, though, about Belchez and the skating, I think that goes back to the point you made to Chris earlier about the physical development and where it is in the process. When you have a tall guy, I don't get too worried about the skating at 17 usually because muscle makes a big difference. I think about some of the Michael Rasmussen's a guy that I've covered for a lot of years in Detroit. Skating got way better as he added muscle. Belch's muscle is kind of already there, and that that might make you feel
and
like
that
there's
the
less
the physical development of the player also, like, you know, he's a player that has had a lot of the advantages of the different, you know, training opportunities and other things, like where he's done the extra stuff to get to that level as well. And so you're losing some, you may be losing some upside, you may be losing some ceiling there,
but it's just a rare profile.
It could be Logan Brown too if the skating doesn't come out. Now he doesn't. He competes way harder than Brown. But I just mean in terms of the skating at the size, that is a risk.
We saw Ethan Belch's head-to-head against Ryan Rubrick early in the season. You and I, we went to Windsor. At the time, those were two top 15-ish prospects in the class. Belch's blew him out of the water. He was awesome. I think he had like 3 points. There was skill. There was playmaking. I understand that wasn't every viewing on him, but when I've seen it, it's really hard to unsee it. And I think NHL scouts are similar.
Some of those games I saw early in the year, he was playing on a line with Liam Greentree, a 19-year-old first-round pick, and Jack Nesbitt, 12th overall pick a year ago. He was in both of those early viewings I had of him on the road. He was way better than both of them.
Yeah, we'll see. My guess is this is Belchez, and I think Hurlburt has a chance to go here. But I would guess that this is Belchez. Like
might not be two more different players in the class.
Yeah, I know. Like that. Yeah, and I mean, just in terms of where guys fit, and Hurlburt doesn't strike me as their style, but at the same time, you know, Martin Madden is one of those guys that doesn't probably get talked a lot about in terms of, like, he's been at the big jobs in the NHL. He has a really good track record. I mean, you look at their drafts in the last several years, the way that they have reformatted their team, and the fact that they were so competitive this year is a huge credit to the work that they've done behind the scenes as well. So Pat Verbeek has obviously, you know, come in and made a lot of different changes here. But yeah,
they got the 29th too.
So they get two of St. Louis's 4 picks. St. Louis only has one more pick left. It's going to be the next one at 16 after Anaheim goes.
I love Mason McTavish. I think he got a bad rap in Anaheim. Like, I'm not saying, I understand there's some issues there with his consistency, but I mean I think that was a really nice move there for St. Louis. So it's hard to get impact centers, and I'm not saying McTavish is an impact center. He was a healthy scratch towards the end of the year, but I think he's got the potential to be a top 2-line centerman. And we always say they don't become available that often. One may have just become available.
Well, and Trevor Zegras last year, we just saw a young player who had struggled in Anaheim. He goes to Philly, and he really is transformed in new surroundings. It doesn't go that way with every player, and certainly Trevor Zegras had already showed us a little bit. How about this? This is not one we were expecting here.
Different.
Now, this is actually not that different from JP Herbert. So I think Corey's point there still kind of holds. The Ducks take Nikita Klepov, the leading scorer from the OHL this year, Scott.
Klepov had an excellent year. He's another Michigan State guy. Not the Michigan State guy, maybe an Ethan Belchez that we thought was going to get picked here. But there were teams over the course of this season that I spoke to, scouts that I spoke to with NHL clubs, who viewed him as a top 10 talent in this draft class. That doesn't mean you take him there, but from a pure skill, craft, playmaking, creativity, ability over the puck, half wall on the power play, he's a pretty unique player in this range. The players with those attributes are already gone by and large. And so from a pure skill standpoint, extremely interesting.
The reason why I suspected Hurlburt and why they went with Klepov is I believe there was this I believe they did want to try and add skill in this draft. Belchez, well, I think he could be a top 6 forward. I don't think he's a power play guy in the NHL. I don't think he's a legit top 6 skill type. Klepov is. He was excellent this year. I just saw him at the Gold Star camp last week. He was the best player there. High-end skill, high-end brain, good skater. Absolutely has a trajectory to being like a second, third line wing who can help a power play.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting one on a number of levels, but getting that high-end skill, he was a guy that I think had a little bit more late buzz going both ways. There was polarizing opinions of the player. Some people don't love the compete. Some people don't love some of the other attributes. There's a lot of questions. Now, he's an interesting one too. He played for Team USA at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. Did not play for them at the World Under-18 Championship.
He's saving it for Russia.
Exactly. And so, that was a bit of a tell. Not saying that really means anything for his development, but it was kind of this interesting thing. But he was part of the team and a important, integral player to the first U.S. team that won the first Hlinka Gretzky Cup for them in over 20 years. And so he was a big part of that and really took a lot of pride in that. You go to the playoffs and other things, and that was where I saw a couple of the concerns. It wasn't amazing in the postseason this year, and that's why I'm at least a little bit surprised by this pick just because of, the way that the Ducks have kind of structured their picks. But if you wanted to add skill, there aren't a ton of guys in this class that are better at him in those hand skill categories, including a really nice release on his shot.
Michigan State has one of the deepest forward groups in the country for next year, and I know they have him penciled in as a top 6 guy as a freshman. Like they view him as a PP1 guy for them next year on a team that's loaded with guys that want one of those roles.
Corey, who was your comp on Klepov?
I thought of Bjorkstrand. I thought of Jordan Eberle. Like I just thought like these really cerebral, skilled goal scorers. The athletic traits don't jump out. The compete doesn't jump out, but it's good enough. Like I think he's got a chance to be a 20, 25 goal scorer, 50 points in the NHL. A guy who really helps the lineup. Now, what I think would be the season he had was pretty rare for an OHL rookie. So I could buy the argument the projection is higher. I would guess if you ask the Ducks, they think they just got a top 6 wing, a potential guy who could be a first power play guy if things really go well. I couldn't get all the way there, but I can see the argument for sure.
I ask the kids every year, about 50 to 60 kids, the same question every year as part of my player poll. The question is, who is the most skilled player that you've played against in the draft? Not necessarily the best player, but from a pure skill standpoint, who's the first name that comes out to you in your draft class? He got more votes than Caleb Malhotra amongst the OHL kids this year. That's the kind of talent that
he had a better year. He was a first team All-Star in the OHL this year. I don't think Malhotra was even on any of the All-Star teams.
The skating, Corey, I mean, that would be the one thing that when I watched him, I think you graded it average.
It's good enough. It's not for 6-0, it's not like this elite twitchiness, elite quickness, but I think it's good enough.
Yeah. All right, so now St. Louis back on the clock here. And I feel like, we've been talking about Ethan Belches for 15 minutes straight now here. I almost don't even know what to ask you guys anymore. But if he's not off the board yet, do you think the injury is the biggest reason for this? I mean, how do you size this up, Scott?
I think it's a combination of the lost time and people falling in love with other guys. I think that's just a natural thing to happen over the course of the season. But it's also what they saw of him at the end. Those weekends that I talked about earlier in the show, those early weekends where he was blowing people away and people were talking about him as a potential top 5 pick in this class, that's a long, long time ago now. And even before the injury, before he got knocked up, that last sort of 3-4 weeks in the OHL plus the CHL USA and TDP series, he just wasn't his best. And I think that those viewings have maybe lingered with scouts.
If St. Louis uses their 4 picks to get Mason McTavish, Tynan Lawrence, and Ethan Belches, it's hard not to walk away from this draft thinking they just, like the Sharks, they just fundamentally changed their organization.
That's big praise. I mean, in Mason McTavish, the fit in St. Louis, I think he can slot right in too. And you have, Tynan Lawrence in drafting him, he's probably 2 years away.
I would
say. But McTavish slots into the top 9 today.
Right now, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. I mean, and yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to the Blues for maximizing their assets.
And it's Maddox Dagenet going instead.
Chris, this is one of your guys.
I love Maddox Dagenet. Like he is listed as a center, more likely to play wing. I think a lot of teams see him as a wing, but he's a 6'4" guy with skill. And I think the thing is, when you have the size skill combination, when you have shown enough grit and compete, which is the one thing we need to see more consistently from him on a game-to-game basis, but when he is at his peak of his game, he is competitive, he is able to score, and he's able to get to the interior. He does a lot of those things well. I think he's going to be a really good player here. He was pretty high on my list as well. One of my favorites in this class because that 6'4" frame with hands.
And he can skate.
And my comp for him was Alex Tuch. I don't think Alex Tuch's top-end skating is better, but I would say that Maddox Dagenet has put himself into a category where I think he's going to be a potential 30-goal scorer with the shot that he has, with the ability to do the things he's done. Now, he's expected to go back to Quebec next year. He did explore the NCAA option. He's decided to go back to Quebec, where they should have a pretty loaded team and a team that's going on a bit of a run, or has a chance to go on a bit of a run in the QMJHL, and he's going to be a leader for that team. And I think that's a good solution. And obviously the Blues have Justin Carbonneau, who they allowed to go back to the QMJHL, had a great season as a leader of a team that went on a deep run.
You said 30-goal NHL score. He was a point per game in the Q this year. Didn't really score a lot as an underage. It was good, not great. Guys who don't really light up the Q rarely tend to become premium NHL scorers. Why do you think he's a 30-goal scorer?
The hands. I mean, the hands. The hands are absolutely hands at the size are a separating factor. I think the hockey sense is good enough. I
don't
also don't think Quebec.
it's good.
I don't think Quebec. I think it's good enough. I just, I don't think that the Quebec team that he was on this season was necessarily going to be one that allowed him to produce at a high level either. It was a very interesting year in the QMJHL. A lot of very weird results across the board. But I think this is a player that, okay, if you don't love the hockey sense, everything else is there.
He's a good player. Like I said, I do have some concerns on whether you just got like this third line banging forward, maybe a center, maybe a wing. Still a good player, NHL player, valuable player type. But his lack of offense, and I thought at the U18s, his hockey sense got exposed a little bit for me too.
At times, yeah, I would say that's fair.
Corey, what would be the difference between Maddox Dagenais and a guy who I know you like a little bit more, who you could maybe similar profile, Gleb Pugachev?
Well, one's Russian, one isn't, so the risk profile is different for teams, whether people like to hear that or not. I think Pugachev is the most physical player in the draft. So I think
unbelievable athlete.
Yeah, and the way he crushes guys, I think would be a distinction there. But I think with Dagenais, he is bigger. He is about an inch bigger, a little bit more of a natural goal scorer. So I think that's the difference. Both are really good players. Both, I think, play in the NHL, second, third line type of player. Do we got a trade here right now?
I don't know. There's not that big buzzy trade graphic behind Gary Bettman, but he's announcing something.
LA, I think, is targeting a center. I think that's been my understanding, and Savanto's still on the board.
Oh, they're announcing the GM of the year. So let's, yeah, but
and this is the guy who's the GM of the year, by the way. Eric Tulsky is the general manager of the year.
Exactly. Not even a finalist. Chris McFarland isn't even the GM.
He can have the Athletic Hockey Show award for GM of the year, and then the NHL award will be announced. In a second.
So
here.
yeah, it's Eric. Yeah, but looks like it's going to be Bill Guerin. So anyway, we move on. But the other thing I will say too about Maddox Dagenais, I mean, I have Ethan Belchetz ahead of him, and that's the other thing. It's like, as much as I love Maddox Dagenais, I do look at Ethan Belchetz as the potential better fit for the Blues here. So while I do love the player, I think that this is very intriguing that Belchetz is still there. This
has been the one issue for me with Dagenais, and I know talking to teams, they shared this concern. Is he for sure an NHL center?
No,
I
don't think he is. No, I think he's a wing.
If you told me he's a center, I buy at a 16.
Chris Compton to Tuck's not a center.
Yeah, I think Tuck has more skill, more hockey, more playmaking in his game.
He might have more playmaking in his game, but I think the skill is pretty high end for Dagenais.
So that's the big differentiation between you two. It's the sense, it's the vision.
Yeah, I mean,
I have
think
vision,
the skill.
he doesn't.
We mentioned it earlier in the show too, but I do think the concussions with Dagenais were in the back of some teams' minds in this process. He's had a couple each year here. So
at the risk of making this the Ethan Belchetz hour here, Corey, you just mentioned LA needing a center. I look at Washington. I think Washington needs a center. Ethan Belchetz could slide a little bit here. I mean, Utah at 19 feels like a place that he would be a great fit, but this is getting pretty late.
I think you got to abandon plans sometimes if a certain asset comes in front of you. And I love Oliver Savanto, but I think he's probably a third line center.
Yeah.
And so I think you got to balance that. What do you think Belchetz really projects? Do you think he's a third line wing, power wing?
I think he's a top. I think I like him more than everyone on the panel. Belchetz, that is. Now, you guys will certainly watch more than I do.
I think I can see the argument for Savanto over him, but I think if you start getting to that next tier of centers, Brooks Rogowski, Jack Hextall, then I think you're really starting to squeeze me a little bit to take some of those guys ahead of Belchetz.
It is Bill Guerin as the Jim Gregory GM of the Year award. And look, Bill Guerin had a great year, certainly, especially if you factor in the Olympics of it all, right? And maybe you can. I don't know if you're supposed to in the voting for this, but he pulls off the Quinn Hughes trade, and obviously he GMs Team USA to a gold medal.
Is that part of the criteria?
I don't know, but it's certainly changing the NHL landscape pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think just making the Quinn Hughes trade alone is a big move. It's a franchise changing moment. It's takes a lot of fortitude to make a decision like that. And so I think, that's probably going to get honored more years. But you think about, I go back to this, it should be a cumulative award probably. Certainly. And not an annual award. Because if you say, okay, well, Eric Tulsky turned an awful situation with the Mikko Rantanen situation, turning it into Logan Stankoven. And I thought, well, they got the third best player in that deal. But he just helped them win a Stanley Cup. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
And the Carolina Hurricanes just won a Stanley Cup and have have a first round pick in the next 3 drafts.
That is, I actually was not aware. I was seriously not aware that you could go and win a Stanley Cup without trading your first round pick. I did not know that.
I really don't care what the GM of the award, but I do GM of the year award. I do care what LA is about to do here. So what if they went Savanto here? What would you guys think with Belchez still on the board?
I wouldn't like it.
They're not far apart on my list.
LA needs
They are
impact
on
guys. LA needs now. Savanto's young and he's a center, and I get that there's
And
positional premium.
Kopitar's gone now. There's no centers at the amateur level, and they're going to need center help at the NHL
Where
level
LA
too.
stands with Kopitar retiring, they need something to go really, really right for them to get back into contention, right? Especially they're in a division with the Anaheim Ducks. They're in a division with the San Jose Sharks. This is a break, much like Chase Reid going to the Seattle Kraken. This is the kind of break that the Los Angeles Kings need, and I feel like true power skill wingers in the NHL have become as hard to find as centers.
I don't think
our commenters think you're like a Belchez truther right now.
I am a Belchez truther. It's fine.
I just don't think Suvanto makes any plays. Like for a 6'3",
harsh.
for a 6'3" center, his game offensively is extremely vanilla.
He did have a brutal second half.
I would be
what do you have, like 0 goals in like 15 junior games in Finland?
I would be
I
just
get
doesn't
that.
produce.
I
yeah.
would be shocked.
He produced
if
in
he's
pros.
Well,
He didn't produce against
not
pros.
really.
For a guy
In
who's
that
a week
league?
away of being 27 eligible, he produced with the national team. Like he was one of their best players at the World Juniors. Still think
That's true. That's true.
I know it's true. Thank you.
Well, you had to make one good point. It's been a while.
Well, we're losing Steve here. And
We're getting punchy.
I will say about Savanto, first game of the season, NHL season starting, Hlinka Gretzky. First game of the year I go to was Canada versus Finland. Canada has their plethora of first rounders on the ice, including Ethan Belchez. Savanto was the best player in that game. He dominated Team Canada and all their great defensemen, Carls, Rudolph, Verhoff, Ryan Lynn. He pinned them in their end. Landon DuPont was on that team.
That was 10 and a half months ago.
Okay, I'm aware what the summer was, but my point is there is...
What's the best case scenario for him? Like, what's the best case scenario for his progression?
I think like Shane Pinto, because Pinto's also not a great skater. The
Selke
offense
finalist,
is...
I think, or Selke candidate at least.
Got votes.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's, I mean...
What if they take neither
You
of
look
them
at Lundell when he was a late birth in his draft year. You look at this guy who's a couple days away from being eligible for next year's draft. I don't think with you separate them by 12 months, Lundell was ahead, but I don't think he was dramatically ahead. But now there's a trade.
All right, there's a trade being announced. We'll see what that's going to be.
Oh.
Utah Mammoth have traded up.
Oh.
I just said this would be a pretty good. Utah would be a pretty good spot for Ethan Belchez.
Hey, you guys want Belchets here? You want Belchets?
I mean, he fits what they want to a T.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, Bill Armstrong's probably salivating right now to get a 6'5" winger with legit skill.
The
and
team that
offense.
already has Lawson Krause on their team.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, and Daniel
Daniel
Boots.
Boot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I mean,
Cole,
they've got
Cole Beaudoin down the middle.
Yeah,
They are going to
I
be.
mean-
They are going to be a big, mean team to play.
which is
against.
great because then you still have Cooley and you have Keller. You have that balance. Like that's the
You
thing
have
that I
TJ
think.
Ginla, you have Caleb Desnoyers.
Yeah, I mean they've got so much.
Yeah,
coming up.
I mentioned San Jose earlier, but I think once you get past San Jose, you're talking about Utah in terms.
They're in the conversation
If
for
you
sure.
were Utah, I mean, Utah's already made the playoff here. If you're Utah, would you try to make like a splash trade this summer? Would you be willing to deal from the top of it to go after one
I think
of the
they're
top
ready
players?
to turn a corner. You saw they were like a top 10 possession team last year. Get a little bit more consistent goaltending. Get a high impact, high scoring player into that lineup, and you see some of those young kids come along. You got to imagine some of those locomotive Russians, Dmitry Simashev, Daniel Boot, Maverick Lamrou, are going to start pushing here soon. I think they're close to becoming a contender.
I'm talking about dealing from that class of player though. Boot, Simashev.
Yes, I mean, but they have
maybe
so
even
many of them.
Denway. Yeah.
Lamoureux could play on the team next year for all we know. So, not all these kids are going to play. Scott was saying to us earlier that he thinks TJ Ginla's on the team next year.
I think they think TJ Ginla's
Caleb
on the team
Well, they
next
just
year.
traded Paterka probably for-
Caleb Desnoyers, 4th overall pick, probably thinks he's close. There's always so many roster spots on a team. Last I checked.
That's true.
Tucson Roadrunners are going to be fun to watch next year, if nothing else. I mean, like this is really
On FloHockey.
On FloHockey, yeah, exactly right. Thank you very much, Scott. For
Michigan State's probably thrilled if they take Belchez because they'll wait at least 2
Oh,
years.
they'll give him
I
time
think
in
on
college.
him.
Yeah. They don't have any.
yeah,
any
I mean,
need to rush him.
you have to think like, I mean, it just seems like a Bill Armstrong pick.
But so could
you
be
know.
Pugachev. I mean, frankly, like
That's
Corey,
the-
I think you had Pugachev tiered in the same.
Watch them come up again like Liam Ruck or something like that.
Yeah, if they go small and skilled, and they're like, yeah, we gotta have
I've
this
heard
guy.
they like Ryan Lynn. So
Well,
you
they
can add that
actually
in.
did just in the Paterka trade. Didn't they just get a pick that they could use to go Ruck?
I mean, 45 was it 45 that they got?
No, they got another one in the first from Boston.
Yeah.
23, I think it is.
23,
So now we're
You're on Ruck watch.
we're on Ruck.
This,
Are we on
this
Ruck
would be
watch?
early, right? This would be early.
Be
for
really.
the Rucks.
This would be pretty early.
I think we're getting there. I think it's early-ish, but we're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is Belchet's is still on there.
Exactly.
Pugachev is still there.
And when you trade up, it has to be somebody you're super passionate about. It's not just someone you like. And you got to imagine, if you think about what the Utah Mammoth tend to prioritize, you got to imagine they're not just happy to get Belchet.
Washington tends to prioritize stuff like this too. I mean, the team that employs Tom Wilson, they have both pro.
Washington also has about 500 wingers. So.
Yeah.
So you could. My point is, you could tell a pretty good story that okay, Utah didn't think that one of those two guys, whether it's Pugachev or Belchet, is getting past Washington, and they had to jump Washington to go get him. Let's see what Gary Bettman has to say.
This is riveting. Here we go.
He's slow playing me. He's messing with me.
This is bated breath. What's happening?
This is great television.
He's
Here we
thanking
go.
people. All right, that's fine. We'll go back to talking about it. The Utah Mammoth, though, Chris, this is my question about the Mammoth. When you have Logan Cooley and Dylan Genther, and these are kind of your next wave of stars, they keep Nick Schmaltz, right?
Yeah.
Is this a team that can kind of merge those cores successfully? And you know, as you break in all these young players that we're talking about, you kind of still have established NHL scoring talent that can carry the load until they're ready to be impact guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's kind of the way it feels like they're building is like, and it's also like, interestingly, like how many of those guys are, you know, a lot of them are former Coyotes now coming into the original Mammoth guys that are, you know, part of this organization. There's a lot of things at play there. I mean, you think of what they're doing as an organization as a whole, building a new practice facility, starting to really sow their oats a little bit here as an NHL franchise. There will be that transitional phase, but gosh, that group that they still have now is so good where it feels like, hey, we're buying ourselves some time with some of these players. We're getting those guys like, you know, Denoye, whether or not he's on the team next year, Tige, whether he's or not he's on the team next year, they're, you know, no more than 2 years away, it would feel like. So they've got a lot of good things going right here. And this is an organization that I think is definitely building momentum in a market that is ripe for some real growth. And so I'm excited to see it. And obviously, you know, I think any of us want to see hockey continue to grow throughout the country, but like, you know, they've got a lot of work to do still to just continue to build that relationship.
Have you been to see a game there yet?
I haven't been there yet, but like that, I'm very much looking forward to.
I had been to Salt Lake one time before, and I liked it, right? I mean, the mountains are an easy sell. I was really impressed with Salt Lake City there, and I was really impressed with the passion of the fan base. I was walking around, and I think I counted like 9-10 different player names on the back of jerseys in that area.
Yeah.
Like that market has really taken to the man.
Yeah, and I think you just you enhance that relationship here as we get ready to see who they ultimately
The long
are going to
anticipated
select.
Utah Mammoth
Yeah,
pick.
good thing we didn't just stop talking.
Sit there in silence and
Yeah,
wait for that whole
yeah,
promo reel. Was that Patrice Bergeron? I don't know.
Yeah,
why
so this was
the time for that
so
reel.
the group that's announcing the pick is from the team that was had that tragedy in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, who one of the players had lost family members in a shooting, and they're now announcing the pick. So they did get a visit from Patrice Bergeron, and I'm sure that they were slotted to make a pick here in the middle of the period range, and then also the players have been the ones handing the players, doing the runners and handing the players the jerseys and all those different things. Because normally the team would
That's
have
really cool.
their own representative, but these guys are there wearing their jerseys. I mean, a remarkable story. And yeah, just it was really cool to see Patrice Bergeron, obviously a lot of Bruins fans in that group in Rhode Island, to go do that. So now we're getting a great moment on the draft floor, which is really, we've seen some really great emotional moments over these last couple of years. And now we're getting a chance to see, this is a big moment for Utah as well, and they're going to be part of this emotional moment.
Absolutely.
And here's the pick. And it's coming.
We'd been clicking at a pace here, and that pace
Has dwindled.
The trades really changed the
yeah.
pace. Yeah, for sure. Starting with St. Louis
Yeah,
at 15, that trade, they go all the way on the clock, or actually past probably the clock, and then we reset here. But this is, you can tell, like, the emotion in the audience, a really touching moment. Even though I don't have the audio on, I can't really hear what's being said. The
Matt.
reactions tell you the story.
Max, you're obviously covered the Red Wings full time. Were you surprised that Larkin didn't get moved today?
No, I'm not, because I think once the flurry of action happened earlier this week, and a lot of the picks that would have probably enticed Detroit to make a move just didn't. The interesting one would have been Seattle. Like if Dallas had gotten that 7th pick from Seattle, that was one that could have made a lot of sense for them. But once a lot of those top 10 picks are out of play, what's Detroit's rush to do a deal right now? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think the piece you're
Especially
looking
if
for
his list is as short as has been reported.
and it is
there
Ethan
is
Belches. So his weight ends, Scott, and we've talked about him enough, but I'll go back to you here and just to me, I see a player here that's a unique skill set. I know it wasn't consistent the whole year, but for Utah, this is a great spot to get a guy like
You look
this.
around the league at some of the bright success stories that have come out of the NHL draft. I'm not talking about top 10 picks, but the players who've been picked in the second, third round who've had sort of impacts here in recent years. And I immediately go to Matthew Nyes, and that's a player who I know that Ethan has talked a little bit about. We talked earlier, is there such a thing as being too big too early? I think we've seen it play out with Colby Barlow and the lack of sort of continued development that Colby Barlow has had. And Colby was kind of looked that way. He had the beard and he was physically mature at a really early age. But then there are other guys like a Matthew Nyes, like an Aaron Ekblad, who had that early on and just stayed bigger and stronger than everybody else. And this is a kid who we've all been in the same room as him. He's going to walk into an NHL locker room tomorrow or next year for his first training camp after Michigan State, whatever it is. He's immediately not just going to be a big kid in that locker room. He's going to be bigger than everybody else on the roster. He's going to add something to an NHL roster, except Danil Boot, maybe, although he's a thicker kid than Danil is. But just that is so hard to find. And to find it almost in the 20s is I think, a coup here.
And I think he's going to get the development time. I think he's a 2-year college player, maybe even a 3-year college player. Given that the need to develop the skating and given that Utah has so many options to work with that, in terms of young players, there's no need to rush this player
It's going to
get into the
dovetail
pro
nicely.
level.
I mean, you're going to have Lawson Krause for the next 2 or 3 years are probably the rest of Lawson Krause's prime, and then Ethan Belches is going to enter and I think play a pretty similar role, maybe with even a little more touch, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect his offense to come a little bit more. But yeah, I think you're now putting his development in the hands of a very capable staff at Michigan State, the opportunity to continue to grow, the chance to earn ice time too, where he hasn't, he's been a top guy for so long. Mm-hmm. He's not going to go in and immediately be the guy there. He's going to be an important player, but not immediately be the guy. Great lesson for him to learn as he kind of goes into this mode here. But I think if you're Utah, you have to be thrilled here to get this player. I think it's worth moving up and worth making a good choice here. I really like him a lot. I do think that there's plenty to pull out of him. And I just, like I said, I just want to see him find that identity as a player where he's able to more seamlessly meld that competitive, hard, heavy game with that skill game that he does possess.
This has been the Chase Reid and the Ethan Belches show so far in terms of the amount of airtime they've gotten.
That's the Fallers, though.
It's
They
always
dominate.
notable. It is. That's Aaron Rodgers, right? I mean, I'm not saying either of those guys is Aaron Rodgers, but that's how it goes. When we expect a guy to go high and we don't see the name, we wonder why, and that becomes the conversation.
Now, Washington's assistant general manager, Ross Mahoney, who runs their drafts, did indicate his preference, quote unquote, would be to get a big center in this year's draft.
Well, there's one there.
I'm looking at a 6'3" center who fits in this range at Savanto. I know you guys all hate him, but I think this seems to be one that's tending to line up here. I don't see any other big centers on the list. I might be missing somebody obvious, but there's not. There's only so many big centers who have actual
Brooks Rogowski.
talent. That is a big center. You have hockey questions on Savanto. There's more hockey questions on Rogowski.
Yeah, I agree. No, but and the thing is that Washington has not picked a lot of Finns. That's something that it was pointed out exclusively to me because I believe I mocked him at one time by a lot of Washington fans saying they never pick a Finn.
I've heard that too.
But I think in this instance, there's a first time for everything. And I do think that's a possibility. Savanto was one of those guys that was very consistently in the teens and in polled rankings. There are a lot of teams that do believe, despite the fact that there are some offensive questions, his B game is pretty significant. Like where there is an ability for him to be a matchups guy, a guy that is hard and heavy to play against. I think his World Juniors was one of those indicating moments, but we'll see. I mean, that's now you're looking in Washington. What are they going to do? There's also, they've loved their WHL guys too. So
Ryan Lynn, Herbert would be
Yeah,
those guys.
Herbert,
I think
the
I think
Rucks.
it's mostly Western Canadian, not just Western.
That's true. That's true. That's very fair. Very fair.
Washington has had one of the most interesting off seasons in the NHL.
Oh, my
I mean,
goodness.
They trade the pick to get Jordan Kyrou. They also make a trade to get the signing rights to Alex Tuck, who they immediately extend. We don't have word on Alexander Ovechkin's plan for next season yet. But with or without him, it is a very loaded winger core they have when you factor in Alexi Protas, when you factor in Ryan Leonard, Tom Wilson. The centers are the question. I don't think whoever they pick here is going to help next year. But
Look at their more recent picks too: Tarek Parasak, Andrew Cristal. Like it is
Ilia
just.
Protas.
I think they think Ilya's a center. But
Mirostachenko.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of wings.
in
A lot of wings.
Strome, Dubois, and Ilya Protas. I mean, they've traded away Hendrix Lapierre as well as part of this offseason. But are Strome, Dubois, and Ilya Protas a good enough 1, 2, 3 centers to get? I mean, they're in a division with the Stanley Cup champions. It's a tough road, but is that a competitive enough trio of centers?
Competitive enough, but
Playoff trio, not a
you're
contending.
wishing for a little bit more offense, but I think it's competitive enough. I think Ilya Protas is a real player. Like I think he goes top 10 if you redo that draft.
Oh,
Like,
yes. Yeah.
he's,
All day.
He was incredible in the AHL this year with
Yeah.
Hershey. And
He was
just
incredible in Windsor.
Yeah, he was incredible in Windsor.
he was what they probably were hoping that Ethan Belchez
And
was going to be for them.
There were quite a few teams that were like saying, when we talked to scouts and like, where do you think guys are going to go? And all of a sudden, towards the end of the year, you're seeing Ilya Protas when he was playing with the Des Moines Buccaneers in the USHL.
and he didn't produce.
He did not produce, and then all of a sudden, bang! He had an amazing season in the OHL, another great season last year.
That's why they have scouts.
So that's why they do their thing, and that's why sometimes player cards don't always tell you the full story.
I think
Come
Washington.
on, don't be mean like that.
Washington is going to be kind of the aspiration for a lot of teams that want to rebuild on the fly. I mean, this was a team that looked like it was headed for a true gutted rebuild, and they've managed to get back to competitiveness. Spencer Carberry obviously has a big hand in that. But even the way they've retooled the roster, getting Chikrin and now Tuck, and I think Matt Roy was a great add.
picked a Finn.
It's Oliver Suvanto for the Capitals, Corey, just like you wanted it to be.
Vindicated.
Yes, I think the 6'3" guy. There is offense. There is playmaking in his game. He is competitive. I think there's a lot of good things about this player's game. Is it high-end skill? No. I think because I think you got to weigh all the evidence. You see the guy who's performed an international play, who's been in a first-line center, but you also got to consider the fact that after he was sent down to the Finnish J20 league, he had something like 6 points in 20 games in a really not a league that does not tend to produce NHL players in their draft season. So there's some concerns there. Like I think you got to be realistic, but I think listen, there were scouts I talked to when he was lighting it up, not lighting up, after he had the good Halika Gretzky and then he had a really good start to his Liga season. There were scouts I was talking to who told me he was going to go top 5. Now, Tyler Lawrence at one point is going to go top 5, and Ethan Belchez at one point is going to go top 5. You got to watch all the games and weigh all the evidence. But I do think he has talent, and I think that he's got a really good chance to be a middle 6 center in the NHL.
Yeah, I think he does too. I think the ability to play the matchups and the other things that he has in his game and the way that he was relied upon, Finland did name him one of their top 3 forwards at the World Juniors, which was in large part because they could just put him in any situation and he was going to deliver something positive for them. And so I do think
He still didn't produce though.
He did not produce.
He had what? 2 goals at the World
but I think
Juniors,
that's
3 points at U18 Worlds, and we're talking about him as a standout from the tournament.
He was one of their best players.
I mean, at the World Juniors, I think it was the not producing was not the problem. Like that was not the problem.
That's been his game every step of the way here. Like every time I've watched him play, he's in the offensive zone, he's holding the puck on the cycle, he's winning battles, and then he changes. Like that finishing play, the play, and Vgo Bork, we've talked about it on the show too. Vgo Bork, you could probably make a similar case that Vgo didn't. You love seeing him on the puck, you love seeing the playmaking, but he didn't actually maybe produce as in line with what you're seeing in the player. I think Suvanto is that to the extreme. Like you have to make the finishing play, you have to make skill plays to play in the NHL at lower levels.
So if they wanted a center, who would you have taken instead?
You don't take a center. You take Ryan Lynn. You take there are options here, and maybe you don't take a winger, but there are options here.
Would you rather have? This is a dumb question, but would you rather have Ryan Lynn? Like you have Cole Hudson.
I think you can have both.
You can have both, but not a lot of teams would agree. I would say like a lot of teams you can have both, but I think they did. the Hurricanes just did it, like with Walker.
The Colorado
and
Avalanche did it
Yeah,
5
exactly.
years ago.
They're so
Gerard was hurt during that.
But
run,
yeah, but like that's gonna be the kind of the argument is so. I would see like that's where, you know, if I'm Washington, I'm looking at that. Maybe that's part of my discussion because, as we mentioned, they like their Western Canadian players, but apparently not that one.
Well, the last time they took a center in the first round was Hendrix Lapierre, who they just traded, and Connor McMichael, who they just traded. So I understand from their position, they're like, okay, next center up, and I know people are going to squirm and say, but it's always best player available. I can assure you they are not the first team to say, where the general manager says, give us a center.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right there. We'll come back when the LA Kings are ready to pick. All right, we are back. LA Kings on the clock. They were already on the clock once here, but now we're starting to thin out. I don't think there's an obvious best player left, Corey. There's two guys for you in your upper tier, Gleb Pugachev and Casey Mutrin.
Yeah, but I also think LA, like Washington, is going to say that they're going to want to improve their center depth. I have heard them linked to Jack Hextall. This might be early for Hextall. It wouldn't surprise me if this is the name you hear, but the LA also needs a lot. This isn't like a very deep farm system. I would say it's one of the bottom 5 or so farm systems in the NHL right now, especially after trading away Liam Greentree. So we'll see what they do here.
Scott, what do you think the need is for LA?
The need is everything. To Corey's point. They took Brustevich last year. Taking Brustevich does not mean that there's no longer a need on D. They have goalies, but there are no goalies that are going to go in this range regardless. So you're taking a forward or a D here. My guess, I've also heard Hextall. I don't think Ryan Lynn lasts much longer here. Hurlbert's in this mix. Like, we're starting to get into that tier here.
And it's Elton Hermanson.
All right, so this fits, right, with what you're saying, right? Because the way you're basically talking about, they need everything. So how about going to get one of the most purely skilled players in the class?
And Hermanson, like, puck on his stick inside the offensive zone, can break open a game. He can break open a game with his shot. He can break open a game one-on-one. Made some of the more creative one-on-one plays that I saw any of the players in this draft class make. The question with Hermanson throughout the year was sort of wavering compete level at times where you wanted to see him play a little bit harder, be a little bit more involved. But he was big in big moments for them still. And I remember sitting in Bratislava with Corey, and we were talking about sort of the up and down tournament that he'd had. And then in the games that mattered, he scored, and then he scored in the next game that mattered, and he made plays, and they won the gold medal. And it was the same thing at the pro level this year. This is a kid who scored in line with, and frankly, he goes in a similar range to David Pastrnak, but scored in Hockey Allsvenskan in line with players like David Pastrnak. And produced against men, which
And
not a
with
lot of these
size,
kids
like,
did.
it's not small.
He's 6'1"
Corey.
and a half. He's
It's a swing. It's average size, but it's really high end skill. Maybe you're getting Pasternak. Maybe you get Eddie Shawley, who went around this range too. Like that's the risk here. I think with scouts, the one thing with Hermanson that they liked is he didn't just. Yes, you saw the junior games. There were some off moments, some inconsistent efforts. You saw the elite skill, but when he played against men, he did play effectively. It wasn't tremendous production at the Hockeyallsvenskan level in Sweden, but he still was able to help his team and help it and score and show some pro habits that you think, okay, we can work with this.
Chris Hermanson, to me, when you talk about what LA has lacked, there's just not a lot of sizzle in the LA Kings game. He can bring sizzle.
He does. Yeah, he brings sizzle. And I think that that's a reason that I had him a little bit higher on my board as well, is because there is that dynamic element. We talked a lot about how there are guys that may have the dynamic element, but they have flaws. I mean, like guys that have gone already, Dagenet, Klepov, I mean, others that have skill, but there are things in their games that you maybe don't love. I think that with Hermanson, you are banking on scoring, and that's what he can do, and that's what he will do, I think. And to Corey's point, the fact that he was still effective against men goes a long way with a lot of teams. It gives them a lot more confidence to make that decision.
He was my BPA here. He was 15th on my list. Once you got through those 14 names that we spent all show talking about, Hermanson was my next guy.
All right, on the clock now is the Buffalo Sabres. They've made one pick already. It was the first surprise of the draft, Daxon Rudolph, but that's a clear projection here. Open board for a deep system now, Corey. How do you look at this from Buffalo's perspective?
I mean, they have so much of everything, and like they've got talent at center, NID, young talent. I mean, obviously, I think they maybe goalies they could use a little bit more, but there's no goalie here that makes sense. Take a swing on a high skill guy. I think take a swing on a unique athletic profile. Like I think they have a real opportunity with this pick to try and add a player that might be considered more risky to some if there was an only first round pick.
So that'd be Lynn, Hurlbert, Blyle.
I think there's
Nordmark.
Russian players usually call that injury risk players fall into that pool. So we'll see.
One name I've heard they really like is Ilia Marose. So I wonder about him here. 6'3" center who's not the most skilled player, but physically mature, going to play. I think they need a little bit more size within their lineup. We've Hellenius, Benson, Ostlund, they're all kind of 5'9", 5'10", 5'11". I do wonder about Morozov as a potential sort of third line center of the future for them here, and I know they like him.
I have to say, when the night started, I would have been shocked to find out the Buffalo Sabres made both of these picks. I don't know if, again, we had this earlier with St. Louis. I don't know if they've already traded this, and I just don't realize it. But
should I check the chat?
Check the chat. Chat, let me know if Buffalo's
Chat,
already
what's
traded
up?
this pick.
What's poppin'?
Are we surprised they didn't trade the 4?
I thought they would trade one of the two, and I think you could definitely justify making the 4th pick because it's such a rare chance to add a premium asset. You don't get that chance when you're a good team anymore, and so I get making that one. But I kind of felt like this one would get traded for a now player.
Yeah, but it's tough to know, right? Like I think like we saw the 2 first-round picks that it would have cost to get a Mason McTavish and different things. You have to have the assets here, and while we've seen the trade market get pretty active and other things, like I just think that in this range of the draft, that's when you start falling out of. You're not getting those guys that teams have to have, and so that's kind of an interesting part of it as well. And so the other thing is hosting the draft. There does come some amount of pressure to that. And I do think that that's also, it was a sold out draft on top of it. So, I'm hearing from a lot of people that are like, I thought I could get tickets. Normally you could, not this year. So, I think that was a part of it as well. And it's not a big factor, but it's a factor nonetheless. And so now that you're in this range, you got great opportunities here. I think because you've already made that big pick up at the top, you can continue to make that swing. And now the pick is in, and they're going to make the pick, and a great opportunity once again for the Sabres to continue building on a team that is already pretty darn competitive.
All right, so as the Sabres get ready to make their second pick of the night here, Corey, you've talked about how I don't know if we talked about this on camera or not, but you and I have talked about you don't know, especially with some of the departures here, losing Tuck, losing Byram, where they stack up in the Atlantic next year. Right now, playoff, no playoff. How would you size up the Buffalo Sabres for next season?
Right now, no playoff.
Okay, and it is Ilia Marozov, one of the youngest players in college hockey. Yeah, very good call. Ilia Marose, one of the youngest players in college hockey, Chris, and at the University of Miami of Ohio. What does he bring to this organization? They just traded away Anton Wahlberg, and I almost wonder if there's some rhyme there.
Well, yeah, I think what Morozov is a very incomplete picture at the moment, but he's an exciting opportunity for a team. I think he's a bit of a project. He goes into college year early at Miami University in Ohio. Just I don't want chat to get after us on that one.
Miami University.
Miami University. I know.
My apologies.
So yeah, but Morozov has the size. I think there is a bit more offense to gain there. I've seen some big time plays from him. Now, Miami was a program that was in dire straits 2 years ago. He comes in early, which I think was a great job by their staff to make sure that he was able to get eligible and do all the things he needed to do to get in early. And he comes in and he is an immediate impact player despite being one of the youngest players in college hockey. Last year at the Fall Classic in the USHL, I came away, I was like, this guy is, there were some things he was doing there that I was like, this guy is going to be special. He had to adjust, and there's still been more adjustment in college. I think he has a chance to be a transformational player for that program. Certainly going first round is going to help that. But I think the best is yet to come for him, and he's maybe there for a year or two more. But good development ahead, and that's a guy that I think will score as a middle six, kind of probably third line center.
I know teams really challenged him at the combine too on, we don't think you have offense. Convince us that you have offense. So
did he score a goal afterwards?
No, but that's been the conversation around Morozov. He got off to a great start. He was their first line center at Miami, was extremely productive in that early part of the season. And then he went, I think it was like a 15, 16 game stretch without a point late in the year.
Yes.
And then he did finish a little bit stronger towards the very final home stretch of the season. But the question is sort of, we love the size. We love, like, you see him around the rink. He's not Ethan Belchez, but this kid's huge.
We had Corey's tool grades up on the screen. I mean, below average hockey sense. That's the big question with him. Your comp on him is a guy Sabres fans will be very familiar with, Zemgus Girgensson.
Yeah, and obviously, like, you always have some concerns when guys lay up the non-conference games in college, and then when the conference schedule starts, they vanish a little bit.
Who did he have to play with, though?
Yeah, I know. I understand, and the numbers were good, not great. USHL, good, not great.
Correct.
I think there is skill there. And there have been, like Chris said, there have been times I have watched him where I was buying. I'm like, okay, middle six center, top 15 pick. Like, he's got a real chance to play, heavy minutes, significant secondary offense in the next level. But then you watch him in that second half and you think, like, is this just a less mean Charlie Stramble? Now, Charlie Stramble went right at this pick.
Yep.
And 3-4 years later, he looks like he should have gone higher in that draft after what was initially a really tough year or so after he was drafted. So, if maybe 3 years from now, we're talking about Morozov as a first-team NCHC player who's playing heavy minutes, who's, lighting up opponents and scoring, and is a Hobie candidate. Maybe that's the case. I couldn't get there like I could with Stramble during the draft, but I see how you could draw the line there.
Yeah, for sure. And I had him like 27th on my list. Like, and the offensive concerns were there, but I definitely can see this player continuing to mature into one of the better college hockey players. I think Miami is on the way too. There's going to be a better recruiting class coming in. They're going to continue to build. They're continuing to gain some reputation again. Getting a guy like Ilia Marose at the top end there, pretty impressive.
All right, so the Philadelphia Flyers are on the clock now. They're one of the most interesting teams to me because we talked about the Washington Capitals rebuild on the fly. Philly wasn't coming from the heights that Washington was coming from, but they've kind of taken a similar approach. They've tried to stay competitive. They've made a couple of really high-impact picks, Matvei Michkov, Porter Martone. They're both on the wings. Where are the centers coming from? I don't think Jack Hextall is related to another famous Hextall in Philadelphia, but he would be the best center left on the board here, Corey?
I think so. I think Brooks Rogowski's up there, too. But, yeah, both of them are probably third-line centers, and that's, I think that – but you still got to talk about it, because I think they have Jet Lachenko, they have Jack Nesbitt, they have Jack Berglund. All of them are something along the line of second to third liners, you think. I think Lachenko may actually have to be a wing, but I think Nesbitt could be a second line center. I think Berglund could be a third line center. You add another potential third line center. You hope as time evens out, one misses, one becomes a third liner, one becomes maybe a good two or something like that. So I wouldn't, just because they've taken some centers who are not high upside, I wouldn't discount a Hextall or Rogowski here.
Scott, in your work earlier this year, am I crazy? Was there someone who comped Jack Hextall, or at least having a chance at a Nick Suzuki like impact? Am I crazy?
Yeah, the staff in Youngstown have been
Okay.
kind to Jack, but no, that's
God, that's great. That's
he's
good.
not going. He's never going to be Nick Suzuki. Nick Suzuki had already shown more offense, et cetera, et cetera. But he's the two-way details, well-rounded center. I have heard, not that I'm going to try and go back to back here, but I have heard Maxim Sokolovsky, the Tower in London. I know that the Flyers like him. I don't know whether this is maybe a little early for Sokolovsky, but he was a name that generated a lot of sort of talk in the second half of the season after a very, very difficult start to his OHL career with the London Knights.
Where'd Lamoureux go?
Lamoureux went 23.
So right,
But
this range, this is
the
21.
comp that people have used for me when I talk to people in London, when I talk to people around the OHL, the comp that they use for him is Zadorov, who went 18, and Stanley, who went 16. Or one of them went 16, one of them went 18.
They both.
Those guys were more polished than Sokolovsky.
Yeah, I was going to say I had
but-
conversations with scouts about the Zadorov one because I've heard that too. Zadorov had, I think, triple the production of
Yeah.
Sokolovsky.
In London, they both
In
won
London,
Nights.
yeah. I mean, like that's the thing is like and this would be way early for me, but I still think that his postseason run, his late season run. Team saw a guy that could play in the playoffs. Team saw a guy that was using his stick and his length well. They saw a guy that was physical.
He's
they saw a
mean.
guy that wasn't beyond, like the pace wasn't beyond him, even though like the feet are okay. So like that's okay or
Good for the size.
good for the size. Yeah, which is
Which is okay.
okay.
Okay, whatever.
But I mean, like, I think that's going to be that'd be tough. But like, yeah, it's like, where else do they go here? Like, again, like we get into this range of this, and you're going to see wide ranging opinions. I think you're going to see guys that weren't on really
I think
any
this
public
is,
list.
This is the start of Tommy Blyle, like the 20s.
Can they
is
do
where
that? Can they do that with what they have right now?
Everybody in Philly keeps telling me they need a power play quarterback of the future.
I don't think he's a top tier guy, but I think a top tier guy in the league who's still the league consensus scout polls is Adam Noatne. He's still on the board
Yes,
right now.
yes.
I wonder about him because we haven't really talked about him that much. In part because he didn't have a great year, but
and
he was
playoffs.
Yeah, like,
playoffs were rough. Yeah.
So like I do wonder if this is right around the range we start having that conversation about Noatne.
Yeah, and that's where he would be the next player on my list. So like,
Likewise.
I think that he's not a guy that I think you get really excited about, but he's a guy that's going to play. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to play for quite a few years.
Excellent skater. He's
Yes.
built like an ox.
Yeah.
He can rip the puck.
There's
That
a
in and
lot.
of itself is
Yeah.
a
It would
player.
be another winger, but I think with the centers they drafted and Jack Berglund's positive progression, I don't think there's a pressing need other than maybe defensemen. But
No, the pressing need is for a first-line center, and you're not getting that.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a dynamo on defense, and there's not one of those either
Yeah.
right
But if
now.
you're just thinking upside, what about JP Herbert?
It's possible, I think.
Yep.
Yep, I think that would definitely be in range here.
Along similar lines there.
Although,
All right.
although given that they're taking their time, I
I was
wonder.
just gonna say I'm getting deja vu here.
Hey,
This
chat, what we
clock's
got? What we got,
disappeared.
chat? What we got, chat?
They showed us the inside look too. The ESPN broadcast showed the look of the Flyers
Yeah, and it's
draft
like-
room. They're just hanging out.
they're
They're
just
like
like,
us.
hey,
It's like we're staring at each other.
I mean, the pick may be in. I don't know. The pick is not in. So,
well,
yeah.
let's ramble now since we're
Well,
waiting
chat's
for this.
not helping. Chat's saying nothing right now.
Okay.
All right,
So-
thanks, chat.
When you think of the top 5, top 8, 10 players from last year's draft, did any one of them have a better year than Porter Martone?
Matthew Schaefer.
No, well, outside of outside of Schaefer, I'm talking about guys outside the NHL right now, kind of thing.
No, you'd have to say no.
Yeah, like Frondell had some nice stretches, the end of the NHL. But I remember when we were doing this, our draft coverage. One of the big conversations with the Flyers last year is they got to take a center here. It's got to be Higgins. It's got to be Jake O'Brien. But then they go and then they go up and they take Porter Martone.
yeah.
And I think Martone is not only ahead of Higgins and O'Brien, he's clearly ahead of those
Oh, yeah.
guys.
All right,
Oh,
how
yeah.
about
Right
this?
now.
So here's what the delay was on the Philly pick. So the San Jose Sharks are trading up to the 21st overall pick, right? They were originally at that 20th pick. They flipped it with Buffalo earlier in the week in the Michael Kesselring trade back to number 27. Now they're trading up from 27 along with 62 and 120 for 21. And Corey,
And
it's your boy Pugachev that I'm thinking here.
It's very possible because they are an organization that's been willing to gamble on Russians. Obviously, they did that with Chernishev a couple of years ago. I'm looking at the list. Maybe it's Lynn, maybe it's Noatne. Those would be the names that would come to mind.
Lynn and
The
Verhoff is
idea,
interesting.
the idea of coming out of this with Ivar Stenberg Katon Verhoff and Ryan Lynn to me is
That's a haul. It's just greedy at that
We've
point.
already called them the best farm system by a mile.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
National
suddenly
Hockey League.
your blue line looks
That's your
different.
best available, right? I mean, I think you said Noatne was there, but Lynn
Yeah,
is your best available.
By a mile. I have Lynn 10 on my list.
Yeah.
I actually said earlier that my best available was Hermanson, and it wouldn't have been Hermanson.
Yeah,
it would have been
it
Lynn.
was
So I
Lynn, yeah.
misspoke there.
Yeah, because this is interesting though, because now, well, we saw the fist pumping going on in the room too when the trade came through. So obviously they're really excited about the guy that they're going to get here. Also for Philly, we were struggling to figure out who they should take.
Maybe they were too.
That's the move to do when just get more opportunities. So they get 3 picks out of the deal.
Well, especially you're talking about Rogowski. Like Rogowski could be there.
Yeah,
at
he could
27.
be. He certainly could
I
be.
think I see you talking about 23. That would scare me if you're looking at Rogowski.
Yeah. But I mean, Pugachev's still up there too. So
he is up there. I think Hextall could be there.
Yeah. So there's a lot of options, but now if you're San Jose and you're loving your night.
Let's see who they came up to get.
All right, pick is in.
Yeah, they didn't waste any time, which
wait.
I love, by the way.
Yeah.
When you trade for
You
the
guys
pick, you
don't-
know
you
who
know
you're
how
coming
much
up
time.
for.
Don't
Get
take
up
it.
to the stage.
Let's
and
see.
Gary
Here we
Bettman
go.
is at the
what
stage.
do you got, Gary? Give us the good news here, Gary. So this is Ryan Lynn.
It's Ryan Lynn. Scott, this is your guy.
This is my guy. I've stuck my neck out on him a little bit over the course of the season. I think he's going to be an excellent NHL defenseman. He's competitive. He's mobile. He thinks the game at among the highest levels in this draft class. He's physical for his size. I think he surprised some people with his athleticism at the combine because maybe that pull-away gear, he hasn't always had that. He's great edges, surfs well, closes out gaps. All of that is a hallmark, frankly, of Ryan Lynn's game. But that sort of pull-away straight-line gear hasn't been. Then he performs really well in some of the sprints and some of those elements at the combine. Great kid going to the University of Denver, a program that has, for anybody that's watching that's unfamiliar, developed a lot of 5'11", 6-foot defensemen over the last few years. I think he's on a path to be Denton Mateychuk. Like that's the player that I've comped. Denton Mateychuk went 12th, 13th overall. Denton Mateychuk had, I think, 14 goals in the NHL last year, 30-something points as a 21-year-old defenseman, while a lot of young D in the league struggled.
He doesn't skate like Mateychuk does, though.
No,
right?
he doesn't, but we're talking about a WHLD in that mold, and I think he thinks the game at that level. He's competitive. I think he's going to be a future top 4 defenseman in the league, and you rarely get those guys in the 20s.
You talked about Denver. One of those smaller defensemen that Denver has developed is Eric Polkamp, and that is a San Jose Sharks player. What will be interesting this year at Denver is he's going to share that blue line with a very high pick in this draft.
The 4th overall pick.
Daxon Rudolph.
I
That's right.
would guess they're both on the power play.
Power play 1?
Yeah, I would
Who
get-
takes a flank and who takes up top?
I would guess that Rudolph, because he has the shot, probably more on the flank.
Yeah,
that'd be my guess.
I agree.
This is an unbelievable haul for the Sharks.
It's crazy.
Like it's
We've already said how good it is.
I had Lynn at 21 for what it's worth, so I'm
Yeah,
not quite as
bullseye there.
optimistic.
and I had Lynn at 20. So Scott had him at 10. He had him at 21.
I do feel
20.
robbed. Like if Lynn had really gone like 15, we would have gotten a great Scott and Corey debate on him. One saying too low, one saying too high.
Yeah.
Instead, Scott's saying bang home run, but Corey has no problem with
It's
it. 'cause
okay.
it's exactly where he ranked him.
To quote Chris Peters on our podcast earlier this year, 3 years from now, I'll be right.
I love that. Yeah, that is probably one of my better quotes. Thank you for bringing it up, Scott. I appreciate that. Also, there was one about a tape measure
Yeah,
one
that's
time,
not-
but either way, that's probably the Hall
We
of
should
Fame
have
one.
a tape measure on set.
We
I don't
should
know
have
how I
had
didn't
one.
think
We
to
should
do
have
that.
had one, but
Not for
but
me.
yeah,
I'm the shortest of the
let's
four.
let's just think about now. Where are the Sharks' holes in their organization, top to bottom?
I said earlier that there was only one, and it was power play quarterback. Now, here's my only question, Corey, and this is where I will come to you. Is Lynn that guy? Is he a power play 1 quarterback?
Not my favorite option, but I think he can do it. Like I think if it's between him and Verhoff and Dickinson long term, it's Lynn. Here's the issue: is I think Lynn's athletic traits. He's not an elite skater. He's 5'11". I think he's gonna have to prove that he's gonna be able to play 500 to 1,000 NHL games. I think Verhoff's for sure in the lineup in a year or two. Lynn might need some American League time. So 5-6 years from now, I think Lynn's got the most offensive talent of the 3. I can't guarantee you he's going to be there.
I will say one thing that you guys kind of agree. We do the Pronman versus Wheeler article every year, and one of the names I threw out was Sean Walker for Lynn. And Scott, I think you were like, well, I think that's a good player. He's on the Stanley Cup champion. Corey, I don't think you had a problem with that. If he's Sean Walker, that's still a heck of an outcome at the 21st pick.
What if he's Josh Morrissey?
But
I know. I'm just saying.
Again, Morrissey,
Morrissey
elite skater. Matejchuk elite skater. This guy's not an elite skater.
But that's why I bring up Walker. Right? Is I think Walker's like kind of a maybe not floor, but that's like a very reasonable projection, and that's still a good asset.
I think I like the player. I like Sean Walker. Walker's also like he was a free agent sign. Like, he was a rare profile where the compete was just so special that he made
Lynn's
it with.
Probably isn't that level.
No. I think it's really good. Like, I had the scouts who love him will say he's a 6'1", 6'2" defender because of how hard he competes. Like I said, I just think it's a gamble because sometimes Rasmus Sandin was that profile, and it's kind of worked, but
it's
not.
Worked. I think that's been a success for where
it's worked,
picked.
but it's not to the degree.
And not in Toronto.
Yeah, and not in Toronto, and he's not a premium name by any means. So it's a balance of the risk for me. Like I get it. I think it's a good, especially with your third pick. Absolutely.
My argument would be that Lynn was way better this year and over the last 2 years for the Vancouver Giants than Sandin was for the Sioux Greyhounds. Like, he was just a more impactful player.
Different Sioux Greyhounds at the time. Like, that was a OHL contending team.
Well, speaking of the Sioux Greyhounds, on the clock now is the Pittsburgh Penguins, GM'd by Kyle Dubas. A year ago, we talked prior to the draft, and we were pretty hard on the Penguins farm system. That system looks way different a year later. And part of, that was prior to the Ben Kendall pick, but even a year ago today, when we talked about the Penguins draft and we were all shocked that they had taken Ben Kendall at 11, I mean, Ben Kendall was the story of, you talked about guys who had a better year outside the NHL, but Kendall was like the big surprise story.
He slowed down a little bit in the second half, but still, just for what he did, centering the third line for the Penguins was really impressive. The compete, the hockey sense, all very impressive. Our Penguins writer Josh Yeo thinks they're going to try and add skill with this pick. We'll see what that skill is, and
It's
the skill
Liam
is
Ruck.
Liam Ruck, who absolutely has a lot of skill. One of the leading scorers in the Western League, high-end brain, competes really hard. The skating isn't great for a 5'11.5" guy. Now, I never circled the Penguins for the Ruck twins. I thought of St. Louis, I thought of Calgary, I thought of Utah in terms of teams that had picks that I know had at least talked about the Rucks. So now, where is the Penguins' next picks, and where was the opportunity now potentially to get Marcus? Because I know the Ruck twins have expressed to teams that they want to play together, that they want to be part of the same organization, and I think it is a strong priority.
39.
So
that's in range. And you could come up from there too, pretty easily.
I don't think you have to. Because unless somebody wants to jump the line and force you to trade for
and
Marcus.
Marcus has the back questions,
also,
which is relevant.
To Max's point earlier, I love that they knew who they were taking. They wasted about 10 seconds and they made that pick, not waiting for the whole clock to run out.
That's right.
Which to me signals that they had him very high on their list.
And so this is where I want to go with this, Scott, because you know these players really well. Marcus was the one who was actually the leading scorer of the WHL. But in the lead up to this draft, Liam was the guy who was like, Liam could go first. And we thought Marcus was more likely to go second round. Why is that when Marcus outscored him?
He outscored him by 4 points, so it's 108 and 104 points. They were the two leading scorers.
You wouldn't expect a gap in that case then.
No, but part of it's that he's the goal scorer, and teams put an emphasis on the ability to get to the inside and be in the guts of the ice and finish off plays. And then the other part of it is that he's a slightly better skater and a little bit more competitive. Ironically enough, Marcus is the center, but they're both viewed as wingers. So I think everybody expects that both of them are going to be wingers in the NHL, despite the fact that Marcus has played a lot of center. But he's just a smart, crafty player, goes to the middle of the ice. I think that's the differentiator.
Now you're looking at a core.
And the back.
If they take Marcus with the next pick, you're looking now at the two Rucks and Kindle now as kind of some of your core forwards. But they did at least add, it's small, but at least with Bill Zonin and Will Horkoff last year. I don't know if Zonin's going to have a ton of offense in the next level, maybe a bottom six center. Horkoff could be like a middle six wing. At least there's a little bit more size there with those two other firsts to complement what's going to be a very small and not really dynamic skating trio of forwards as part of your core young prospects going forward. Rutger McGroarty's not that fast either, even though he had a great year in the American League.
IQ, right? Like that's what the Penguins are prioritizing here.
One of
despite the fact that Marcus is the passer and gets sort of the benefit of the doubt from an IQ standpoint, Liam is one of the smartest players in this class.
There's a fair amount of rumors that the Penguins were really trying to move up in this draft and trying to see, if they could get, like, when you're talking hockey sense, like there were a lot of people who were wondering if Vgo was going to be the guy, Vgo Bork, if they had the ability to move up.
They didn't have the assets,
But
though.
they didn't. You're right. They didn't. So that was always the thing that made it a little bit tougher. But now you're seeing there's a clear profile that they're going for. And this fits that for sure.
All right. Next up is going to be the next Utah Mammoth pick. And I'm very curious where this goes. Again, we've seen Utah make one pick already. Gleb Pugachev still hanging out there. Like,
He is.
I feel like Pugachev. I feel like Rogowski lines up with them. I could see one of those big D-men like Mons Goodmanson or William Hawkinson be their type. I mean, it's almost kind of hilarious at this point. I kind of want to see them draft somebody that's super small here. Just
Jake Hurley.
What about Tommy Blyle?
Tommy Blyle.
Here's the thing though. So let's look at their organization. Who is the elite puck moving?
Their best puck movers are Sergachev and Dursey, probably, right?
Yeah. And Simashev has shown more offense than I think people expected of him as a pro, but he's probably not like an elite offensive type.
So and that's, to me, because you have built a forest of trees here, a guy like a Tommy Blyle could potentially fit in there. I'm not saying that's he seems against type for me for this team.
It was highly rumored they were very interested in Zane Parekh during his draft year.
Yeah.
So I think they would explore that kind of player type if it was the right player.
Right. And there is the thing about Tommy Blyle, he's an elite skater, just a tremendous player, good hockey sense and other things, moves pucks well. But yeah, it's just are you getting dynamic enough, in terms of that offensive style to pass on the Pugachevs and the others, and Noatne too, for that matter, who's a heavier wing who has good two-way capabilities and did still score 30 goals this year in the OHL.
Where did the elite athlete types go last couple of drafts? Nestrasil, Mason West, Dean Letourneau,
the late 20s.
Like I'm saying, that's probably right around what we're talking about. Rogowski, I think. Like you're giving up some offense here, but when it's 6'7" guys who could skate, and he's a legit 6'7" too. And
look at Nestrasil's year this year.
He is a special athlete. Letourneau had a good year too.
I do think those guys are better skaters than Rogowski.
Mason West did not have a good year, so you win some, you lose some. But I feel like this is around the range we're starting to talk about Rogowski.
Well, he had Letourneau's D+1 not go according to plan either, and then
two points.
Yeah, right.
2
so
points. They're not good,
so
and then bang, he was one of the best players. Yeah, so
well, I do like that Rogowski's not going to Michigan State. That he's going back to the OHL next year, so he doesn't get himself into that kind of Letourneau situation where he's fourth line with Michigan State getting 10 points, and you're questioning the decision there and questioning the offense. I don't know if he has much offense, but he'll have an opportunity in Oshawa next year to at least maybe get 70 points, maybe get 80 points, show that there's at least a little bit of skill there.
Hey, I'm glad that the Mammoth are still all wearing matching suits. I wasn't sure if that was going to in the decentralized era.
Yeah, no.
Are we going to do that next time?
Maybe we should.
I really don't
Should
want
we
to.
just match the Mammoth? Should we find out what they're wearing and wear the same thing?
Get the belt buckle like they did last time, a team belt buckle.
I like that. Maybe the chat can tell us what color suits we should wear next year for the broadcast.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
I almost didn't have a suit for this broadcast.
I think we should all wear the suits that Peters is wearing right now.
Oh yeah, just
that's right.
Little inside hockey. Yes, Scott just had to run out to Nordstrom right before the show to buy a suit.
Tell your story about your luggage here.
My luggage, I don't know where my luggage is. My luggage is in Toronto. It might be in. They tried to get it to Montreal, which is the opposite direction of Chicago.
There's a trade here right now.
Wait, whoa, trade. Sorry, Scott. The suit story will have to wait for the trade.
It's funny because the Mammoth staff was all standing
Detroit.
like they had just made a pick. All right, the Red Wings are on the clock.
Okay,
this
Matt.
is going to be very interesting. I'm very curious to see what this ends up being.
Wow.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Might change my night just a little bit. It's for Sebastian Cossa. All right, so Sebastian Cossa, the goaltender, he was their top goalie pick 2021. He was the 15th overall pick. They picked him over Jesper Wallstedt.
I'm a big Cossa fan, and I actually think this is fair value. I was surprised when I heard like second and third round picks being thrown out for Cossa. Like, this is more fair value. He's a legit goalie.
This is a pretty good value.
Michael Harabel.
Fair value, but yeah, they have a better goalie in
but
their
he's
system right now.
3-4 years ahead of Harabel.
That's true.
The question is, are you talking about Harabel being the better
Harabel,
goalie?
Harabel to me is the better prospect between
I think
the two
it's close.
players.
It's close.
It is close.
They're basically the
Definitely
same player
closer.
type.
Cossa is going to be there next year.
Cossa lost his job.
He did.
For the best team in the AHL.
Yes, he did.
In the playoffs. That is not a good sign.
Now,
To a
that being said-
24-year-old European
Well,
free
Kosa's
agent.
23. Postava's like half a year older than
The most
Kosa.
anime we've gotten by far so far on this show, by the way, without Sebastian Costa.
Well, hey,
No, I think there was one right before the last break that would rival.
yeah, but now, so this is a really intriguing spot. But like, Max, I mean, what did they do here? Like, we're looking to you because we thought.
Well, the
Steve,
need is for a top line center, right? Everyone knows what's going on with Dylan.
Not-
We've discussed it. You're not
not getting
finding
one.
it here at number 23.
not gonna happen. Yeah.
So
and,
yeah,
they got plenty of middle six centers.
they do. They've named Marco Casper, Nate Danielson, and if you go on the roster, even too, Andrew Kopp, JT Compher. So it's probably not the
And
big,
you don't after taking Sandy and Pellica, you don't need a Blyle.
Nope, probably don't need a puck moving defender there.
Do you
I
take a
think
swing
could-
on some skill and take JP Herbert?
I think you could justify Herbert. I actually think you could justify Hextall much in the same way that Philly can, just because it's one more and you hope that somebody outperforms. I
Yeah.
also would be curious
Hextall
about
is
Pugachev.
more of the
I think
same.
that
Do
they
you-
really lack those premium athlete types like the Pugachev. Michael
Yeah.
Bransignier would be probably the closest that they have.
even though I just kind of trashed Kosa because I think that he's done everything the organization has asked of him. He
Yes.
bided his time. He played in the
Yeah.
ECHL. He went to the AHL. It's just one of those examples where it just didn't work out. They found somebody better, and now they're moving on. But for that. Again, he also fits them. Utah is seriously, they are building a forest of trees, and they just added a 6'6" goalie.
I think it's just that they prioritize athleticism. It's not just the height. It's
No, of course, yeah. I'm not just saying it's just big.
They just want elite athletes, and I mean whether they're not valuing the hockey skills enough is something you can debate. But I think Kosa's got plenty of skill.
Yeah, and Kosa really should be at this point if he's not yet. He should be a number 2 in the NHL.
and they
or a
need goalie
potential
help, and he's going to be on
tandem
their team next year.
goalie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this about the Postava-Kosa playoff situation. Postava was outstanding going into those
Oh,
playoffs. I
absolutely.
think any reasonable person would have looked at those and said Postava starts game 1. The issue is just that it was every game. Like Kosa didn't find a game to get in there.
Yeah.
And I think at the end you could have probably justified it. So we'll see who the Red Wings are
Do
going to
any-
take right here. It's JP Herbert.
It's
So
JP,
this
there you
is
go.
the skill shot, right? And JP
Yeah.
Herbert leaves the NTDP to go to Kamloops, ends up the 4th leading scorer in the Western Hockey League. Scott, what are the Red Wings getting at him?
Just a very, very smart player. You talk to Sean Clouston, the head coach in Kamloops, anybody who's been around him over the last few years, right place, right time kid. He's around the puck all the time. He's consistently involved in offense. They gave him a letter there almost immediately after he showed up in Kamloops. Played center, played the wing. I think people view him as a winger long term, but he played the first half of the year. And frankly, he was actually more productive as a center in Kamloops this year in the front half than he was as a winger in the second half. But just really, really smart. There are some sort of minor questions about pace and skating. Like I wouldn't say it's a major concern, but it is average, and at that size, average is a bit of a question. But skilled and very, very smart.
Yeah, the pace I think is fine. It's nothing special for like a 5'11", 6'0" guy, but I think his skating is fine. I think if you're a Red Wings fan, though, you're happy that they finally took a shot.
Yes.
Like, that it's not a
Yes.
guy who the first word coming out of the mouth is skill, scoring, playmaking, and not just
It
how
is a guy with that you're saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
that they finally took a shot on this as opposed to another high compete or two-way guy. And I think his compete is good enough too. So
Yeah.
I think Red Wings fans, given the situation you were in with Kosa, given how much you like Trey Augustine and Postava, I think you gotta like this outcome if you're Detroit.
Yeah, my one concern with JP is just there's a lot of junior points there. There's a lot of junior points, and he's going to have to find more ways to get to the interior. He does have creativity. He does have skill. He has the ability to do it. That's going to be the challenge as he goes to the University of Michigan this year is, hey, you are going to have to fight for your ice time with Michael Hage and all these other high-skilled players that are in our system that have years of experience.
Yeah.
Where do you fit in? You're going to have to get to the middle. You're going to have to do things. And I think we saw that with a guy like Adam Valentini, who's eligible for this draft this year. We started to see the motor a bit more. We started to see him make more plays. He got more responsibility. I think JP can grow into that role, but it is going to be a little bit of a longer kind of tail for him. But I'm excited about it.
Yes.
He scored 40 goals this year. And
Yes.
certainly, I think we talked about the WHL being maybe a little watered
Yes.
down in the junior. I think there is truth to the junior points. Nobody was given anything on that Kamloops team. Like, this isn't
Yeah.
a kid who was playing for Everett or for Prince Albert or for one of the dominant teams in the league. Like, he was the guy.
True.
Like, he had to do
Very
a
fair.
lot. He
Very
had to
fair.
do a lot of it himself.
Yeah,
Also,
and he did.
the Red Wings' best draft find of this era came out of Kamloops, right? Emmett Finney, the guy they picked in the 7th round in 2023, was probably their best breakout story this year also comes out of Kamloops.
One thing we've talked about is where does he fit in Michigan now with Landon Dupont coming in? Is he going to be on the top power play unit? Where you got to imagine Dupont's going to play, where you got to imagine Michael Hage is going to play a flank, where Henry Muse is probably going to play on either the point or the flank. Will Horkoff, got to imagine, is a big body in there somewhere. So is he part of the main offensive weapons there? Of course, there's been like these rumors out there that Hage might reconsider going back, or not, kind of thing. We'll see. But I think that is it's not a major question because I think the player is still excellent, but I think you are a little bit worried about the development path these coming 12 months at least.
There were some people at the Combine who were surprised when his weight came up as 190. He was listed at 170, like 176 or 177 for most of the year with NHL Central Scouting. So at 190 already, despite the fact that he's 6 feet, he's not small.
We've mentioned Noatne a few times. I've heard him with Vancouver. I'm not sure if this is where he goes, but I think that this is where the conversation starts getting real. I think top 20 always seemed rich to me, given this is a 6'1" guy who was about a point per game in the OHL last year, but he's an excellent skater. I think mid-20s is where the conversation for Noatne starts getting a little bit more serious.
Yeah, and I mean, I like he's my top remaining guy left. I think that there's a need there, in terms of just getting a little bit harder and heavier, which I think he can be. And I think he's a guy that can play a lot of different roles. There's versatility to his game, like we've talked about, like his A game and versus his B game. His B game is really good. Yeah. And that's something that helps a lot.
All right, well, we'll take a quick break right there. We'll come back and we'll see what the Canucks do at number 24. All right, we are back, and as teased right before the break, the Vancouver Canucks do go with Adam Noatne. We heard you guys talk about what Noatne brings, but Corey, let's start here. Vancouver, we talked about it. They're at the beginning of a long process here. What is the state of the Vancouver rebuild?
I think it's at its inception right now. Like I think, we all love Caleb Malhotra. He's a great young player. I know the panel here loves Zeev Boyum. Like we all think he's a great young defenseman. I think, they've got some other good young players. Tom Willander's a good young player. And now Adam Noatne is a good forward. Could be like a middle six, two-way guy long term. But I think there's years of pain coming still. Like you need way more premium pieces.
Way more, yeah.
Like there's, the elite offensive tights. You're going to need another center, depending on the future of Pettersson, obviously. I think the blue line still needs a little bit of work. Like there's a lot more to come. I think you're happy with this day. Malhotra deserved to go where he went. Noatne deserved to go where he went. They're both good players. They make your system better. But I think we expect the Vancouver Canucks to be back here at the top of the draft order for a few years to come.
And we talked about them being in Brantford a lot this year. I think the Vancouver Canucks can expect to be at Michigan watching Landon Dupont a lot next year as well.
Yeah.
On Noatne though, like just a strong, powerful. Like he's only 6'1", but he plays a power game. Considers himself a power forward. Can rip the puck. Legit speed. The playmaking and the getting his line mates involved and the IQ is maybe the question mark there, but he's gonna play.
If I had a question, I mean, he's a sturdy built kid, Chris. Like, is he? We talked about it with the bigger bodied players. Is he one who like maybe there's a little less runway on?
I think that's fair.
He's 7 too.
Yeah. I think that's a fair assumption. The thing is I think the floor is pretty high. The other thing that I think about with Adam Noatne, I talked about Caleb Malhotra being a culture builder. I think Adam Noatne has a lot of those same qualities. He is a great personality as a young man. He also has a good work ethic on and off the ice. He has that physical strength. He gets into the fight, and he'll drag you into the fight with him a little bit. We've seen him stand out in some of these international competitions where he didn't have a lot of help, and so I think that that's a good thing too. So I just think the player himself is a really good player to just kind of have as part of the. He's not a cornerstone piece. But he's a good piece to have. He's a guy that I think you're glad to have.
He's a player who, if you only watched international games over the last 2 years, you would have said he's a top 12 pick, top 15 pick. It's really his club games where he didn't show as much offense.
Right.
But I mean, there were definitely times in this process where he was often discussed as a lottery pick.
Yeah, and I one game where he really stood out was the OHL Top Prospects game, and he was playing in Peterborough, and he really showed out. And he gets to the middle. He does the hard work. He battles along the walls. He gets down low. That's a guy that you can really help. And I think he will score.
And he didn't point at the World Juniors, but he led that team in shots. I think he actually might have led the tournament in shots on goal.
I thought he was snake bit in that tournament, yeah.
And they used him in hard minutes. He penalty killed for them. He was out for defensive zone faceoffs as a draft eligible at the U20 level.
Yeah. With the Vancouver Canucks, Chris, and we've talked about where they sit in the rebuild and all of this. Like, what are the things that Ryan Johnson, as the new general manager of this team, you've obviously followed the AHL very closely. I don't know how much of that translates, but what are the big priorities that someone like Ryan Johnson sets in their first year with the club?
Well, I think it started with the hiring of Manny Malhotra. So I think that they have to start building the culture, and I think that was the biggest reason that they had Manny Malhotra. He built something down in Abbotsford. Now, the entire team essentially departed after the Calder Cup, which was, so they were the last place team in this last year. But still, you saw the building blocks. That championship run meant a lot to that organization. It meant a lot to the fan base and to all those players that were there. So I think that building that championship mentality started a little bit with that Abbotsford Canucks team, but now there's a long way to go. And I think the patient, pragmatic approach that it seems like they are preaching is the way to go. Does the ownership have the patience to match what they're selling right now? That's the question I have.
All right, the Ottawa Senators are on the clock at number 25 here. Another team, and we talked about it with Buffalo, like a team that once you're on the rise, the draft starts to become a little less, splashy.
Much thinner farm system, though, than Buffalo. They take Logerberg Hone here.
Okay, Corey, this is a really interesting one for you specifically because this is a player who did not play much hockey this season. You were there live to see him play one of the, I think, only 7 games he played this year?
Yes, coincidence in that regard. Did not know he was going to tear his knee and be out for the season. But he's a 6'2", 6'3" winger, really good skater for his size, really good skill and shot. Had 27 goals in the J20 in Sweden the year prior. I actually went there I always to go watch Marcus Nordmark play. I like Logerberg, but he actually ended up outplaying Nordmark, and obviously, and then you see how he goes ahead of him in the draft today. I like the player a lot. I think if he's healthy and consistent, you can see the top 6 upside there. Yep. Like there's definitely a lot of tools. The lack of sample is a little concerning for me to have gotten him up, to the top 20, top 15 level. But right here, this is a very reasonable gamble. And I think Senators fans are going to like that because I feel like a lot of their picks have been big, physical guys, two-way guys. I think they like that they just gambled on a guy who, if he hits, he's a 25, 30 goal-scoring winger with size. And
there's more room. We just talked about Noatne being filled out. He's got more room. Like just seeing him in person for the very first time, he's an 07, but he's an underdeveloped 07. I wonder whether the knee surgery played a part in that, not getting as much time in the gym as some of these other guys in season.
He tested at the combine though.
Yep, and performed well in testing at the combine.
Yeah. Now this was I kind of said on podcasts and other things, there are going to be guys that go in the first round that I knew that I didn't have on my list. This is the guy that I was talking about. Now I didn't have a big enough book to feel comfortable. I made a 75 player list. He wasn't on it, but you talk to teams and the Senators were not the only team that were high on this player.
This is interesting too, Corey, because there's another kind of Norwegian sniper in this class, Nicholas Aramolsen, and he was the one that was maybe more on my radar coming into the year. How do you compare and contrast Logerberg Hone and
he's
Aramolsen?
3 inches taller, so that's one. And I think there's a little bit more compete and jam in his game too. I think Aramolsen probably a little bit more skill. The shot's a little bit maybe more elite, but he can play on the outside. There's, he's going to BU. He reminds me of Cole Eisenman a little bit in terms of the way he plays his game. I think this guy's got a little bit more translatable traits in how he approaches the game.
Ottawa Senators, too, you talked about kind of that thinner system, and that is an important distinction as they kind of look to reload. Now, they get William Eklund using the 9th pick that they got for Brady Tkachuk, but it's a team that necessarily, there's going to be a shift in identity. There's going to be kind of a shift in, the look of the Ottawa Senators here. And, I don't know how far away Logerberg Hone is, probably at least a couple years, you would think, usually at this range in the draft, but he becomes one of their most important prospects immediately.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after Yakimchuk, I would say he's their next best prospect right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I get scared of players that have had, significant injuries at this stage of their career. There's a lot of risk that you're taking on. We've seen a lot of guys that have gone through massive injuries that, didn't play a lot. Some work, some don't. That was another reason for me where I was just like, I didn't feel confident enough in the sample and also in what I saw from the, just the little bit and then knowing the story. That's where the risk is. And I think if you're Ottawa at this point, you feel like you've got some insulation from that. I was kind of surprised that it wasn't Maxim Sokolovsky because we were just talking about those guys, those big physical guys. I was like, hey, why not? Just get another one of them.
A future D pairing of Gabriel Eliasson and Maxim Sokolovsky. Yeah.
All right, who's going to be the next player that Vegas trades away here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, Vegas is.
Well, they might be trading the pick here now because the clock's at
the
0.
Clock's gone.
Yeah,
would be pretty fitting here.
I think this is their whole MO. And we talked about it. I think earlier this week where there is a lot of teams that are now looking at this Vegas structure saying, do we really need to make all those picks? Should we use them? Can we use them?
Tampa's done that a lot too.
Yeah, Tampa has. Yep. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know that anybody has done it as aggressively and as frequently as Vegas. So
Florida.
Chat,
Florida's been
I'm deferring to the chat. I was like, chat, what you got right now? What you got? Because this is a really interesting thing, and
is that really interesting?
It is.
The 26th pick, whether it gets traded, is it really interesting?
Well, yeah, of course.
Building a franchise without
trade alert.
Are you interested now, Corey?
Yes.
All right, Gary's up there.
Who's coming up?
We'll see what this is going to be.
Yeah, this is fun. So,
remember they just got this pick tonight.
Montreal's coming up now.
And here come the Habs. Here come the Habs.
So interestingly, they didn't they didn't swap picks. They still have their next pick. So they traded away the first round pick. I didn't hear what the return was.
No, we have no audio in here, so we'll find that out.
Montreal is moving up 2 spots. Vegas is adding a third.
They swapped.
Okay.
It is a swap.
So I blame ESPN for not. I didn't get it wrong. ESPN got it wrong. They didn't update it in time.
All right, so how about this? So Vegas gets beat by Carolina in the Cup final. They take a page out of the Carolina Hurricanes book. They trade back and get more picks. Maybe they're seeing a new.
Getting a third round pick to go back 2 spots is not too shabby.
Not bad.
Yeah, no, that's not bad. Yeah, a little bit. So let's see. Now let's see what Now I am excited, Corey. Why aren't you excited?
I'll be interested to see what they do here and why they felt like they needed to leapfrog Philly to get there.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So
is that
Jack
a tell that
Hextall?
it's a center, right?
I think I've heard Hextall. I've heard Tommy Blyle with Philly a lot too. So that would be one that
But Blyle on a team that has Hudson.
I feel like people think that Blyle can be a little bit more than just an offense guy.
Yes,
but
agreed.
like because the skating's so good that there's a little bit more there. But I get your concern too.
yeah.
Time will tell. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, they obviously felt their information is that Philly was going to take their player, or there was a player they were just so passionate about that they had to come and get it.
How do you think a team gets that vibe though? Like, I mean, teams aren't sharing their list with each other. Like,
No, it's the same thing when we're doing mock drafts. You talk to coaches, you talk to agents, you talk to the players, you scout the scout. You're seeing who's at the rinks, kind of
I
thing.
know. I've said for many years that scouting is as much reporting.
It's
as
attendance taking.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
huge.
when they're asking us all the time. They're asking agents like it's. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is it's all.
Oh, no, I'm even talking about-
And in terms of how useful it is, well, just look at our mock drafts tonight, and you can see how useful a practice that is in terms of getting
Yeah,
information.
exactly.
But
It's-
I think what my point about the attendance taking, it becomes a very real part of like when you go to a rink and you're seeing, okay, who else is here for this player I'm watching? If you see an executive, it's a big tell.
Yeah, I think late in the year, playoffs, the spring, that's when the AGMs and the GMs start getting out, and teams know what range they're in. Like in September, October is not really relevant. Everyone's got to see all the priority guys. But that, like, if I pop into a rink in March or April and I see a GM there,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, like.
Well,
you're-
and which rink matters too, right?
Yes.
Everybody goes to Plymouth, right? Like if you're at an NTDP rink, all that means is you work in the NHL,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But there's certain rinks where you're like, all right, what are you doing in North Bay here?
Yeah, they're,
like when I mocked, let's say, Dylan Holloway to the Oilers, for example. I went to a game in the spring there. I saw Ken Holland there when I was like,
And he was in the AJ, right?
no, that's when he was with University of Wisconsin.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's right,
So
his
I was
draft year.
that's just an example kind of thing. You're like, oh, okay, he's on the short list kind of thing. Because I was looking like, when was the last time? I think he was with Edmonton. He's at Edmonton at the time. When was the last time Edmonton played near Ohio? And it was not anywhere close to that kind of thing. So that's just a little bit of the inside hockey. I don't know how much of our listeners really care about that stuff.
I think they care a great deal, right, chat? You tell us in the chat.
I'm not reading the chat. I think you are.
I'm reading the chat.
Well, they're definitely gonna care.
Peters is actively engaged.
They're
in the
definitely
chat.
going to
Yeah.
care a great deal about the Montreal
He's a man
Canadiens
of the-
taking.
he's a man of the
Gleb
people.
Budapest.
There he is.
There-
So,
there-
Corey,
there-
this is
there-
a player you just got some FaceTime with
Yeah.
at a camp in Florida.
Yeah, no, I think he's the best power forward in the draft. He's 6'3". He hits like a bull. He's had two really good playoffs now with the Torpedo MHL team. He played well versus men in the VHL and KHL. Nick Bobroff, their head coach, is one of the few guys who goes over to the other there to watch these Russian players
Head scout.
live. Yeah, he's their head scout. Great pick, honestly. Like, he's a top 6 winger for me. And
they've
he's
had luck with
he's only here because he's only on 26 because he's Russian. But like, I think he's in. Like, you look at, where Chernishev was at the same age. Like, he's a comparable player in terms of player value. Different player types. Chernishev had more skill. This guy's more physical. I think of more Lawson Krause when I watch him. But like, that's the profile. I really like this pick from Montreal. And hear that, Montreal fans? I like this pick from Montreal.
They've had luck with Russians, though. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
Demidov's like the big one, but Alexander Zhuravsky, huge success story recently.
Yeah, no, they've been killing it over there.
I am lower on the offense. Like, I'm not convinced we're talking about a top 6 player here. I do wonder a little bit about the offense. Guys who produce under a point per game in the MHL don't typically become that, but he showed really, really well against pros this year. I thought he was better against pros than he was with junior players, and that speaks to the physical profile and the makeup and the way he skates and how strong he is.
I think he's at the same point as where Igor Surin was when he went into the draft. Surin's a little bit more skill. He's a center. This guy's a little taller. He's a wing. But Surin now has become a premium young player in the KHL with the same type of play style. That's kind of what I view Pugachev as. I think when he gets to play full-time versus men, I think the value in his game is going to come out.
Yeah. All right, now the Flyers are on the clock. Was Pugachev one of the landing spots you saw for
No.
Philly?
No, I think that's just Montreal.
One to be sure. Maybe they'll have Vegas.
Vegas takes Russians, so I think that was a concern. And Philly did take a Russian in Matvei Michkov, so maybe they were concerned. I think that's just Montreal being so passionate about a player that they just didn't care about the third-round pick a year from now kind of thing. Like, go get a guy we think's a premium asset.
I'm going to go back to Sokolovsky. I think it might be Sokolovsky.
I'm going to say Tommy Blyle here. One defenseman, one's just two slightly different play styles.
Yeah. I've heard, yeah.
I've
heard they like Blyle.
One has 90 points, one had 4 points, or whatever he had, kind of thing.
Let's bring another Hextall to Philly. Different family.
No relation.
No relation.
Same name. Same legacy.
I just wanted to be different. That's all. So right now, Tommy Blyle is the best player available on my personal list. But Hextall is right in that mix. So yeah.
I will say one thing about Blyle, and people are going to squirm when I say this because they're going to think this is stupid, but it's somewhat relevant in the NHL. So Blyle initially was measured around 5'10" and 3/4 at the start of the season.
Yes.
He gets remeasured in the middle of the season. I think Central sent out a note saying he was 6'0" when he was measured in the middle.
5'11" and 3/4.
So yeah, and then at the combine he comes in closer to 5'11". So it moves from a 6 to a 5, which is like literally a half an inch. It doesn't seem like it's that big a deal, but I think we're trying to sell your GM on a 6'0" defenseman versus a 5'11" defenseman. It could be there between 20 and 30.
I can't remember what session was Tommy Blyle in at the combine.
Oh God, no! Don't tell me.
Yes. Yes.
Where
session?
Where was the moon? Yeah.
What session?
It was like middle of the process, kind of.
Middle of the process. So if
You
he was
shrink
measured
throughout the
first,
day.
yes, exactly. You measure in, and all of a sudden, so.
All right, so the Philadelphia Flyers are making their pick right now. And
it is
Daxon
Sokolovsky. Great call.
You're very familiar with this player from London.
Yeah, just a mutant, frankly, and maybe that's an offensive thing to say about a teenager, but that's kind of how they describe him. Like, he is just a physical specimen, and we've seen him demolish guys. It comes very naturally to him. He was a part of my survey this year
He's
of
just
NHL
towering
scouts.
over his whole family now.
It comes very naturally. Like, he enjoys that part of the game. He can skate for his size. It was very, very hard the front half of the year. I remember just a couple of weeks ago, I was at the OHL draft, pulled Rob Simpson, who's their longtime associate general manager, just because I was curious coming out of the combine at how much I'd heard about Sokolovsky. Pulled him and said, look, like, what changed front half of the season to the second half of the season in his play? And he said, that's a question that NHL scouts have asked me. And my answer has been is that he was a fish out of water early on, not from a physical standpoint, from a pure culture standpoint. He used a translator at the combine in all of his interviews. That he told me their coaches would yell D to D when he was on the ice and he didn't know what D to D meant.
Yeah.
Like, that's how harsh it was for him. Just did not speak the language, did not know the game. But he's just a big, strong kid. And we mentioned Zadorov, we mentioned Stanley. Like, that's what you're hoping to get here.
Chris is looking at the highlights, laughing at some of the hits he's laying.
The thing that I thought was so interesting about him was the way that scouts started talking about him after the playoffs and just feeling like this is a guy that plays a style that works at that time of year. And yes, it's in junior hockey and it's a different thing, but it is a grind in the OHL playoffs. And the thing is that they saw a guy that was playing a style that really resonated with them for that. And so that's big too. He's way lower on my list. There are definitely some things that I think, I'd love to see cleaned up. And I think there's a lot of things to be be about. I mean,
but at 27, I mean,
the devil's advocate argument.
Here it's not as big a risk.
He was 70 on my list. Like,
Same with me. The devil's advocate argument for the people who really like him is they would say, and I hate this argument, throw out the first half. Just focus on the second half and his playoffs, where he was moving the puck a little bit better, where he was making a few more plays. He was really raw. He was developing. He's a late bloomer, and I don't like throwing out data. I feel like that's bad practice. But that's the argument that if you watched him in the playoffs, you watched him in the last month or two of the regular season, he looked like the player deserving to go in this range. And he would have more offense if he would have played that way all year.
Don't throw out the data. Just add in the data of what Scott said off the top here, right, of what the transition was like. That would be the case for it. You're not throwing out that data. You're adding context to it from the other stuff that you know about the player.
And he wasn't even a highly recruited player into the OHL. He told a story to teams at the Combine about the Hunters going down to see him and basically saying, we want you to come to London and we'll figure it out. Like this
Yeah.
was an incredibly raw player.
Yeah. So the thing that I wonder about is ultimately without the puck play, there's probably a very limited chance that he's a top 4 defenseman in this league.
Yes.
And Lamoureux went right around. He didn't go 23. He went right around this range.
Yeah.
That's what you do. He's a freak athlete. He's really physical. There's no offense. I don't care what people say. There's no
None.
offense. There's
None.
no offense.
None.
But Lamoureux 2 years later was one of Canada's best players at the World Juniors. So if he keeps developing over the next year or two, maybe you are getting someone you're super excited about. Could be a top 4 defenseman. We're not there.
Lamoureux might not even be a top 4 defenseman.
He may not
either,
be.
right?
He's taking a little step back. I still like him a lot. I still think he's a good player. Maybe he's Kevin Ball. Maybe this is Kevin Ball. But,
Yep.
but that's the dice roll.
Yep.
And this is a spot in the draft where you're pretty willing to take it. I mean, we talk about first round picks like they're all kind of creative.
But once you get past 20, it's a different
You're in the
draft.
second round right
yeah.
now. Like,
I've
it's
said
frankly.
I've said that I think like really, probably right now you're thinking about guys that maybe would be in the 50s on one of our lists or 60s, and like we just saw with Sokolovsky, who's even lower than that. It's all about at this point making sure that you're getting the player that you're most enamored with, and I think if you're the Flyers, you're feeling very confident about where things have kind of gone in your system already, where you can take those swings.
All right, fun trivia. We're at 28 right now. Carolina's 31. Do they make the pick or do they trade down?
I said on the podcast, there's no chance they're making that pick. They're trading down. Because not only does Carolina, like they trade down a lot, but they also just don't have picks in rounds 2, 3, 4 this year. If they can pick up darts there, they've shown us that that's how they want to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd also wouldn't mind like a break after winning the Stanley Cup. Like let's just make the pick. Just make the pick.
Make the pick and have a late start tomorrow.
Make the pick, and yeah, but I mean, like you think about the different players that they've drafted or signed or brought in, and man, I mean, like Jackson Blake is going to be one of those great stories, for them for a long time, and yeah, so we'll see. There's going to be some intrigue. There's some intrigue here. Just in terms of best available, like Corey, who's your best available at this point?
With guys we've talked about a lot: Casey Mutrin, Jack Hextall, Brooks Rogowski, Adam Gollier, and then the 2 Swedish defensemen, Goodmanson and Hawkinson. Everybody else in my top 28 has basically gone by now. I'm looking
Yeah.
at I have my list right now, and everyone else is gone at this point. So.
That clock hit 0. There's no pick is in graphic.
All right, here we go. Here we go again. Who's come?
Oh, trade alert! Gary and the
All right,
trade alert.
Is this for a player or a pick? What do you think?
I have no idea at this point. I think that Kelly's just having fun with us now. This is Anaheim's on the dot.
Weren't they up next? So they trade up one spot.
No, I think no.
Yeah.
Were they up next or were they
Anaheim
30?
right there, 29.
Okay.
And now it's switched to Vegas. So Vegas.
People are really worried about
two
Vegas
little trade
taking their
downs.
players.
I guess
Montreal's been
so.
worried about Vegas taking their player. Now Anaheim's like
What are we?
they got someone that were really scared they were going to take.
29 and 117.
So they just
is the
traded
return.
Olin Zellweger, right?
Yep.
Blau?
Doesn't seem like a Verbeek type, but I think the skating would.
The Ducks have taken a ton of QMJHL
He's a better
kids.
skater than Zellweger was.
Yep.
So
Yep.
that is the argument there.
They took Klepov earlier. You could argue that Marcus Nordmark is in a similar tier of skill as Klepov.
I can't see them doing 2 of those guys in the same
Yeah,
draft.
I have a hard time seeing it
So
too.
then you've got Casey Mutrin, Corey, a player you've been really high on, top 15 on your list.
Yeah. So, and I think this is around the range where he starts to get talked about. I think the offense is a minor question, but I think when you're 6'3" and you're that fast, that physical, I think, I know his scoring hasn't been prolific. His hockey sense is a minor issue, but he still was top power play guy at the program. Guy who scored a lot as an underage. Didn't have a great draft season, but we've seen guys drop for those reasons, kind of thing. But I think he's a guy I believe in the long term projection of. And I think he's one of their. He's someone who would fit their type, but we'll see what direction they decide to go down with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that can go. There's still really good value, I feel like, throughout the board. There's all those guys. It all comes down. These are the picks where it is completely feel.
Yeah.
It is completely fit. It's completely, you've made your list. You have your guys. Maybe there's somebody there that you didn't expect to be there. That might change the dynamic a little bit. But now we're just at the range of the draft where, honestly, you're just hoping you get an NHL player, and I think that they've got a good chance here.
All right, so the pick is in. Gary Bettman coming back to the stage for Anaheim.
Just make it quick, Gary.
He's got to announce a trade.
Marcus Nordmark. It is another of those skill guys.
Wow.
That's a big investment in skill there by Anaheim in this draft. And Nordmark's really, really talented. 6'2" guy with high-end hands. He can skate. He can make plays. But I think when you talked about compete issues, he was probably one of the top players where that came up the most. But there were NHL scouts I talked to at the year who had him as a top 10 guy in this draft, top 12 guy, who said like this is one of the most prolific talents. He's got all the tools. And he was productive too this year. I think he had a really bad U18 World Championships, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way with some of the bad penalties he took, the bad decisions.
I almost took him off the list entirely.
Yeah, I obviously now this is a dice roll here.
Didn't interview well at the combine too.
Yes, but like I said, if he overcomes that stuff, then like I said, he's got all the physical traits, all the skill to be a middle top 6 winger in the National Hockey League.
I spoke with 4 or 5 members of the Djurgården staff when I did my feature on Nordmark earlier this year about him, and they said this is a team that had Anton Frundell, Vgo Bork, you go down the list. They said he's from a pure skill standpoint, he's as skilled as those guys were at the same age. It's just the consistency, the habits. You even hear terms like selfish tossed around. Like that's the danger here. There's some risk here. But you asked who best players. He was, despite those concerns, and I share those concerns, he was still my BPA.
And maybe there's a similar logic to what we talked about earlier, where if you're going to take 2 of these guys, you don't expect both of him and Klepov are going to hit, but you only really need one of them to hit to bring that. I mean,
you better hope it's the one you took way earlier.
Obviously, this obviously feels like Patrick Peak told his guys, we're adding some offense here. We're adding some skill in this draft. One story about Nordmark from the U18s is the gold medal game. I think it was a 1-goal game at the time, Scott.
Yep.
And it was the middle of the second period. They were up on Slovakia by 1. And he takes one of the Slovakia defenders' sticks and he just chucks it into the stands. And Slovakia, they get a 5+10 from that, and he gets tossed out of the game. And you're watching that, and you're just shaking your head because he was been one of their best players, and he's a great offensive player. They were, you thought like that could turn the tide of the game. Almost it didn't. They won the gold medal. But he's got to cut, some of the crap like that out of his game.
He sounds like a Golden Knight the way you're just why did they trade away from him?
He got a penalty earlier in the tournament for snowing the goalie.
That was my favorite one.
Just bad body language on the bench and
like the things that he does on the ice
he's
are enraging. At times.
Extremely talented.
Yeah, extremely talented.
Yeah, I heard the Swedish coach yelling at him on the ice kind of thing. Play harder, go.
It's just to me you are completely betting on skill, and you're saying you hope that the maturity comes, because that is really it. Like that is the thing.
Anaheim has so much young talent though, especially on the
floor.
Oh yeah,
they're a team.
They're well insulated to take this pick. Like that's the thing. It's just, but he is a guy for me that I just. He's pretty low on my list, and it's not a player that I would.
Vegas
would
actually didn't make the pick this time.
All right,
well, third time's the charm.
Well, they're going to trade him soon anyway.
Yes.
So,
it's like the next deadline acquisition is
Yu-Oh Pipperan, the right shot defenseman out of Finland, Chris.
Yeah, so Pipperan, good size, mobile enough. Really mobile. Has the ability to move pucks. I think there were times this year where I think you see the athletic profile, you just want more from him. I think that's one thing, but there is clear tools there. I think, the fact that he's a right shot, the fact that he's got all these, that ability to move pucks. There's just not a lot, as we mentioned, like puck moving, great, solid puck moving defenseman. I think he'll do fine with that. Defending's fine. Like it's not, he's just, kind of okay.
Vanilla.
He checks a lot of boxes. He has some offense. Like you see him running the power play internationally. He does okay at it.
Yeah, right.
He got sent down to the J20 level. He didn't point it at a huge level there in the Finnish junior level. But he's a world junior defenseman for Team Finland. Like he's competitive. He's mobile. He can make stops. He can kill penalties. I think he's an NHL defenseman. I think he plays. Is he going to be like a prolific NHL defenseman? I don't see the high end upside there. but he's a good player. He's very athletic. Like, I mean, this was his range.
Yep.
Yeah, it's totally fair. He was a guy I had just outside of my first round. So I mean, I think that's going to be a player that, you know, Vegas is probably not going to need for a bit. Probably can use him in a trade down the road. That's the other thing, is the right shot, 6'2" right shot defenseman is going to carry some value with teams as he continues to develop.
His high watermark was also coming out of Hlinka. Like there was a time where he was viewed as like
a big time player,
a teens guy, maybe a top 10 guy. Like that was the conversation early in the season.
All right, well, as the Calgary Flames go on the clock, at number 30, we'll take our last break of the night here right before pick 30. Be right back. All right, we are back. The Calgary Flames pick is in. So we will get to that in just 1 second. But before we do, Corey, I just want to ask, what's the biggest thing you're going to be thinking about as we leave the studio tonight?
I think we had a lot of conversations throughout the draft about this defense class. We all talked about all the year about how close this group of players were to the top 10, how you could put these guys in any order, and yet I think when somebody went out of order, we were a little surprised, and that would have been Daxon Rudolph. I don't think we ever really had a serious conversation about him as the top defenseman in this draft. We had conversations about Verhoff, about Smits, about Chase Reid, about Carson Carl, but we never really had a substantive conversation about whether Daxon Rudolph would be the first defenseman. I think that's one where tonight and tomorrow morning I'm definitely going to go over my notes and review what I thought about Rudolph to see whether I missed anything. Not saying I would change anything just because something went I didn't expect, but that was one that, even though I knew it was a possible outcome, it went contrary to what I saw on the ice. So I've got to maybe reevaluate that one.
Scott, how about you?
The Sharks, I think, have just perfectly executed this rebuild. And I think if Mike Greer and company play their cards right over the next few years, I think they've got like a potential future Stanley Cup team.
Chris, we'll put a pin in yours. We'll come to it because the Flames have made their pick, and it is Jack Hextall, Corey.
Yeah, and Hextall was one of the very best centers in the USHL last season. You know, Chris talked about how Nikita Klepov, who went nearly 12 picks higher than this, was one of the leading reasons why the U.S. won the Hlinka Gretzky. I would argue Hextall was better than Klepov in that, playing all situations, playing the matchup minutes down the middle. And that's kind of what he is. He's not, you look at his point totals, they're good, they're not great, but there is offense there. He's a competitive player. He's a two-way centerman. I think he has the tools to become a legitimate, third-line center in the NHL.
Well, and for Calgary, that might be all they need him to be, right? Calgary has needed talent injections. They had Cole Reshny. I think you're probably hoping he's like a second line, whether it's a center or a wing. But if Jack Hextall comes out to be a third line center at the 30th pick for the Flames, this is a really good outcome.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I mean, I think you look at the USHL, it is still a really difficult league to score, and he was near a point per game player. He was a talented player last year at 16. So, I really like the way that he's developed, and Youngstown can feel really happy about the way that they've developed this player. The fact that it's another Michigan State guy, it's another opportunity for them to continue to build. And I think he's going to play down their lineup, next year, Scott? So, like, he's going to be right there in the mix and playing at a pretty important level. I think there's maturity in his game. There's versatility in his game. And when you're at 30, what do we talk about? We said you need to find NHL players. I think this guy's got an NHL future.
He'll start down that lineup too. Like, this is going to be like, if he has 15 points, 12, 13, 14, 15 points next year, don't be surprised. Like, this isn't going to be a kid who's necessarily going to point in college hockey next year.
Like kind of what Eric Nilsson was for them last year.
Yes. But he's up and under sticks. He's strong on pucks. He'll be detail oriented. And I think by the time he's a upperclassman, by the time he's a junior, you're expecting him to be an impact player in college hockey.
All right, Chris, sorry I made you wait here. What's the one thing you'll be thinking about as you leave the studio tonight? I'll let you use anything from the first 30 picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, this draft kind of lived up to our expectation of the little bit of uncertainty, the jumble, as Corey mentioned, but it goes with guys like Belchet's falling a bit further than we thought. Guys like, Noatne maybe going even lower compared to where he was kind of mid-season. Like, this has been a year where, it feels like it thins out faster, and teams were making decisions all over the map. Like, and the fact is that consensus is really a myth typically. Like, there's what's public, there's what's, and that this draft continues to show that, with a Daxon Rudolph going, as high as he did, with a Nikita Klepov going in that range to that. And also, we've had all these different trades too. A lot of pick movement, guys that were moved, roster players that were moved. So it seems that finally, we talked about it for years, there's going to be trades. There have finally been trades, and it's been all week. It'll continue to go after the draft, and then it gives us a really nice prelude to free agency.
The other thing that really stood out to me is I thought, and talking to NHL people, I thought there was a really good chance that Tynan Lawrence was going to have a tough night. People are really, really critical of how he looked in the second half at the U18s. I talked to teams that didn't have him like as a first rounder
At the combine too, right? I mean, that was a storyline coming out, is maybe he didn't interview as well.
Yeah, no, like he was asked some hard questions about his draft, and he still goes to number 11. And he went number 11 because, for the reasons that Chris said earlier, this is a guy who did some really unique things in junior hockey. Maybe made a bad decision to go to college that early. But it'll be really fascinating to see what he does next year at BU if he bounces back and becomes a premier player again.
Yeah.
So that was one of the more fascinating ones. Everyone I was talking to in the lead up thought he was going to slide, and didn't slide at all. I think he went exactly where he deserved to go.
Yeah, I agree.
And where Scott mocked him.
Yeah. You had to get that in, Wheels. But I think, like, with Tynan Lawrence in particular, he made a decision that impacted his draft stock. I do think it sets him up better for next year. That's the thing, is getting that taste of college hockey in the same way when we've seen guys come in at the end of the NHL, they get a little bit of taste. Now they know what they're getting into. He has a summer to prepare for that. And that's why I think that potentially he could play ahead of Caleb Malhotra in the early goings of the season.
That's one of the things that for all these kids, I mean, and for Tynan Lawrence, it was going from the USHL to NCAA midseason, but I think it applies to the CHL, NCAA kids too, right?
Yeah.
There's what's best for you in your draft year and in your stock. And you can argue that both ways. I'm pretty open to both sides of that argument, but I do think playing, like, when you advance a level, you do something positive for your development.
Yeah, and Katon Verhoff can say that, and
McKenna.
Gavin McKenna can say that. Adam Valentini, who's going to go tomorrow, probably can say that. So, there's a lot of different things, but the thing is, it is a hard level.
Yeah.
But Corey said something on one of the podcasts recently that I thought was astute, is that it does give us better information.
Yeah.
It gives us a better sample of where they're at right now, because Katon Verhoff probably could have had 80 points in the dub last year.
Yeah.
So
And they're all big leagues. I mean, you can be a great player coming out of any of those leagues. The CHL leagues, the NCAA, the USHL. You can be a great player coming out of a league I didn't mention there, right?
Right.
But there's all these different paths, and these are the factors you're weighing in.
I had scouts say the same thing about Tynan Lawrence too. If he's in the queue this year, and the queue was an option for Tynan.
Yeah, oh yeah.
If he's in the queue this year, he's a 90-point player in that league.
So here's the thing: if they hurt their draft stock other than their egos being hurt. It doesn't really materially change anything.
No, it does not matter.
There used to be a time and place where there were slot bonuses tied to where you were drafted, and there was actually a clear financial impact, whether you went 1 or 5 or 10 or 20. But nowadays, other than yes, if you're a top 5 pick versus 25, the team's going to look on you more favorably when it comes to opportunity. But if you go 5, if you go 11 instead of going 6, it doesn't really change that much for your future, other than you hope you learned and developed the right things when you were struggling.
Yeah, and you go to a team that's probably, I mean, statistically, depending on draft picks move around, but usually you get picked later, you're going to a better team.
Does look like Carolina's trading the pick, by the way.
Yeah, well, imagine that.
But
You heard it here
The
first.
most predictable thing of the night, maybe other than Gavin McKenna
I
going
don't know
first
where they're
overall.
going with this
Well,
one.
I'll
but
tell you,
we know
there's one pick that I guarantee is not getting traded. 32 is not allowed to
not
get
allowed
traded
to
for
be
the Ottawa
traded.
Senators.
Can't trade it. Can't trade it.
And if you're wondering why this is, by the way, the Carolina Hurricanes already won the Stanley Cup. Usually that is the 32nd pick. So Ottawa had initially forfeit its pick this year. It was a long process to get it back. And the NHL did it, and they didn't give it all the way back. They said, all right, you can have the pick back, but it's 32 no matter what, and you cannot trade it.
yeah.
And that was a gift to Michael Andlauer,
Yes, it
their
was.
current
Big
owner,
time.
who was not the owner when
Big time.
when the transgressions happened.
When that happens, like the Dadonov penalty and when the Arizona got penalized for the combine, I feel like both of those management groups were gone when the penalty comes around. So you're really just penalizing the fans at that point. It's the
Nashville.
Nashville, and it's 42 and 57.
I would have liked to see this be the Pittsburgh Penguins to come up and get Marcus and
yeah.
give them both
Give
that
us
draft night, right?
yeah.
Pittsburgh, get on the phone right now. Let's
Yeah,
do this.
come
Get
on,
on the
Pittsburgh.
phone with Nashville.
Let's go.
All right, so we'll see what the Nashville Predators and Chris McFarland want to do with this pick. Looking ahead to tomorrow, who are the big names that you expect to see come off the board early tomorrow, Scott?
I think we'll see Xavier Villeneuve go a little bit earlier. I think people's appetite for the risk reward there is just a little bit more comfortable in that range. I think we'll see guys like Ryan Rubrick go in the second
Any
round.
goalies coming here?
Tobias Treyball will go in the 30s, would be my guess.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and really, we still have these 2 picks to go here.
We've mentioned Tommy Blyle's name a million times already.
Yeah.
I thought Blyle was going to be, based off all the conversations I've had in the last few weeks, I thought Blyle was
on
going to be
a
a
lot
late
of the
first.
polling. On a lot of the polling, he was 20, early 20s, and
We had a good argument about
Yeah.
that off camera earlier.
Yeah.
I said I don't think he's going to go the first. You thought that was preposterous.
I did.
Watch him go here now.
Yeah, exactly. He better go here. Nashville, do me a solid. I can't have Corey lord this over me for another year.
Oh yeah,
or
I'm going to
more.
lord that over
We've
you.
got
You are a
Chicago
receipt
tavern-style
keeper.
pizzas calling our name.
I know.
here,
We're pretty
so
excited about
Nashville's breaking the rule. They traded up. They got to know who they're getting. They're sitting on the clock.
it. Yeah, I know. Just go ahead and make the pick. Take it. Yeah. So
We're almost at the 4-hour mark, and
Yeah,
the Predators want to
the-
make sure we get there.
The listeners can see us losing steam here a little
yeah.
bit.
I will say, so real quick, shout out to the Athletic for these chairs. They've only just started becoming uncomfortable, and it's on hour 4. So yeah, but so normally, like the other thing too is normally in these draft situations, the 3 of us are feverishly typing. I will tell you right now, this is way better. This is so
The
much better
feverish
than
typing
that.
doesn't go away. It just gets delayed. You
Yeah.
got a lot of work to do, buddy.
I've got a couple hours left here.
It is delayed, but I'm like, hey, this is not bad. I will take this.
All right,
This is a little
Nashville's pick is
chaotic.
in, which is good because if they took any more time, I was going to ask Chris to put that helmet on behind his head here.
And I'll do it. It won't
to
fit.
fill some air
It
here.
really will not fit.
Maybe I'll try on the goalie mitt over my shoulder. The Nashville Predators are making their pick right now. Tommy
Blyle.
Blyle. How about
There
that?
you go.
There you
So
go.
it does
He's
go
a first-round pick.
All right.
How many Tanner Molendijk, Cameron Reid, Tommy Blyle, how many 5'11",
here's-
6-foot defensemen
yeah.
can one organize? All great skaters. That's the
Right,
theme there.
right.
Blyle, Molendijk, Reid,
Mollen-
excellent skaters.
Yeah, Molendijk is probably going to need a bit of a reset here. He's struggled. He's struggled a bit. Cameron Reed's going to Michigan. An opportunity to kind of see where he goes. Tommy Blyle is an electric skater. I mean, and that to me, his postseason was what sold me on him being a first-round pick. It's the guy that had an opportunity to go. He played prep school hockey last year. Goes in the QMJHL. Sets the record for most assists by a defenseman that had stood for whatever since 1978 or something like that. It had been like 40-some years. And he also, in that postseason run for Moncton, which went all the way to the championship series, ended up losing to Chicoutimi. he was playing major minutes. There was a 5 overtime game in that postseason. He looked like he hadn't like he was still skating at the level that he's capable of in the 5th overtime. I mean, he's a good shooter. It's not an amazing shot, but he gets into the play. He is able to recover. I think the defending is solid. Like the difference between we came into the season, Xavier Villeneuve was going to be the number 1 QMJHL defenseman taken. It felt like
reigning QMJHL defenseman of the year,
and then boom, here comes Tommy Blyle, and he takes that away from him, and he also now goes in the first round.
CHL Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, like so many awards, and yeah, you were going to see more American players making that decision that Tommy Blyle just did, and there, guys that saw him in prep school, they said probably a mid-round pick, a guy that we would take, like the skating, like some of the tools. He goes to the Q and lights it ablaze, over 80 points. I mean, so I think this is. To your point, they've got a lot of this, but that's another guy where I think the tools you take that
Shouldn't
bet.
he go to school though? Like I feel like if you're the best defenseman in the queue, what more?
I agree.
What more does he have to prove?
100%. I agree.
And he was tested on that at the combine. The decision to go back to Moncton. I think he said, "I want to play for Gardner McDougall and Taylor McDougall and win a QMJHL title," which we didn't get to do this year. And I think Chase Reid being at Michigan State is a part of it.
we also there was also talk of
that's not affecting Ryan Lynn's decision to go to Denver though.
Yeah, and that was also the talk of kind of with Chase Reid, but Landon DuPont was an option for Michigan State. Didn't end up getting him. Like if I'm Michigan State, like I think they've been pretty respectful of Blyle's decision and the rationale there. But I would also agree with you. I think that it's why
they have
can't
a D
they
spot
both
open
be on
too.
there? They're
it's the
available.
one
There's
roster
a
spot
available.
they haven't filled.
And I think giving your word, like we're in a new era here, and I understand giving your word, and I really, really, really respect that. I'm not trying to pry him away from Gardner McDougall here. It's just a simple, you just had 80 points in the league. Your team is going to be a bit different from next season. There's a lot of different guys. Like I'm sure they'll still be good because it's Moncton, but you're losing Caleb Denoye. You're losing a lot of other players. I just think I have a hard time seeing how that ends up making the most sense.
Yeah.
I don't think you can hurt yourself by staying behind. You can hurt yourself by going too early.
But he's not going too early.
I agree with that.
All right, so the Ottawa Senators now on the clock with the last pick of the draft. We know they're not going to trade it, so we'll see what happens there. While they go, though, I want to ask, Scott, you do a piece every year, winners and losers, and I want to ask all three of you, give me one winner. You can't say San Jose tonight.
Ooh.
You can't say San Jose.
They're the obvious.
Yeah, San Jose's.
We've already
low-hanging-
given San Jose their flowers. Give me one other team that you think they had a great night.
Let me think on it.
All right, I'll start then. I think St. Louis had a great night.
Oh,
They
yeah.
get Tynan Lawrence. They get Mason McTavish. That's a really good night when you add those two to your center pipeline.
I like Calgary getting Carls and Hextall, two premium position guys. I know there's been some talk about where they get the center. They pass on Bjork for Carls, but Hextall's a really good center prospect. And I think that those two there, that's a big injection there to their system.
This could be recency bias, but I'm going to go with Nashville. And it's actually more about Wyatt Cullen than it is Tommy Blyle. I think that Wyatt Cullen does have a chance to be one of those guys that we look back on and say, this guy, that's the guy.
And there's a theme to that, right? I mean, they're a team that probably needed some upside, some skill, and they
Yes.
get it in this class.
Yes, and
Just-
I like that.
Just one pick, but I think Seattle finally getting Reid.
big time.
And getting Reid is
And
Big time.
Montreal poaching Bukachev in the 20s, I think, was just a really good use of asset management by them too.
That could age really well. All
Well,
right.
the pick that could not move is in.
That's right. Gary Bettman up at the podium for the last one. Real quick, thank you all for being with us throughout this one. This has been
man.
awesome. Seeing the number
Super
be
fun.
as high as it is the whole night. We are so grateful to you guys spending your draft night with us here on the Athletic and FloHockey NHL Draft Live. The last pick of the 2026 draft, it's Jackson Cover. Scott, tell us about him. You know all about this kid.
the story of the draft for me. I know the Rucks have sort of been that for a lot of people, but Jackson I'm so happy to see him go in the first round here. This is a kid who until 5 years ago had never played organized ice hockey, grew up on the Cayman Islands. His dad's from Etobicoke and works at the local CIBC there, the Canadian Bank. Cayman Islands are a big banking institution in the Caribbean. Played roller hockey because his dad started a roller hockey club at a little local gym, and became a star at playing roller hockey. And you can see it in his game now that he's still extremely raw. He came over during that pandemic, played a year of AA hockey, then played a second year of AA hockey, played 1 year of AAA hockey, got drafted in the OHL, was a rookie in the OHL this year in his draft year, led an uncharacteristically poor London Knights team from an offensive standpoint, from a star power standpoint, led them in scoring. Very, very skilled on the puck. That comes from the roller hockey. It's a lot of one-on-one. It's a lot of natural puck skill. He's got an NHL release. It's just the learning of the game, the decision making. That's a big area that needs to improve.
The story is great. The tools are great. How he actually looked on the ice this season was very inconsistent.
You're betting on the skill. I like it he wasn't in the first round on my list, but I like, if you're the Ottawa Senators, I like that they've taken 2 swings on skill
how
here.
different than Sokolovsky? I mean, we're in this range of the draft. You could make a similar case.
Unreal that the London Knights were like, more of an average year for them. They still get two first
round picks. It's unbelievable.
And he's going back there next year. So he's instead of jumping into college, he's committed to Penn State, but he's going back there next year. I think that'll be big for him. They'll be a better team next year.
Good environment to be in development.
So to Scott's point, and there's a lot of learning the game at that level that still needs to be done. The fact that he was as productive this season without that level of experience, he is a real outlier in this class in terms of his developmental experience being what it was. I'm fascinated by that because if you were that good there, where does that say you can go? What kind of room do you have to grow? The ceiling on cover is high because of that. There is a gigantic risk profile.
Is it cover
with that
or
player.
cover?
It's cover.
Cover, my bad. I said cover because
I said cover. That's on me.
That is on you. But either way, I think the fact that we're 4 years of like legitimate higher, at least high-ish level of hockey.
These kids have been playing 365 ridiculous hours clock. Like his hours on ice relative to every other player that we saw get picked tonight, it's not even close, right?
So that's a big.
But it's
factor.
also you're betting on a lot if you're counting on there being catch up. That doesn't always come.
There's a lot of hope there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hope there.
All right, well, a great story to finish out the 2026 NHL Draft. That is going to do it for us. Thanks for joining us for the Athletic and FloHockey NHL Draft Lives. Make sure you join us back here tomorrow after the draft ends for our full recap. We'll be going live here again then. Make sure you subscribe to the Athletic Hockey Show on YouTube so you can be with us. And thanks so much for joining us.